Chapter 394, Suppressing a king with one hand. He was quite resentful after being put down at the bottom of the sea by Wuxia. A genius like him being suppressed by an unknown junior was an extremely shameful matter. Such a master. I actually want to personally witness his strength. The static stream royal lord's gaze became fierce as he spoke with austerity. Having said that, divine rings emanated from his body. Without a doubt, the royal lord was a powerful heavenly sovereign. Your Majesty, you shouldn't. Lu Baiqiu became aghast after hearing this and quickly spoke. Brother Li is only here for the mythical island and not to oppose our static stream country. Regent Lord Lu, what do you mean by that? Xian Xiaojun sneered, hurting our disciples and shaming our imperial advisor. How is this not opposing our static stream country? His Majesty is invincible, so what can a little junior do? Could it be that Regent Lord Lu is on the same side as that Li Gai and wants to collude with the enemy? Lu Baiqiu was angered, but she endured it and tried to persuade the royal lord. Your Majesty, in my opinion, Brother Li is not here to harm our static stream country. Why don't we take a step back and all shall be well? Lu Baiqiu trusted that Wuxia was not joking around. If the country actually provoked him, then he might kill his way into the static stream country. Your Majesty, I also feel that Regent Lord Lu's words make a lot of sense. This conflict was due to my rash conduct. The imperial advisor quickly said, if he was really antagonistic towards us, then he wouldn't have let us go. In my opinion, he must have a heaven-frightening origin, so there is no need to compete with him and court a powerful enemy. No matter what, I still want to go and see for myself. The royal lord gravely spoke, a powerful master like this appearing in our country. How could anyone be at ease if we don't know his identity? Lu Baiqiu became quite anxious after hearing the royal lord's words. She didn't wish to see the country in conflict with Wuxia because she trusted that Wuxia was not a person who liked to joke around. Bang, bang, countless people were alarmed as a battle chariot flew over the Thousand Islands. When the young cultivators of the Thousand Islands saw the several thousand armored soldiers in the sky, they couldn't help but become wary. What happened? The royal lord himself is venturing out. Seeing the royal lord riding his dragon chariot, many cultivators turned pale. The royal lord was a great heavenly sovereign and rarely showed himself outside of huge events. Thus, it was a big deal for the royal lord to travel in person, and it alarmed many spectating cultivators. In the blink of an eye, thousands of static stream experts quickly surrounded the island inhabited by Wuxia. Lu Baiqiu's heart was quite heavy, but she still wanted for her country to negotiate with Wuxia, so she quickly said to the royal lord, Your Majesty, could this disciple invite Brother Li here for a talk? Ha, Regent Lord Lu, you are friends with that Li person, so who knows if you will be informing him or not? If that Li person escapes, then will you be able to bear the responsibility? Regent Lord Lu, I only want what's best for you, treason is not a small crime. Xian Xiaojun alleged. Lu Baiqiu's expression greatly changed with anger after being accused by Xian Xiaojun like this. She couldn't help but coldly say, You would indeed say just about anything to frame someone. I only want what's best for Regent Lord Lu. If you are devoted to our country, then you should step aside to avoid arousing suspicion. Xian Xiaojun commented, Royal Lord, let me go tell that Li Gai to come out. Go, ask him to come and see me. The royal lord sat on his dragon carriage with an overbearing sense of nobility. This was not an act of disdain, after all, as an expert who had basked in prestige for a long time, he was indeed qualified to act like this. Lu Baiqiu gently sighed. It seemed that this storm would not pass by very easily. She did not wish for this feud, but alas, she had absolutely no say in this matter. After Xian Xiaojun received the order, he appeared above Wuxia's island and shouted, Li, quickly come and greet his majesty. Wuxia, who was sitting on the small island, only gave a passing glance and, with a poof, Xian Xiaojun didn't even have the chance to scream before being rendered into a bloody mist under one flick of a finger. This sudden development jolted the accompanying static stream experts. Xian Xiaojun, who was the most promising genius of their static stream country, was killed by someone in this manner. Junior, you are insane. The royal lord was appalled as he stood up with his divine rings expanding from his body. There was a total of 7 rings. Amidst his rage, a shadow suddenly flashed as Li Qiye stood right before him. He moved with an extreme speed that could not be followed by anyone else. Protect our king! The imperial advisor screamed out in shock. In an instant, the experts around the royal lord all cried out at the same time and many weapons aimed for Li Qiye's head. There were pagodas, divine blades, and swords crafted from sacrificing one's blood. They all continuously emitted explosive detonations. Such an offensive didn't even make Li Qiye bat his eyelid a single time. He swung his arm downward and, with a loud bang, none of the attacking treasures could stop Li Qiye's invincible physique and were immediately shattered. The incoming experts' blood was spilled as they were blown away. Watch yourself. The static stream royal lord became angry as each divine ring opened up a wave of grand Tao, carrying a majestic force that rushed forward. You're just a little sovereign without a complete 9 rings, yet you still dare to attack me. Li Qiye was as calm as ever as he exuded an emperor's power. A Kunpeng flew to the sky and followed Li Qiye step by step. This primordial Kunpeng leaped and created an enormous tidal wave that was sent towards the royal lord. Kunpeng's 6 variants, sea transformation. When this primordial Kunpeng flapped its wings, all of the skies became an ocean with gigantic surging waves that were capable of drowning the stars. Bang! Even though the royal lord was a little sovereign, he couldn't help but take several thumping steps back under such a sweeping emperor law. The lights in his divine rings suddenly became dim, his blood energy was unstable after this strike from Li Qiye, causing him to turn pale. Li Qiye was an ancient saint with 6 palaces and 9 stars, and he also cultivated emperor laws. How could a little sovereign like the static stream royal lord compete with him? Li Qiye's gaze turned cold as he emotionlessly spoke, continuing to provoke me time and time again. Your ancestor's face is no longer enough. If I don't kill you all, then people would really think that I am easily bullied. Having said this, his 5 fingers stretched outward as they encompassed the royal lord like the heavens itself. Brotherly, please wait. The frightened Lu Baiqiu quickly rushed forward and stood in front of the royal lord as she urgently begged, Brotherly, our static stream country doesn't have any animosity towards you, it was only a misunderstanding. When Lu Baiqiu stood and blocked the front, Li Qiye paused for a moment and looked at Lu Baiqiu. Then, he withdrew his heaven-like fingers before dismissively speaking, Regent Lord Lu, there are times when your face alone is insufficient. Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but wryly smile. As a disciple of the static stream country, she couldn't just stand there and watch Li Qiye massacre its people. She then quickly spoke, our royal lord only wanted to speak to Brotherly about the lost island. There was a misunderstanding, I hope that Brotherly can forgive us. At this time, the royal lord had a shocked countenance. He saw the Kunpeng above Li Qiye's head and took in a deep breath. The emperor aura soaring in the sky caused him to realize that he had kicked a steel wall. Since the person cultivated an emperor law, without a doubt, he was from an immortal emperor lineage. Their static stream country could not afford to provoke such a lineage. Which emperor's sect is fellow Taoist from? The royal lord inquired while shivering inside. He couldn't do anything but bend down. A grand sovereign was far from enough to mess with an immortal emperor lineage, let alone a little sovereign like him. Li Qiye glanced at the royal lord and said, out of respect for Regent Lord Lu, I shall let go of this matter this time. You can go and meet me on the island with Regent Lord Lu alone. With that, he turned around and quickly disappeared as he headed towards his island. Many of the accompanying experts were shocked at Li Qiye's tone when he addressed the ruler of a country. Regent Lord Lu, follow me to the island. The royal lord took a deep breath. As a royal lord, he he couldn't help but consider himself superior at times. However, he was also an experienced man and knew when to back down. "Your Majesty." Many experts were alarmed when they heard that the royal lord wanted to go to the island by himself and wished to become the vanguard, but the royal lord stopped them with a wave of his hand. "Even if all of you come along, it would only end in even more meaningless deaths. Wait here." When a little sovereign like him was insufficient, other experts would just be giving up their lives trying to oppose Wuxia. After the royal lord entered the island, the other experts went into a battle-ready formation. As long as there was any sign from within, they would immediately rush in for the rescue. Wuxia was sitting directly on the island. The moment the royal lord saw him, he calmed himself and bowed down towards Wuxia with a slightly submissive attitude and said, "This time, my static stream country only wanted to ask about the matter of the lost island. I didn't expect for such a misunderstanding to occur, truly unfortunate." The royal lord was a smart man. All the old cultivators like him were as wily as devils and knew the right time for small sects like them to acquiesce. In his eyes, Wuxia came from an immortal emperor lineage, a monstrous existence that his country could not afford to deal with. Moreover, Wuxia's strength was clearly enough to defeat a heavenly sovereign. This why was the royal lord first chose to admit his faults in order to ease the atmosphere between them. He was quite resentful after being put down at the bottom of the sea by Wuxia. A genius like him being suppressed by an unknown junior was an extremely shameful matter. Such a master. I actually want to personally witness his strength. The static stream royal lord's gaze became fierce as he spoke with austerity. Having said that, divine rings emanated from his body. Without a doubt, the royal lord was a powerful heavenly sovereign. "Your Majesty, you shouldn't." Lu Baiqiu became aghast after hearing this and quickly spoke, "Brother Li is only here for the mythical island and not to oppose our static stream country." "Regent Lord Lu, what do you mean by that?" Xian Shaojun sneered, "Hurting our disciples and shaming our imperial advisor, how is this not opposing our static stream country? His Majesty is invincible, so what can a little junior do? Could it be that Regent Lord Lu is on the same side as that Li Gai and wants to collude with the enemy?" Chapter 395, Beginning of the Storm. In fact, the static stream royal lord did not mean to start a feud with Wuxia in the beginning. However, as a royal lord, he couldn't help but act a bit imperiously. He didn't expect for Wuxia to be so ruthless as to immediately kill someone at the first sign of discord. The royal lord became even more wary toward such a ruthless man since when a person of this type took action, they held no reservations. Wuxia looked at the lord and said, "Forget it. You seem like a reasonable person with a sense of propriety, so I won't make it difficult for you." The royal lord sighed in relief after hearing these words. He was a bit regretful of listening to Xian Shaojun's urging instead of Lu Baiqiu's advice, otherwise, this troublesome matter wouldn't have happened. "This time, I came to inquire about the lost island. I heard Regent Lord Lu say that the lost island was found by you. I wonder if you can tell me a thing or two about it." The royal lord quickly said. If Lu Baiqiu wasn't so tolerant, then she would have been stricken with anger thinking that Wuxia wanted to humiliate her. Wuxia looked at her and calmly spoke, "Don't think that controlling my carriage for me is dishonorable. Not too many people in the 9 worlds are qualified to control my carriage. If it is someone I don't like, then even if their talents were better or they came from an amazing background, they still wouldn't be eligible to be my driver." Wuxia was not bragging. Since ancient times, the moment his carriage appeared, all gods retreated and immortal emperors had to welcome him. And his drivers were virtuous paragons capable of forming their own countries. Lu Baiqiu became astounded. Such nonchalant words from Wuxia carried an indescribable confidence as if it was part of the natural order. If these words came from someone else, then she would have thought that they were nonsensically blustering, but Wuxia's speech seemed to dictate that this was how it should be. After calming down, Lu Baiqiu's pretty eyes blinked as she smiled, "Even if I am willing to drive for you, do you have a carriage?" Finished speaking, she intentionally looked at Li Qie as if asking where his carriage was. Lu Baiqiu was a valiant and straightforward girl. Her slight smile was a refreshing scene, and it was indeed a bit charming. "There will be a carriage," Li Qie leisurely said. "Think about it carefully, this opportunity is quite rare." Li Qie's tone left Lu Baiqiu in deep thought. If other people offered her a driving position and then told her to think about it carefully, she would have thought that they were insane, but Li Qie's words caused her to really think it through in silence. Due to the static stream country deliberately spreading the news, the information about the Lost Islands quickly traversed the distant cloud and then to all the other 3 regions. Lost mythical island? Isn't it only a legend? After hearing about the island's appearance, many cultivators from the great powers were skeptical. However, the great powers who were close to the static stream country quickly sent scouts and really found the divine island lost inside the mist in the ocean. Not long later, many great powers confirmed its appearance, and the skeptics began to believe this matter. In a short amount of time, internal discussions were rampant inside these great powers. Some sects especially convened meetings to discuss the Lost Island. The mythical island is only a legend and no one had ever found it since the start of time, but it suddenly appeared now without any prior indication. This is a bit too strange. Many great characters wish to wait and see. A different sect master said, "Rumor has it that this Lost Island has existed since the legendary era, but no one knows what the place actually contains." Especially when masters who wanted to cross the sea mist to enter the islands were devoured, many sects adopted a wait-and-see attitude instead. However, the next message made many people unable to sit still in their chairs. A message with unknown origin suddenly declared that immortal medicines had appeared on the Lost Island. Chapter 396, A Fiancé Out of Nowhere, Immortal Medicines Appeared. Having heard this news, even great characters could no longer sit still as they immediately inquired about this matter. In the beginning, many remained skeptical. But later on, someone vowed seeing an immortal light piercing down onto the Lost Island, and that they heard the cries of dragons and phoenixes. The miracle of the legendary age is about to appear. Afterwards, many smaller reports came from all around the distant cloud region, and they were getting more and more outrageous. Some said that a true immortal was about to come into being, while others stated that true dragons and immortal phoenixes were descending. There were a few statements regarding the appearance of an immortal potion as well. These messages were everywhere, including people who swore on their lives that they saw all kinds of strange phenomena out at sea, including dragons and immortals. As these bits of gossip were flying around, many great powers sent their own to watch the Lost Island. Just like the rumors, in a short amount of time, many changes happened to the Lost Island shrouded in mist. Sometimes, strange images would appear, or a golden light would rush out as if an immortal was visiting the mortal realm. Wondrous hymns emanated from the island, but screams were even more common. It was as if the island was a prison of devils from the ancient ages. Could it be that this is the sign of the immortal medicine? Many experts wondered after seeing all these strange images. All of a sudden, many great powers who initially intended to wait became impatient and planned on entering the Lost Island, but the experts who attempted to do so were swallowed by the mist and turned into blood. This scene was extremely frightening, causing people's hair to stand on end. Although the mist lingered like a beast wanting to devour trespassing cultivators, human hearts remained greedy for the immortal medicine. Even Lu Baiqiu, who was staying with Li Qie, had heard all of these things. These were all messages intentionally spread by Li Qie, but now they had traveled far and people actually confirmed that immortal medicines were there on the Lost Island. Since these two were the first to find the Lost Island, and knowing that Li Qie had intentionally spread these messages, Lu Baiqiu did not believe any of it. But now, these rumors had escalated to the point of becoming truths. This caused Lu Baiqiu to be surprised as she asked Li Qie, "What is there on the Lost Island? Are immortal medicines and miracles really descending? What is there on the island you say?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile at her question. There could be immortal medicines, and there could also be miracles. Really? Lu Baiqiu had to take a calming breath. She assumed that Li Qiye only wished to spread false rumors when he asked their lord to propagate them. On this lost island, immortal medicines and miracles are not worth anything compared to the true existence there. Li Qiye said with a relaxed smile. Lu Baiqiu shivered after hearing such words. Just what were immortal medicines? These were priceless treasures even for virtuous paragons. To cultivators, although physique pastes could strengthen the flesh, longevity medicines could prolong life, and fate pills could solidify one's foundation, all of these pills had a limit. For example, once the lifespan of great characters dried up, they could only use a certain amount of longevity medicine before it stopped being effective. At this time, they must use different divine treasures to prolong their life, and among these things, immortal medicines were the best option. Moreover, these medicines were all-purpose panaceas that were capable of growing new bones and flesh, prolonging life by 1,000 years, and solidifying one's foundation. Real immortal medicines were priceless treasures craved by all no matter who they were. After calming down, Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but ask, then what is this item that exists on the lost island? What in the world could make immortal medicines seem like nothing? Well, Li Qiye cheerfully smiled with narrowed eyes and continued, I'm afraid no one in this world knows. Only after coming onto the lost island will you know just what kinds of things you will find. Who would actually be privy to the truth about an immemorial legend? And who could be so sure of what exists there? Intuition told Lu Baiqiu that Li Qiye must know what it was, but Li Qiye didn't want to tell her, so she didn't dare to pry further. Meanwhile, many people were clamoring about the lost island outside. While they wanted to reach the island, Li Qiye continued staying on his small island without a care for the outside world. He didn't do anything outside of cultivating. However, the static stream royal lord brought someone to see Li Qiye one day. Before they could come, Lu Baiqiu had already informed him, a protector from the Thousand Carp River wants to see you. A Thousand Carp River's protector. Li Qiye opened his eyes after hearing this, but he didn't pay it any mind. Not long after, the royal lord brought an old man onto the small island. The old man was also a little sovereign. Young noble Li, this person is Protector Shao of the Thousand Carp River. The royal lord quickly made introductions. Although this Protector Shao might not be that much stronger than the royal lord, even he who was the ruler of a country was very respectful towards this protector. It was not unreasonable for the royal lord to show this level of respect. Despite being the ruler of a country, there was no good reason for him to put on airs before a Thousand Carp River's protector. The Thousand Carp River was one of the two most powerful immortal emperor lineages, and it was the only emperor lineage built by the demon race at the hands of immortal Emperor Qianli. Remember that immortal Emperor Qianli was one of the last three emperors during the emperor's era. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, immortal Emperor Yin Tian, and immortal Emperor Qianli were the last three emperors. It could be said that in the sacred netherworld, immortal Emperor Qianli was the one closest to the present, thus the Thousand Carp River that was erected by him had plenty of frightening emperor's power remaining. The sex influence was still great due to having the most recent emperor, so in spite of there being other ancient kingdoms more powerful within the sacred netherworld, even dual emperor kingdoms were quite wary of the Thousand Carp River. The static stream country was nothing compared to a huge monster like the river sect, not to mention that the country had always been a tributary state. Thus, the royal lord being respectful to Protector Shao was understandable. You are that Li Qiye. Although Protector Shao was not an ostentatious person, he was still arrogant before Li Qiye. He simply gave him a glance and said slowly. That Li Qiye. Li Qiye lightly smiled. He would remain nonchalant even before a more unfathomable character, let alone a mere protector. He looked at the protector and said, I'm the only Li Qiye that I know of among the people I've met. Protector Shao slowly spoke, today, I came here on the orders of the elders in the sect to break up this engagement with you. At this time, Protector Shao purposely acted in a very amiable manner, at least, in his eyes. Engagement? What engagement? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. As for the royal lord and Lu Baiqiu, they naturally became a bit astounded, especially the royal lord. When the protector said that he wished to see Li Qiye, he believed that it was about the matter of the lost island, and he was living in anxiety due to this. However, after listening to the contents of this conversation, he couldn't resist being surprised. You obtained a piece of jade at the Soaring Remembrance Village, correct? Protector Xiao deepened his tone. This was only caused due to a moment of anger from a little girl. As long as you and Yunzhu dissolve this marriage, our Thousand Carp River will not mistreat you. What? Having heard this, the royal lord and Lu Baiqiu were instantly shocked, but they immediately shut their mouths. Oh, you are talking about that little girl from the Soaring Remembrance Village. Li Qiye suddenly understood and looked at Protector Xiao, then he replied with a smile, what does my fiancé, whom I have never met before, have to do with the Thousand Carp River? Li Qiye initially didn't care about this marriage arrangement back at the Soaring Remembrance Village. In fact, it was not so easy to become his fiancé. Yunzhu is our Thousand Carp River's descendant. Protector Xiao said in a serious manner, not just anyone can be her match. Protector Xiao's words were obvious enough. Today, he came to end this arrangement. Otherwise, which unknown junior would be worthy of his presence? Lu Baiqiu and the royal lord were astonished as well, since Lan Yunzhu, the descendant of the Thousand Carp River, was a legend among the younger generation. She was a person with dual saint talents. Despite so many geniuses appearing at the Thousand Carp River, she was soon chosen as their descendant. Keep in mind that an immortal emperor lineage like the Thousand Carp River would never lack potential candidates for this position, yet someone with a humble background like Lan Yunzhu was chosen as the descendant by the elders at such a young age. This was telling of her talents. One had to know that not only was Lan Yunzhu talented, she also had an indescribable beauty. Even if she was not the prettiest girl in the distant cloud, she was definitely amongst the top 5. Countless young geniuses in the distant cloud fell in love with her at first sight and lost their minds for her. Many geniuses from other emperor lineages came to propose, but all were refused. Immortal medicines appeared. Having heard the news, even great characters could no longer sit still as they immediately inquired about this matter. In the beginning, many remained skeptical. But later on, someone made a vow about seeing an immortal light piercing down onto the lost island, and that they heard the cries of dragons and phoenixes. The miracle of the legendary age is about to appear. Afterward, many smaller reports came from all around the distant cloud region, and they were getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 397, Breaking the Marriage Arrangement. Lan Yunzhu, the descendant of the Thousand Carp River, a famous genius of the distant cloud, and a beauty that captivated the hearts of many young men. The static stream royal lord and Lu Baiqiu were dumbfounded, since they didn't expect that Li Qiye was actually Lan Yunzhu's fiancée despite her having so many suitors. This news was really shocking to the two of them. A girl like Lan Yunzhu was a high and above existence, but now it turns out that she was actually betrothed to a nameless person. So what if she is the Thousand Carp River's descendant? Li Qiye responded in a lazy manner, even fairies from the 9 heavens are nothing special. Protector Xiao almost vomited blood from anger, but he calmed down in order to successfully cancel this marriage. Young friend, today, our Thousand Carp River came with sincerity. He even lowered his prideful attitude even more. As long as young friend is willing to cancel this marriage, everything will be easily negotiable. Treasures, immortal gifts, the finest of items, our Thousand Carp River can discuss giving you all of these things. And if you want to, you can even join our sect and become a disciple. The recruitment for an emperor's lineage disciple was extremely stringent. Protector Zhao's rhetoric did show that their sect came with goodwill. Yes, that does indeed show some good faith. Li Qiye sometimes had a really bad temperament. He was the type who liked soft attitudes, not hard ones. If the opponent was arrogant, then he would be even more aggressive. Li Qie then said with a smile, but to me, sincerity is not just about treasures or immortal gifts. If you really want to cancel this marriage, let her come and tell me in person, then I might think about it. It isn't a bunch of old men from your Thousand Carp River getting married, so why are you all taking charge of this? Of course, this marriage was just an accident to Li Qie. If the girl really wanted to cancel this engagement, he personally didn't mind it at all. However, if the Thousand Carp River wished to forcefully cancel it, then he wanted to torture them a bit. Protector Xiao was very exasperated and really wanted to teach this stinky brat a lesson, but he was still able to hold back. Li Qie began losing interest in an old man like Protector Xiao and no longer wished to debate any further. Protector Xiao became angrier and angrier, but he still managed to maintain a friendly tone as he said with seriousness, "You can think about it. This is a great opportunity for you. Let the static stream Royal Lord pass on your response once you have figured it out." After Protector Xiao left, Li Qie smiled and murmured, "Immortal Emperor Qian Li's future generations are actually not bad." Despite Protector Xiao still acting arrogantly, in the end, he still didn't use his background to bully people and forcefully dissolve this marriage. Otherwise, Li Qie would have been happy to teach these old men a lesson in Immortal Emperor Qian Li's stead. "You. Since when did you become Fairy Zhu's fiancé?" After the protector left, Lu Baiqiu asked. She was no longer able to bear her curiosity. Rumor has it that many people had proposed to Lan Yunzhu, but all of them were rejected, so this fiancé appearing out of nowhere was really too sudden. "I picked up this marriage arrangement on the road." Li Qie smiled and said. Lu Baiqiu was out of words. Lan Yunzhu was one of the prettiest and most powerful goddesses in the distant cloud, so how could becoming her fiancé be so easy? If one could pick up such a thing by just walking on the road, then countless people would have been walking non-stop. If Lu Baiqiu knew that this marriage arrangement really was picked up by accident, then she definitely would be even more aghast. The Thousand Carp River coming to cancel the marriage was only a small matter to Li Qie. He still stayed on the small island and waited for the right opportunity to enter the lost mythical island. And during this period of time, the Thousand Islands became busier and busier as more experts from the great powers rushed here. The sky of the islands was filled with flying treasures and huge beasts heading towards the ocean. Moreover, every day, the sky of the islands was filled with blood energy. The auras of heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings towered in the sky since countless great characters from the big powers had personally come. Such a grand scene caused the island's cultivators to feel nervous for the inevitable storm. In order to avoid being caught up in this trouble, after the royal lord received Li Qie's order, he immediately evacuated his disciples and even the residents of the islands. Especially when one great power after another appeared, the static stream royal lord became even more cognizant of the eventual storm, so he hurried the evacuation process. Of course, this evacuation was only temporary. They would come back after the trouble was over. During this period, constant explosions could be found each day out in the sea. Sometimes, the earth would even shake as huge tidal waves reached the sky itself. At the Lost Island's location, dazzling radiance was a common sight. Some emanated from treasures, and some were immortal lights that came from inside the Lost Island. It is not just the distant cloud anymore, even great characters from the Misty Field, Nether Border, and Green River have arrived. Lu Baiqiu had been keeping contact with the outside and constantly informed Li Qie. She couldn't help herself from worrying. In the last few days, some jewel sovereigns have arrived and almost flipped the ocean over. Should we leave this place first? No. Li Qie shook his head and then said with a cheerful countenance, "If jewel sovereigns have come, then we can go take a look." Li Qie and Lu Baiqiu went to the sea once more. Compared to the last visit, the island was a lot more chaotic this time. Many flying treasures were stopped above the ocean with gigantic vessels hovering in the sky along with pavilions and divine mountains. There were many cultivators, including great characters, who wished to reach the lost mythical island, but some of them were also here just to watch the fun. Some rode strange-looking beasts while others were on flying treasures. Some were situated above the sea while there were also those who chose to just stay in the water. And there were many great changes within the fog-shrouded lost island itself. Its dome had 7 colored rays beaming outward with continuous transformations. Sometimes, they took the form of majestic sceneries, divine beasts, or just disappeared altogether. Magnificent cries emanated from the island along with beastly howls as if there was a fierce creature imprisoned on the island. Even the mist surrounding the island had changed and turned into a faint crimson mist. This bloody color was from the remnants of those cultivators who wished to cross the mist. They intended to forcefully enter the island, but were devoured and turned into a bloody mist in just a second, becoming part of this never-dissipating layer. Wuxia couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he gazed at the great changes taking place on the lost island and didn't speak for a long time. Now, right outside of the fog, the great powers had started to divide the ocean into their own camps and built small territories on the surface to house their armies. What was even more impressive was that above the mists, there were great characters with divine rings around them in all cardinal directions. The auras emitted by their bodies caused all the great demonic beasts in the sea to run. They were surely unfathomable characters. Some were heavenly sovereigns, some were heavenly kings. They were all mighty rulers of their own countries or sects who rarely showed themselves, but all of them appeared right here in the present. Nightwalker sect, Coiling Dragon Country, Sky Towering Gate. Looking at the camps from all of these powers, Lu Baiqiu could recognize their insignias and murmured, so many top-level sects are here. Not just great powers, even a few old undyings who didn't want to come into being are also here right now along with a few ancestors. At this time, a person suddenly appeared right next to Wuxia and continued on. Yesterday, the Ironstone Valley's ancestor also came. He wanted to force his way into the lost island, but alas, he was instantly rendered into a bloody mist. Lan Yunzhu, the descendant of the Thousand Carp River, a famous genius of the distant cloud, and a beauty that captivated the hearts of many young men. The static stream royal lord and Lu Baiqiu were dumbfounded since they didn't expect that Wuxia was actually Lan Yunzhu's fiancée despite her having so many suitors. This news was really shocking to the two of them. A girl like Lan Yunzhu was a high and above existence, but now it turns out that she was actually betrothed to a nameless person. So what if she is the Thousand Carp River's descendant? Wuxia responded in a lazy manner. Even fairies from the 9 heavens are nothing special compared to others. Chapter 398, Taoist Heaven. Calculating. The person that appeared out of nowhere was a young man around the age of 20. He wore a Taoist robe while holding a fan with the word, calculate, on it. He was adorned with a Taoist crown and showed an experienced demeanor. Moreover, his face wore a mysterious smile as if he was hiding many secrets. This man suddenly coming around with a very familiar expression caused Lu Baiqiu to look at Wuxia. She thought that this young man was his friend. I am Taoist Heaven. Calculating, my words of steel can end life and predict the future. This young Taoist smiled to greet Wuxia and Lu Baiqiu, then he continued on with a seasoned look, I am here because of fate and meeting fellow Taoists is its working. Do you too want to have your fortune read? Although Taoist Heaven. Calculating assumed a veteran and proper appearance, his age betrayed him. Especially when he asked if Wuxia and Lu Baiqiu wanted their fortune read, he gave off the air of a charlatan. We don't need any divination. Lu Baiqiu shook her head and said, a cultivator aims to defy the heavens and change their own fate, so why the need for divination? Lu Baiqiu's words were already quite polite. For others, upon seeing a trickster like this, they would have chased him away much earlier. Miss is a bit mistaken. I can see through the past, present, and the future. If you can see your future fate, then all the dangers in your future cultivation path will become harmless. Taoist Heaven. Calculating quickly solicited his business. I can calculate the heavens above and the gods below, see through the past across the ages. In order to drum up his business, this Taoist spewed out a deluge of heavenly flowers as if he could actually back up his words. She also wanted to ask why the Taoist ran away in fear as if he had seen a ghost after reading Li Qia's palm. Oh! At this time, a dragon's roar radiated throughout the vast sea. A golden dragon soared above the mythical island and disappeared in its deepest location. Is that the mythical golden dragon? Even though it was just a passing scene, this shocked many people in this part of the ocean. A real mythical beast had always been part of legends, no one had actually seen them. Today, all of them saw a golden dragon flying in the sky, and this was too astonishing. Could there really be immortal medicines? It is said that immortal medicines are naturally guarded by mythical beasts. At this time, even a few great characters waiting right outside the mist became quite impatient. In just a short moment, there was an upheaval above the ocean as many people wished that they could reach the island in order to find these mythical immortal medicines. Open. Finally, a great character standing right outside of the mist became impatient and exuded a divine light. He roared with a vigor capable of destroying a star. Boom! After his attack, a clear pathway penetrated the fog, revealing a visible vacuum. This great character was indeed amazing and was absolutely of the ancestor level. He could easily pluck the stars and moon in the sky. At this moment, unrivaled treasures emerged all around this ancestor's body. He then turned into a flood dragon and used an incalculable speed to rush into the vacuum space he created in order to reach the lost island. Many held their breath while watching this ancestor. Earlier, an ancestor had already died in the mist, so everyone wanted to see someone capable of creating a miracle right now. Fuff. However, the moment the ancestor stepped into the vacuous space in the mist, no matter how many treasures were protecting his body or how strong his own power was, he was instantly annihilated as his body turned into a bloody mist without being given even a chance to scream. Such a terrible scene sent terror through all the spectators and stopped all of those who wanted to reach the island on the spot. Lu Baiqiu lost her mind from fear as cold sweat drenched her palms. She also wanted to rush into the island during the initial discovery, but fortunately, Li Qia stopped her. Otherwise, her result would have been the same as this ancestor just now. Even a powerful ancestor like this was instantly turned into a bloody mist, so her fate would be needless to say. The bloody mist that was once the ancestor slowly integrated itself into the mist, causing the whole entity to become even more crimson. The current crimson mist in the sea became even more demonic, causing people's hair to stand on end. We shall go back now, the time is not yet ripe. Li Qia gently shook his head and turned around. He must wait even longer before crossing this mist. Chapter 399, Pressure from the Thousand Carp River. After Li Qia returned to his small island, the static stream royal lord was already waiting there. Young noble Li, the Thousand Carp River asked me to inquire about whether you have thought about it or not. The royal lord was in a bit of a dilemma after being sandwiched by Li Qia and the Thousand Carp River. Needless to say, the burden of this hard work fell on his shoulders. It seems that the Thousand Carp River is very worried. Li Qia said with a smile. The static stream country felt quite helpless inside. How could the Thousand Carp River not be in a rush? Lan Yunzhu was their descendant that had been groomed with countless efforts. It would be strange if the sect didn't go insane at the prospect of her marrying an outsider. The royal lord then quickly took out a tray with many different pills laid on top that exuded a pleasing medicinal fragrance, causing others to relax. Young noble Li, this is a small token from the Thousand Carp River. The sect hopes that you can quickly make a decision. The royal lord placed the small tray in front of Li Qia. 5 transformation fate pills. Li Qia smiled and said, "Oh. The Thousand Carp River wants to serenade me first. But these are only 5 transformation fate pills, they are still a bit lacking." The Thousand Carp River didn't say that these pills would be enough, they only wished for both sides to have a good start. This is only a small token. The royal lord quickly tried to smooth things over. Li Qiye didn't care to look any further and casually handed the pills to Lu Baiqiu on the side and lightly said, "You can keep them for your own use." Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but become lost in a daze. 5 transformation fate pills were not something a region lord and someone who had only stepped into the royal noble realm like her could enjoy. They were extremely precious since they were pills for ancient saints. Obviously, they also had great benefits for royal nobles. Even the elders inside the static stream country that wanted a 5 transformation fate pill would not find it easy to obtain one. However, these pills were akin to garbage in Li Qiye's mind. As he gave them to her, he didn't even bother to look at them. Such a style was not something a small country like the static stream could compare to. The static stream royal lord wryly smiled and thought that people from emperors' lineages were indeed not the same as the disciples from ordinary great powers. Such extravagance of not even caring for 5 transformation fate pills. When does young noble Li plan on going to the Thousand Carp River? The royal lord quickly asked. It was not easy for him being in the middle of Li Qiye and the sect. If the river truly wants to cancel this marriage, then let Lan Yunju personally tell me. A bunch of old men does not need to worry about this. Li Qiye didn't pay it any mind as he said with a smile. The royal lord wanted to cry, but no tears would come out. He had no way of reporting such an answer. Li Qiye was really a bit too overbearing. The elders from the river were all great characters who could shake a domain with a single stomp of their foot. Very few people of the younger generation dared to disrespect them, but Li Qiye didn't care for the elders at all. Maybe this was the boldness of a disciple from an emperor's lineage. The royal lord wanted to leave, but he hesitated a few times as if he wanted to say something. He ended up stopping 2 or 3 times. If royal lord has something to say, go ahead and say it. Li Qiye noticed this and saved him from this difficult state. After some hesitation, the royal lord still spoke in the end. Young noble should really give them an answer soon. I heard people over there say that although the river wants to resolve this matter in a friendly manner, there are also those who wish to use a more high-handed approach. A high-handed approach? Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and grinned, revealing his teeth that were as white as snow. The static stream royal lord said with a wry smile, young noble already knows, but it is not easy for the river sect to train a descendant. Its inner power has quite a few people who wish for Fairy Zhu to find a companion from the sect itself instead of an outsider. Don't let one's own fertile water flow into others' fields. Li Qiye could understand this matter. In fact, this was the traditional practice of many great powers. I heard several high elders from the sect were very adamant about this. The royal lord reminded Li Qiye. To the royal lord, regardless of the result of this marriage between Li Qiye and Lan Yunju, he was just hoping that this would end soon. Being stuck between the two of them was a very painful thing. If this went on any longer, it would be even more difficult for him. Adamant? Li Qiye rubbed his chin and smiled. I actually like the rough ways of doing things. Very well, if the river wants me to end this soon, then I'll go visit them. Visit the Thousand Carp River. Having heard this, the royal lord was startled with a changed expression. Li Qiye's words were not very friendly at all in the ears of the listeners. It was as if he wished to release his anger upon the sect. Don't worry, I have always been a peace-loving person. If the sect is willing to negotiate, then I'll go and speak to them in a nice manner. Li Qiye gave a devilish smile. Lu Baiqiu and the royal lord couldn't help but glance at each other. The sky would fall before they trusted his words. Just one unfriendly exchange of words and he immediately killed someone. If he was a peace-loving person, then everyone in this world would be accomplished monks. Does young noble actually want to go to the Thousand Carp River? The royal lord said with a bitter expression, if you choose not to have a friendly settlement, then it would be the same as walking into a tiger's den. Of course, he was not actually worried about Li Qiye's safety. However, he didn't want this thing to escalate beyond control. If his static stream country became involved, then he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Tiger's den. Li Qiye responded with a smile, I am one without too many hobbies, but one of them is that when I know there is a tiger on the mountain, I love to go towards it. The royal lord's pain could be seen from his expression. If he knew that Li Qiye would do such a thing, he wouldn't have said anything even if he was beaten to death. Look at the situation now. Not only did he fail to persuade Li Qiye, he actually caused Li Qiye to go to the Thousand Carp River. But then he thought about it more carefully. If Li Qiye actually went to the river sect, it might not be a bad thing for their country. In the end, their country being stuck between the two truly was an awkward state. Baiqiu, do you want to go with me? Li Qiye was the type who immediately took action after making a decision, so he spoke to Lu Baiqiu. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Lu Baiqiu couldn't help but look at the royal lord. After some hesitation, the royal lord finally gave up with a wry smile and sighed, Regent Lord Lu can decide for yourself. No one would know whether the trip would end in good fortune or a disaster, so the royal lord let Lu Baiqiu decide her own fate. After pausing for a bit, Lu Baiqiu finally answered Li Qiye, I'll go with you. The royal lord gently sighed and left without saying anything. After he left, Lu Baiqiu immediately asked, Are we going to the river sect right now? Although she was not mentally prepared to face the storm since the result of this trip was unknown, this might be a good chance to broaden her horizons. In the end, the Thousand Islands was too small. If you don't have any arrangements to make, then we will go now. Li Qiye said, I'm actually looking forward to this trip. He couldn't help but smile at this point. The Thousand Carp River was a location worth remembering. What about the lost mythical island? Lu Baiqiu asked since she knew that Li Qiye came here for the island. Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, It is not so easy to land on the island. We can take our time and wait until there are enough people here. That will be when an opportunity arises. As long as enough blood was shed and enough lives were taken, there would be a chance to go to the lost island. Of course, Li Qiye wouldn't say these words out loud. Lu Baiqiu didn't have to make any arrangements, so she went with him to the Thousand Carp River. In fact, the static stream country was very far from the Thousand Carp River. Of course, it was not an issue for Li Qiye, it didn't take long before he got there. The Thousand Carp River was an emperor's lineage erected by immortal Emperor Qianli, and he used the river as its name. As an emperor's lineage, they had control of the majority of the land on the two banks of the river. And even if they didn't have direct control, many countries and sects on the two banks were subordinated to the sect. Its power and influence were both great. As the most recent immortal emperor of the sacred netherworld, Immortal Emperor Qianli's prestige remained strong. Despite being named after the river, the sect's ancestral ground was not built at the source of the river. Instead, it was built at the largest lake at the center of the river, the Thousand Carp Lake. When standing on top of the Thousand Carp Lake, no one would think that it was a lake since it looked more like an ocean. It was not strange to have such a feeling since, as the largest lake of the sacred netherworld, it was extremely vast. The lake's surface had majestic waves, just like a mighty ocean. There were many legends about the Thousand Carp Lake along with many hidden secrets. The distant cloud to the south had tales about how immortal Emperor Qianli came from this lake. Because of this origin, the emperor had the title Qianli. He even created the sect and placing the sect's emperor foundation right below this river. Of course, these were just anecdotes and no one knew the truth. The secrets hidden within the lake were just like the emperor, shrouded in mysteries. While standing above the lake, anyone could feel the moisture and spirit energy combined together to rush to their faces. It was as if the lake was a cornucopia of gathered worldly energy. After Li Qiye returned to his small island, the static stream royal lord was already waiting there. Young noble Li, the Thousand Carp River asked me to inquire about whether you have thought about it or not. The royal lord was in a bit of a dilemma after being sandwiched by Li Qiye and the Thousand Carp River. Needless to say, the burden of this hard work fell on his shoulders. It seems that the Thousand Carp River is very worried. Li Qiye said with a smile. The static stream country felt quite helpless inside. How could the Thousand Carp River not be in a rush? Lan Yunzhu was their descendant that had been groomed with countless efforts. It would be strange if the sect didn't go insane at the prospect of her marrying an outsider. Chapter 400, Finding the Fiancé. Li Qiye brought Lu Baiqiu next to the lake and could see the blue surging waves smashing into the bank. Looking around further, one could see many islands in the lake, creating a beautiful green scenery that had many magnificent buildings and mighty bridges. Many pavilions stood close to each other on these islands with ancient temples floating above the sky. There were even pagodas down below the surface of the lake, emanating formation array beams. Then, there were ships as big as islands entering the sky above the river. Amazing bridges connected these islands along with ancient tree trunks. The center of the lake was even more auspicious with a faint shrouding energy as if it was covered by a veil. It was extremely mysterious and caused others to want to go inside to see everything. However, the even more eye-opening aspect was not the landscape, but the demons entering and leaving this area. Many great demons were on patrol across the lake. Some had a human's head with a snake's body, then there were fishmen and turtle demons carrying thick shells. There were many demons living in the Thousand Carp River. It was the sect made of humans and demons, the most powerful symbol of these two races in the sacred nether world. Inside the river and amidst the deep grooves, sometimes there were dragon-like hymns as a flood dragon would appear in the lake, creating terrifying tidal waves. Is that a true dragon? The sound of the splashing water as a flood dragon jumped up then immediately dove back down to the lake incited Lu Baiqiu's question. It is only a flood dragon. Its bloodline is not even close to that of a true dragon. Li Qiye answered with a smile. Further in the horizon, one could see a type of phoenix fish swimming in schools together. The moment they jumped out from the lake's surface, they were like a group of phoenixes flying in the sky with immortal lights covering the atmosphere, illuminating the lake. On each of the boulders beneath the lake, there were turtles sleeping and absorbing worldly energy with an origin core in their mouth. Although these turtles had not reached the Tao, they had already obtained an amazing creation from this world. There were also monstrous crabs who were blowing out bubbles. Once these bubbles fell to the ground, they turned into jewels that some disciples immediately collected. Divine birds were nesting on the cliffs of these islands. They used precious grasses to build their nests, so despite lying in their nests, they still lit up the whole island with a five-colored radiance. Lu Baiqiu was astonished as she took in all of these rich scenes from the Thousand Carp Lake. She was just like an older wet nurse, visiting the house of a great official for the first time. Despite regularly seeing the ocean at the Thousand Islands, it was not as beautiful as the Thousand Carp Lake since it didn't have so many miraculous scenes. There were also demons in the Thousand Islands, but they were far from being as amazing as those found here. In fact, this was not strange at all. Many powerful experts of the river sect all came from the lake. This lake was a treasure ground, so many existences that grew here could eventually reach attainment and become a demon. After these creatures obtained their own sentience, they had the chance to join the Thousand Carp River and become a disciple. Moreover, these demons had a great advantage because they grew up inside the lake and accepted the grooming from this treasure ground, so their future path was very optimistic. One could say that more than half of the upper echelon of the Thousand Carp River were creatures from the lake that had turned into demons. Because of this, many people in the sacred nether world believed that the Thousand Carp Lake was an unfathomable treasure ground. There were even amazing characters who believed that there was a supreme treasure hidden beneath the lake. Standing above the lake caused Li Qiye to have many feelings. Such a familiar feeling. This boundless spirit energy from the river caused him to drown in memories. Before such a wondrous scene, who would know that in the past, this lake did not have such an appearance? Who would know that before the river sect was established here, no one would have thought that this place was a treasure ground? While the two of them spectated the area by the lake, a small patrol boat came by. Standing on the small boat was a shrimp demon with a human head and a shrimp body, wielding a pitchfork. He came closer and asked Li Chia and Lu Baiqiu, "Do fellow Taoists only wish to sightsee, or do you want to enter the sect?" To the sect, the lake produced many wondrous treasures, and this would lead to countless cultivators' greed. Thus, once outsiders came close to the lake, it would immediately lead to questioning from the patrolling disciples. "Go tell your elders that your sect's son-in-law is here to visit his maternal family," Li Chia said with a wide smile. His words caused this shrimp demon's expression to greatly change as it spoke with a grave tone. "Fellow Taoist, one can eat many things carelessly, but one cannot say careless words or else they might cause trouble for themselves." Lu Baiqiu was very kind, so she told the demon in a low voice, "This person is the fiancé of Fairy Zhu. He came here to see the elders of the sect." She indeed had good intentions and didn't want to see this shrimp demon offend Li Chia, that would lead to a disaster. This shrimp demon was distraught as he stared at Li Chia in disbelief. There was only one person referred as Fairy Zhu in their sect, and it was their young lord, Lan Yunju. It gazed at this ordinary-looking fella before it. Their princess was the prettiest in the southern distant cloud, someone who was adored and courted by countless descendants from the great powers. Even just within their sect, many geniuses had a crush on her, but no matter how amazing these geniuses were, none of them had earned their princess favor. Now, a fiancé suddenly appeared. Moreover, no matter from which angle one looked at it, this person looked ordinary. Ordinary appearance, ordinary temperament, and ordinary cultivation. The shrimp demon didn't dare to make a decision on its own regarding such a matter. It took a big breath and immediately said, "Wait here, I will immediately go and report this." Having said that, it galloped away and quickly disappeared in the mist. After it left, Li Chia looked at Lu Baiqiu and revealed a gentle smile. "It seems that you really have a kind heart, ah." Lu Baiqiu wryly smiled and said in a low voice, "We don't necessarily have to mess with the river sect till the point of an irreconcilable feud, right? If everyone just takes a step back, then we can all enjoy the boundless open vistas." Of course, Lu Baiqiu was different from Li Chia. She ultimately had a humble background, plus the static stream country was only a second-rate sect. She didn't have the power to oppose a huge monster like the Thousand Carp River. Take a step back. Li Chia softly smiled and shook his head to say, "That is not up to me, but up to them. If they wish to oppose me, then there is no need to take a step back." Lu Baiqiu could only secretly sigh. Although she hadn't followed Li Chia for a long time, she had a little understanding of Li Chia's personality. He only liked soft and not hard attitudes. The shrimp demon didn't dare to hide the matter and immediately reported Li Chia's arrival. This very quickly came to the elders' attention. In fact, through the course of the report, many hall masters and protectors were also surprised at this news. Lan Yunju's fiancé. Their first impression was that this was impossible. Lan Yunju was their Thousand Carp River's proud daughter, their princess. Even descendants from emperors' lineages were not worthy of her, so how could there be a fiancé out of nowhere? Nevertheless, this was a serious matter. Although some hall masters didn't believe this news, they still reported it to their superiors. "A bit courageous, actually coming to our door in person." After hearing this news, an elder immediately convened a meeting, resulting in another elder's resentment. An optimistic elder who wanted to resolve this marriage in a friendly manner said, "Maybe this Li Chia came to break off the engagement. If he is a cultivator of the southern distant cloud, then he should know better and know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Nothing would be better than him willingly canceling this marriage. I hope he knows what's best for him. Humph, if he came here to bargain, then all of his plans would be for naught." Another elder stated. An even more emotional elder declared, "Why must our Thousand Carp River negotiate with a nobody like this little brat? No matter if he is willing or not, we have to cancel this marriage. Give him something good and chase him away. Humph, if he doesn't know any better, then just capture him. We shouldn't break the friendly discourse so quickly. The Thousand Carp Rivers sect master, Taoist Bao Gui, shook his head and slowly said while sitting in his chair, "We have to discuss this with Yunju first, to see what she thinks about this. Sect master, Yunju is our Thousand Carp Rivers seed and descendant, we cannot marry her off to an outsider." An elder immediately expressed. Another elder added, "Yes, senior brother, Yunju is our sect's hope of reaching the heavens will in this generation. She has a big chance of becoming our sect's second immortal emperor. Plus, even if Yunju has to start a family, it cannot be with a nobody. At the very least, it has to be a descendant of an emperor's lineage." Taoist Bao Gui gently shook his head with a smile and said, "No matter what, we have to hear Yunju's opinion first. It is not like you guys don't know this girl's personality. Moreover, maybe the fella came with good intentions, so there is no need to start with force from the outset. Humph, to a nobody like this is a once-in-lifetime opportunity, a carp crossing the Dragon Gate, how could he give up such an opportunity?" An elder who was already antagonistic towards Li Chia exclaimed. In the end, Lan Yunju was their sect's biggest chance of grooming an immortal emperor in this generation. First, we must accommodate our guest and ask Lan Yunju before making any decisions. Taoist Bao Gui smiled, "Our sect is an honorable sect, not one that would go back on its words. He is a guest, so let the disciples treat him like an honored guest without any delay." Although some elders disagreed with this, since the sect master had decided, the other members didn't say anything else. Chapter 401, New Son-in-Law. After they came to a decision, the elders told the disciples to greet Li Chia. The shrimp demon cringed a bit after hearing the orders from the top. This was actually happening, and this person was the legitimate fiancé of the princess. He was glad that he did not snub Li Chia. "Honored guests, please follow me." The shrimp demon turned very polite without the slightest of delays. Li Chia and Lu Baiqiu rode in the shrimp demon's small boat as they entered the Thousand Carp Lake with the feeling as if they were entering a vast ocean. Eventually, the shrimp demon took the two of them onto an island atop the lake. It was an island meant for receiving guests, and the person who greeted the two of them could be considered an old acquaintance, Protector Shao. "My apologies for not being able to greet you earlier, welcome to our Thousand Carp River, young noble." Protector Shao exchanged greetings with a relatively welcoming smile. It was not easy for him to put on such a welcoming smile. In fact, Protector Shao was still very annoyed at Li Chia because ultimately, Li Chia was too arrogant, bringing about the Protector's dislike. Not to mention, as Lan Yunju's fiancé, not many people in the river sect had an amiable feeling towards him. This was blatantly digging from their house corners, so how could anyone be happy? Having thought of such things, Lu Baiqiu became quite anxious about this foreboding event that could pierce the sky. Nothing is inappropriate about this. There are many things that did not initially belong to them. Li Chia nonchalantly smiled and said. To be more exact, there were items in the sect that belonged to Li Chia. This time, he came by chance to see if the river sect was worthy of having such items, otherwise, he would take away these items from the past, these supreme immortal items. Lu Baiqiu gently sighed in her heart and didn't say anything else. She knew very clearly that she didn't have enough face to convince Li Chia otherwise. At this moment, she could only hope that Li Chia would not escalate this matter to an irreconcilable state. On the second day of their stay at the Thousand Carp Lake, Li Chia brought Lu Baiqiu out for a stroll. Although some disciples wanted to be their guide, Li Chia chose to deny this request. The truth was that the sect's disciples were not as familiar with this lake as Li Chia. At the inception of this location, Li Chia spent a lot of effort, so he knew more about the secrets of this lake than the disciples. Even the elders of the Thousand Carp River were no exceptions. The items and secrets hidden in this lake were clearly known by Li Chia. The lake had numerous islands. Some were continuous with interlinked sections while others were completely separated by the lake. Nevertheless, many of them were connected via divine bridges that towered over the sky all the way into the clouds. It was indeed a spectacular scene. Wuxia became immersed in memories as he took a deep breath while basking in the familiar and misty worldly energy that emanated from the lake. He once left an indelible footprint upon this place, the Thousand Carp Lake. Once upon a time, it was only a plain lake that did not garner any attention. But later on, he struggled to excavate the secrets of this place, and then immortal Emperor Qianli created the sect here to start their emperor's lineage. Unlike Li Qia, this was Lu Baiqiu's first time visiting the Thousand Carp Lake. She was struck with astonishment by many spectacles at the lake. This was indeed a land of immortals, a sacred place worth yearning for, a paradise for cultivators. The two of them encountered many disciples along the way and were met by a lot of whispers. Fingers were even pointed at them. There were also some disciples who carried a deep sense of hostility towards Li Qia. There were no walls in this world that were completely impervious to the wind. The news of Li Qia being Lan Yunju's fiancée had already secretly spread to the rest of the river sect, causing quite a commotion. Chapter 402, Yan Long. The older generation of the river sect only smiled while one of them shook their head. How could a nobody be a match for our Thousand Carp River's descendant? Not even descendants from emperors' lineages have such qualifications. The young disciples were also incensed, especially the young males who carried extreme hostility towards Li Qia. This matter should come as no surprise. Lan Yunju was the perfect girl in both talents and looks, thus she was the goddess and lover in the dreams of these young men. How could they not become outraged when their goddess suddenly gained a fiancé out of nowhere? Isn't that Sister Zhu's fiancé? I heard he came this time around to marry her. A young female disciple whispered to her brothers and sisters next to her. Sister Zhu's fiancé. There were also some students who were immediately shocked after hearing this as they responded, since when did Sister Zhu have a fiancé? Before this, the saint child of the Titanic Crescent sacred ground came to propose, but he was denied by the group of elders, so how could there be a fiancé now? His aura seemed to be able to burn all things, and even the disciples right behind him didn't dare to get close. This was a young man covered in flames that had intertwining universal laws surrounding him as if they wanted to turn into Tao scriptures. The blood energy from his body also appeared to be boiling due to this fire. His approach made people feel that their mouth was drying with a burning sensation. No one wanted to come close to such a dangerous person. The young man was very handsome. If it wasn't for his hair taking the appearance of little crimson snakes, others would actually think that he was the son of a fire god. The moment this young man came close, he looked down at Li Qia. In fact, his arrival had already attracted the attention of many disciples. It's the senior brother of the Thousand Carp River, Yan Long. Lu Baiqiu whispered to Li Qia with a shocked expression after seeing this young man. Yan Long was the prime disciple of the Thousand Carp River's younger generation. Many disciples once thought that if Lan Yunju didn't join the sect, maybe Yan Long would have been the current descendant. Although Yan Long referred to himself as a descendant of a fire dragon, his ancestor was only a demonic fire serpent that had an extremely strong affinity for fire. His talents were exceedingly high and he was greatly valued by the elders of the sect. He himself was the disciple of an elder. Senior brother is here. Many disciples quickly stopped to watch in anticipation once they saw Yan Long suddenly appear and approach Li Qia's location. Such a thing was not surprising to many disciples because the one who would oppose Lan Yunju having a fiancé the most was Yan Long. Despite the fact that Lan Yunju took his position as the descendant, Yan Long was not unhappy. The reason was very simple. Yan Long also liked Lan Yunju. The inner circle of the sect itself valued both of them together quite a bit. Lan Yunju was the river sect's descendant, so naturally, the elders didn't want her to marry an outside. Thus, there was once a high elder trying to match them together. The upper echelons were happy at the prospect of them becoming Dao companions, for this was not a bad choice at all. However, Lan Yunju was not interested in this arrangement made by the High Elder. Nevertheless, Yen Long still held on to this hope because even descendants from the other emperors' lineages could not move Lan Yunju. This meant that he, as the senior brother of the sect, still had some hope, especially with the support from the elders. Chapter 403, The Fiancé. Lan Yunju. Yen Long was very hopeful about this situation and had always thought that he was the most suitable Dao companion for Lan Yunju. But now, Lan Yunju's fiancé suddenly appeared, so how could this not be a huge blow to him? He even had the urge to kill Li Chia. Others could still stay calm with Li Chia's arrival, but Yen Long lost all of his patience and came to find him. He wished to teach Li Chia a lesson so that he would know better and quit. Yen Long looked at Li Chia in disdain. In his eyes, Li Chia's appearance was ordinary, and his cultivation was shallow, far from the apex. He contemptuously sneered, how could a common mortal like this be worthy of their sister? Truly an idiot's dream. So you are Li Chia? Yen Long snorted and said with an imperious tone as he glared at Li Chia. As the senior brother of the Thousand Carp River who had always enjoyed the highest level of respect, an unknown nobody like Li Chia was no different than a cockroach in his eyes. To Yen Long, trampling an unknown cockroach like Li Chia would be dirtying his shoes. Li Chia was too lazy to look at him or care for his words, he simply stood there to look at immortal Emperor Qian Li's statue. Brat, do you hear me? Li Chia ignoring him enraged Yen Long. In his opinion, even talking to a nobody like Li Chia was already a great honor for the brat, yet this brat didn't even bother to look at him. This was extremely humiliating. Where did this fly come from? It kept buzzing around non-stop. At this time, Li Chia slowly spoke while gently swinging his sleeve as if he wanted to chase this annoying fly away. Lu Baiqiu could only lament her fate after hearing Li Chia's aggressive words. At this moment, it would be difficult to stop this conflict. Many disciples from the river sect looked at each other in anger. Li Chia's bold tone was extremely disrespectful to their river sect. Some who viewed Yen Long as their love rival chose to watch by the side. Ignorant fool. Yen Long suddenly became outraged as he glared and spewed out a wave of flames that resembled a fire dragon, roaring towards Li Chia. The moment Yen Long took action, Li Chia narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold glint. Lu Baiqiu, who was right next to him, couldn't help but become startled. She was not worried for Li Chia since she already knew of his ferocity. Yen Long's fierceness was not enough compared to Li Chia. Pop! Before the fire dragon could even come close to Li Chia, it was already destroyed by a flick of a finger. Yen Long had been angered, but after seeing the person who dispelled his fire dragon, all of his anger suddenly vanished. A girl wearing a blue dress suddenly appeared right next to Li Chia. She then silently stood beside him with a transcendent air. The girl had a pair of spirited eyes that could bewilder spectators with their pure aura. Although her features shamed the moon and flowers, more people would pay attention to her wonderful temperament. Sister. Yen Long's anger dissipated after seeing this lady dressed in blue. He immediately put on his gallant posture and revealed a smile that could swoon countless young girls. Sister Lan. Seeing this lady in blue, many thousand carp disciples excitedly called out. The male disciples stared in obsession after seeing this charming, beautiful woman. Descendant of the Thousand Carp River, Fairy Zhu. Lu Baiqiu's expression changed after seeing this woman before her, feeling a sense of inferiority. Lan Yunju was indeed worthy of being the descendant of the river sect, a heaven's proud daughter of the distant cloud, and a famed beauty in the entire region. Li Chia couldn't help but smile after seeing the lady in blue beside him. He was too familiar with this girl since it was the person who he referred to as a fated old woman. Sister has finally broken through the trial. Yen Long happily exclaimed, Congratulations, I knew that this little trial was nothing to you. Lan Yunju gently nodded her head and greeted, "Thank you for your concern, but I wonder why you suddenly wanted to attack him." "Sister, this brat does not know the immensity of the heaven and earth and considered himself your fiancé. I want to teach this brat a lesson in your stead about a frog wanting to eat a swan's meat." Yanlong hurriedly replied. Li Qie couldn't help but smile, then he looked at Lan Yunju and said, "Fated old woman, if your senior brother wants to teach me a lesson, do you think it would be better if I fight back, or if you should do it?" Lan Yunju gritted her teeth after hearing these words. She couldn't help but glare at Li Qie. As for Yanlong, his anger had already reached the sky. "Thing that doesn't know life from death, you dare to insult my sister." Yanlong's flame suddenly soared forward. It was as if he had turned into a fire dragon and unleashed a move that covered the sky in flames, wanting to incinerate Li Qie. Pop! Lan Yunju gently stopped Yanlong again before he could harm Li Qie. Although she was quite angry at him, she was also someone who knew when to move forward and when to retreat. Although their senior brother was powerful, but not to mention an ancient saint like him, even a heavenly sovereign would not be able to handle Li Qie. 6 palaces and 9 stars, this was absolutely an existence worthy of fear. Heavenly sovereigns would turn pale when faced with such a heaven-defying existence. "Sister," Yanlong was surprised to see Lan Yunju blocking another attack. He suddenly felt jealous seeing Lan Yunju protect Li Qie twice. "Brother, this person is a guest. This is no way to treat our Thousand Carp River's guest," Lan Yunju dismissively said. Yanlong stopped with a hateful expression and said, "I'll spare this brat today out of respect for sister, but next time, I'll show him who's daddy." Li Qie couldn't be bothered to care for Yanlong and told Lan Yunju, "Very well, you guys can deal with your own sect stuff. Little girl, come to my place later." Having said that, he turned around and left. Lu Baichio's mouth was wide open as she stood there dumbfounded. This was the descendant of the Thousand Carp River. Countless talents respected her like a goddess, but Li Qie treated her like his own servant. Li Qie's attitude exasperated Yanlong's murderous fury while Lan Yunju couldn't do anything about it. As for the disciples standing to the side, they could only glance at each other speechlessly. Not long after he returned to his mansion, Lan Yunju came by. The moment she saw him, she angrily rolled her eyes at him and exclaimed, "You came here to stir trouble, right?" Li Qie leisurely said, "So what if I am? If you guys didn't come to provoke me, would I be running here to mess with you? To keep it simple, you guys brought this upon yourselves. This is the Thousand Carp River. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. Humph, if something happens, I want to see who will protect you." Lan Yunju angrily scowled. Li Qie couldn't help but smile and say, "Fated old woman, your words are mistaken. It is exactly because this is the Thousand Carp River that I can do as I please." "Please, uncle, your tone is so grand. Do you really think that you are invincible in this world?" Lan Yunju goaded. Her teeth were itching from anger because of this brat, so she also thought about teaching him a lesson. Li Qie nonchalantly replied, "Not quite invincible in this world yet. However, if there is a place where I want to go, there really is no one in this river that can stop me. Not even those old ancestors buried beneath the earth can do so." Lan Yunju snorted in response. Although she was a bit annoyed by Li Qie's attitude, she had to admit that this brat indeed had the ability to act arrogantly. 6 palaces and 9 stars. Even a genius with dual saint aptitudes like her felt inferior. "You guys know each other?" Lu Baichio finally had the opportunity to jump in. However, she felt that this question was a bit idiotic. They were engaged, so how could they not know each other? But then again, she felt as if this was not correct either. Li Qie never talked about Lan Yunju before. It was as if he didn't know about her, so why were they acting so familiar now? Well. Li Qie looked at Lan Yunju and cheerfully smiled, a certain person wanted to hide their identity and pretended to be an old housewife to cook for her fiancé. So it turns out that it was to check my identity. Please, uncle, you think too highly of yourself. Lan Yunju angrily glared at Li Qie and retorted, who would ever want a fiancé like you? It was merely a whim in order to experience the tough life of a mortal. Is that so? Li Qie looked at her and said, running to a random island in 1,000 islands to experience the hardships of mortal life? Out of all the places, you chose mine. This is too much of a coincidence, yeah. That is how I like it, don't you worry about it. Lan Yunju snappily exclaimed, and the 1,000 islands is not your home. I can come as I please, so what are you going to do about it? Lu Baiqiu watched the two bicker and couldn't help but chuckle. The two of them fighting seemed a bit like a young couple. Very well. Li Qie said with a wide smile, all in all, you have spied on me. So what do you think about your fiancé, and when are we going to get married? Bah, a toad trying to eat a swan. Lan Yunju's face blushed as she angrily exclaimed. Li Qie looked at her and said, fated old woman, I do enjoy being a toad eating a swan. However, a swan in my eyes is at least at the true immortal and immortal emperor level. You are still very far from being a swan. Chapter 404, Flirting, You. Lan Yunju's pretty eyes angrily stared at Li Qie as she felt the urge to beat him up. Li Qie leisurely asked Lan Yunju with a smirk, what do you want to do about this marriage arrangement? It seems that your 1,000-carp river is really eager to cancel it. Oh. Uncle, an old lady like me is still not in a rush, so why are you in a hurry? Lan Yunju said snappily. Li Qie then replied with a serious tone, how could I not be in a hurry? A wife suddenly appearing out of nowhere, this is not a good thing for me. You need to compensate for my losses. Brat, don't act as if you didn't gain something good from this. Lan Yunju was shaking in anger and wished that she could strangle this annoying brat to death. She was the descendant of the river sect, a princess that ruled over millions of miles, someone with countless suitors. And now, this brat was acting as if she was an old, unmarriageable grandma, and that it was a big loss for him to marry her. Countless geniuses wanted to earn her favor, yet this little devil dared to treat her like this. It was too frustrating. Li Qie leisurely replied, fated old woman, who said that I am just acting? I am already in a bind. Because of this marriage, your 1,000-carp river kept coming to my door to bother me. I am physically and mentally traumatized, so you need to do a good job to compensate for my suffering. Even Lu Baiqiu to the side was at a loss for words. Lan Yunju was indeed a great catch in the distant cloud region with her dual saint talents. And it was not just limited to the distant cloud, the entire sacred nether world was filled with so many geniuses that wanted to marry her. To these geniuses, marrying her was a blessing accumulated from doing good deeds during their past 3 lives. However, in her opinion, Li Qie was acting indignantly as if he was the victim of this marriage. Bah, so be it, there will be no marriage then. Who wanted to marry you anyway? Lan Yunju exasperatedly said. Li Qie took out the jade pendant that belonged to Lan Yunju and swung it around while leisurely smiling, not marrying is not a problem. This is your promissory item for marriage. You can take it back, but the question is, what will you give in order to reclaim it? Lu Baiqiu didn't know how to describe her feelings. Even descendants from emperors' lineages wished to marry Lan Yunju, but not Li Qie. Just what kind of person was he? A peerless beauty from the distant cloud, the descendant of the 1,000-carp river, a genius with dual saint talents, all of this seemed to be insufficient to Li Qie as he paid them no mind. The initially angry Lan Yunju suddenly shifted her eyes and changed her attitude. She revealed a charming smile like the blossoming of 100 flowers. She became more at ease and spoke, Uncle, do you really want to escape from me that quickly? Very well then, now I am in no hurry to cancel this marriage, so you can put away that promissory item. Nothing I can do about it, it is a sin to be so handsome. Li Qiye put away the jade pendant and cheerfully laughed. It seems that my supreme romantic charm has completely got you head over heels for me, making you want to marry me no matter what. Wow, Lan Yunju acted as if she wanted to puke and glanced at him to say, don't be so narcissistic. At this point, she put on Li Qiye's style as she narrowed her eyes and revealed a slight smirk to say, Uncle, wait until we are married. Then, I will take my time fixing you and beat you into a pig's head every day. Trust me, I am very competent at being a bad wife. Lu Baiqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she witnessed the two of them like this. Who would have thought that Lan Yunju, the fairy in everyone's eyes, would also have such a devilish side? Pop! Li Qiye slapped her butt and conveniently caressed it as well. Lan Yunju jumped up from shock and angrily glared at him. Seeing Lu Baiqiu standing right there, she became even more embarrassed and shouted, Brat, what are you doing? Li Qiye leisurely answered with a smile, I can't touch my wife's butt. Since you want to marry me. As the husband, I'm just giving you some early love. There is nothing wrong with this. Lu Baiqiu immediately looked away and acted as if there was nothing to see. In the entire sacred netherworld, maybe only Li Qiye would dare to flirt with Lan Yunju like this. Lan Yunju was a proper girl. No one had ever dared to tease her, let alone touch her butt, so she was suddenly embarrassed as her cheeks started to heat up. She was shaking with anger after being taken advantage of by Li Qiye. Little girl, you alone want to discipline me? You are still too young. Maybe cooking and acting like a housewife is doable, but as for being a bad, controlling wife, I'm afraid it is not possible. There are no girls that can put me on a leash. Li Qiye said with a smile. Lan Yunju was angry to the point where she swung her palm around in the air and snappily exclaimed, Little devil, just wait and see. One day, I'll teach you a lesson. Little girl, where are you going? Li Qiye said with a wide smile as he watched her leave. The now faraway Lan Yunju dismissively replied, Going to meet the elders. I have my own plans about my marriage and do not need interference from the sect. After she left, Lu Baiqiu whispered, Young noble, I think Fairy Zhu seems to like you, will you marry her? Li Qiye only gave Lu Baiqiu a look and gently shook his head with a smile without saying anything. Not long after Lan Yunju left, an uninvited guest came to visit. But rather than a visit, it was more like a forceful break-in. This was an old man with white hair and a beard. His blood energy was quite plentiful as divine rings orbited around his body as if they were shouldering individual worlds. Each ring looked like a gigantic star while he appeared to be a giant. A suppressive aura that could render others breathless came along with his arrival. There was a total of 81 rings around his body. This meant that he was an amazing jewel sovereign at grand accomplishment. Despite the passing of the difficult Dao era, heavenly sovereigns were still a rare sight, let alone a powerful jewel sovereign. A grand accomplishment jewel sovereign was indeed someone worthy of awe and fear. You are Li Qiye. This old man entered with an oppressive momentum. He didn't even bother to look straight at Li Qiye, it was as if Li Qiye was only an insignificant insect. Where did this little buzzing fly come from? Li Qiye met the old man's arrogance with an even more boisterous tone. He also didn't bother to look at the old man while he performed a fly-swatting motion with his hand. Lu Baiqiu immediately held his sleeve and whispered after hearing Li Qiye's arrogant reply, This is Elder Lin, Yen Long's master. The old man's eyes became fierce as he exuded a frightening aura that emanated throughout the room. Lu Baiqiu had a weak cultivation, so she had difficulty breathing amidst this oppression. Don't act all high and mighty within my domain. State your business or do not bother me. At this time, Li Qiye finally gave him a cold glare. The elder replied with a similar chilling tone, Brat, be smart and drop this marriage with Yunju. One should know their own place in this world. Yunju is our descendant, so you are not worthy of her. Let go of this marriage and the 1,000 Carp River will not mistreat you. You can leave this place with treasures and go as far as you want. It is best to never return to the distant cloud. Is this your wish, or the 1,000-carp rivers? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile at Elder Lin's sudden and threatening intrusion. Elder Lin came to threaten him for a reason. Yen Long was his disciple. Meanwhile, inside the 1,000-carp river, he was the one who wished for a marriage between Yen Long and Lan Yunju the most. The descendant marrying the senior brother was the best possible outcome. It was a match made in heaven. He was the first to reject this marriage with a fiancée that appeared out of nowhere, and he was also the strongest proponent of using more aggressive means to force Li Qiye to abandon this marriage. Just for his disciple, Elder Lin personally appeared to decisively end this matter by forcing Li Qiye to give up. Elder Lin coolly said, "It doesn't matter whose wish it is. You don't deserve our descendant, so be smart and give up. Otherwise, you are just asking for trouble." "So you are telling me that if I don't give up, there will be trouble?" Li Qiye let out a bright smile. Elder Lin's gaze became serious as he stated, "This world is dangerous. Cultivators traveling outside cannot guarantee their own safety. What if they meet a dangerous man? Maybe they would die a shady death." Having said this, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Baiqiu drew in a cold and calming breath after hearing the elder's words. She understood that this threat was more than just empty words. Chapter 405, The Storm of a Marriage. Keep in mind that a jewel sovereign would not throw out empty words, so anyone who heard these hints would be scared out of their mind. It was not difficult for a jewel sovereign to kill a young disciple, especially if he personally took action when they were outside. Lu Baiqiu, as a region lord, had experienced many things. She felt a chill after hearing such a blatant threat. Li Qiye would truly be in danger if a jewel sovereign like Elder Lin wished to do such a thing. Threatening me? On the other hand, Li Qiye was still calm as he leisurely smiled. I actually want to see how you will carry it out. Elder Lin, take your leave. I have made my decision regarding this marriage. As for your idiotic disciple, Yen Long, he is not worthy of my woman. A fool like him wants to taste a swan's meat? Not even in his next life would he be able to do so. You. Elder Lin's expression became quite agitated. As a respected elder of the 1,000-carp river, a jewel sovereign like him rarely went out to deal with mundane things. This time, he had to interfere because of his own disciple. However, this no-name junior refused his request and even dared to look at him with disdain. How could he not become furious and brimming with murderous intent? Li Qiye remained calm and relaxed against Elder Lin's frightening murderous aura, but Lu Baiqiu turned pale. She understood how frightening a jewel sovereign was once they decided to take action. Elder Lin is also here. Amidst the surging murderous aura, a clear voice came from outside. At this time, Lan Yunju was standing by the door and asked, "What business does Elder Lin have at this place?" "My good niece, Lan." Elder Lin converged his murderous aura and said with a smile, "Nothing, I am only chatting with young noble Li for a bit. If you have returned, then I won't bother the two of you." Having said that, he turned around and left. After he left, Lan Yunju looked at Li Qiye, who shrugged and said, "It is nothing, just a good old threat. Little girl, being your fiancé isn't easy. I am in quite a bit of pain, so you will need to offer compensation." Lan Yunju sternly glared at him and then unhappily said, "Since when did outsiders dictate my marriage?" Of course, she was referring to Elder Lin. Not necessarily. You are the river sect's descendant, so do you think they would actually let you marry an outsider? Li Qiye smiled and slowly continued, "I know you truly want to marry me, but there are a few things that you have no control over." "Bah, there's no need to praise yourself, who would want to marry you?" Lan Yunju angrily retorted, then she lightly added with a glimmer of stubbornness in her eyes, "My marriage shall be decided by myself. Can you deal with the old men from your sect?" Li Qiye smiled and asked. As the descendant of the river sect, her marriage was certainly a difficult matter to resolve. Despite it being her personal business, the sect would definitely interfere. Lan Yunju looked at Li Qie and said, "Senior brother Yan Long may have some elders supporting him, but that doesn't mean that I don't have any at the sect as well. Don't worry, Grandpa Yang will support us." Grandpa Yang. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and asked while looking at Lan Yunju, "A person from your Soaring Remembrance Village?" Lan Yunju nodded and replied, "Yes, Grandpa Yang is part of our village's oldest generation. At this moment, he is also a high elder in the sect, so unless an ancestor comes out to interfere, Elder Lin and the others will not have any say either." In the Soaring Remembrance Village, males had the surname Yang while females carried the surname Lan. Moreover, the village didn't have just Lan Yunju as a genius since they had produced many big characters before her. The Grandpa Yang, Lan Yunju referred to was a high elder of the Thousand Carp River as well as her Tao guide. "Hey, are you trying to use me as a blade?" Li Qie glanced at her and said, "To put it frankly, you just don't want to marry Yan Long or a different martial brother, so right now, you chose not to cancel this marriage. You're trying to use this chance to escape your own problems. Little girl, this is the internal struggle of your sect, it has nothing to do with me." Lan Yunju looked back at him and countered, "So? Are you afraid? If you are, then you can choose to leave now. I won't blame you, and I will deal with my own problems." Lan Yunju's oath beneath the dream-wishing tree of the village was not only because of her parents' egging, she also wanted to use it as an excuse to escape the forced marriage from the sect elders. She didn't want to marry any brothers in the sect, including senior brother Yan Long. It just so, very conveniently, happens that Li Qie obtained her promissory jade pendant and got embroiled in the internal strife of the Thousand Carp River. Afraid? Li Qie couldn't help but reveal a natural smile. "The Thousand Carp River alone is not enough to scare me. However, there is a saying, with merits come rewards. If you want to use me as a tool, little girl, then don't you think you should give me something in return? How about this, you will warm my bed tonight. Go to hell." The blushing Lan Yunju angrily kicked forward, but Li Qie easily dodged it. "Little girl, stop being so unladylike. Don't be so rude like this." Li Qie reached out and slapped her but, then he said with a laugh. While Lan Yunju was shaking with anger, Lu Baiqiu was chuckling because, in her eyes, the two of them seemed to be flirting like newlyweds. While Li Qie and Lan Yunju were going back and forth with each other, the Thousand Carp River had a meeting with all the elders. This time, it was personally led by the sect master, Taoist Bao Gui. Regarding this engagement, "How about we let Yunju herself decide?" Taoist Bao Gui started the meeting. This was met with strong opposition from many elders, and one of them stated, "Big brother, how could we treat such an important matter so trivially? This is not only about Yunju's marriage, it also involves our Thousand Carp River's rise and fall in the future. Sect Master, a junior cannot decide this matter." Of course, the biggest opposition came from Elder Lin, Yan Long's master. Elder Lin gravely said, "That junior, Li, came with unknown intentions. Perhaps he's even malicious. If he meant harm to our sect, then wouldn't it be the same as leading a wolf into our home? Not to mention, our sect is an emperor's lineage and Yunju is our future Tao descendant. Her status alone demands a very strict selection for her match. Brother Lin makes a lot of sense." Another elder echoed the sentiment, "Big brother, we cannot take this matter lightly. If that Li fella really does not want to cancel this marriage, then we can just use force. He is just a nobody so he cannot cause any turmoil." Taoist Bao Gui frowned against such conduct and shook his head, forgetting the fact that Yunju won't agree to such actions. It is also not appropriate for our Thousand Carp River. We are an emperor's lineage, we have not fallen to the point of committing such a vile deed to degrade our patriarch's prestige. This matter has to be decided by Yunju. In the end, this is also a part of fate, so if Yunju feels that they are not a good match, then it still wouldn't be too late to dissolve it. However, if Yunju likes it, then old men like us shouldn't necessarily reject it. It is not so bad to let that little fella into the Thousand Carp River. By doing so, it will sever Yunju's mortal worries so that she can reach the peak in peace in the future. Not all the elders opposed this marriage, some were actually supportive. That would also be fine. Another elder continued, this marriage was decided by fate, so maybe it is a good thing for Yunju. The Grand Tao is long with dwindling roads, if she can find the right Tao companion to walk together, then it will be quite beneficial for her future path. Although this matter seemed to be about a simple marriage, it was an internal battle within the sect. And of course, as the sect's descendant, Lan Yunju also had the support of quite a few elders and even a high elder. This is foolishness. Elder Lin's attitude was very aggressive as he gravely said, how could that Li brat be of any help to Yunju's future path? It would already be a blessing if he didn't slow her down. If we were to talk about helping Yunju's future path, then the Tao companions most appropriate for her would be our sect's young disciples. For example, Yanlong is the best candidate. Yanlong's talents are only weaker than Yunju's amongst the younger generation. Not to mention, he had cultivated for a longer time with great experience and maturity. Elder Lin continued on, how can anyone else be her Tao companion if not our own students? Quite a few elders were dissatisfied with Elder Lin constantly trying to match Yanlong and Yunju together. In fact, he had once done this before but was rejected by Lan Yunju and the sect master. Despite this setback, Elder Lin did not give up on Yanlong since Yanlong always wanted to marry Lan Yunju. Little brother Lin, don't bring up Yanlong at this moment. We have to talk about this engagement first. Daoist Bao Gui gently shook his head and said. Keep in mind that a jewel sovereign would not throw out empty words, so anyone who heard these hints would be scared out of their mind. It was not difficult for a jewel sovereign to kill a young disciple, especially if he personally took action when they were outside. Lu Baiqiu, as a region lord, had experienced many things. She felt a chill after hearing such a blatant threat. Li Qiye would truly be in danger if a jewel sovereign like Elder Lin wished to do such a thing. Threatening me? On the other hand, Li Qiye was still calm as he leisurely smiled, you'll find out how I teach impudent scum like you a lesson tomorrow. Chapter 406, Thousand Carp Rivers Arrangement, the issue of Yanlong and Yunju can be put aside. Elder Lin continued, but that Li brat is definitely not worthy of our descendant. Just give him some small benefits so that he'll happily give up on this marriage. A little brat like him cannot control such a grand matter. Let the youth decide their own business. While the elders were debating non-stop, an old voice emanated throughout the room. Venerable Yang. After hearing this voice, all the elders in this room quivered as their expressions became serious. This was a high elder of the Thousand Carp River, someone with great influence and status. There was no one else who had such a high level of authority within the sect to interfere with the matter of Lan Yunju's marriage. He was not only a high elder, he also came from the Soaring Remembrance Village, a direct elder of Lan Yunju as well as her Tao guide. Venerable Yang. But in the end, Yunju is still our descendant. Elder Lin couldn't help but softly tremble after hearing Venerable Yang's words. Can the Thousand Carp descendant not decide her own marriage? If she can't even decide her own marriage, then how can she have the ability to reach for the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor? Although Venerable Yang did not appear in person, his commanding voice was still awe-inspiring. He continued on, it is true that Yunju is our Thousand Carp River's descendant, but she is also someone from my Soaring Remembrance Village. Her marriage is not tied to the Thousand Carp River's interests. Obviously, Venerable Yang was looking out for his own, he was Lan Yunju's backing. Older brother Yang, you can't put it that way. At this time, another voice appeared, Yunju is our descendant, so we have to be more careful about her future marriage. Venerable Wang. The elders present couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this voice. It was another high elder. The one who was the most excited was Elder Lin, since Venerable Wang was his master. "Since when did little brother Wang decide my business?" Venerable Yang spoke with the same pressing momentum. Venerable Wang replied with a laugh, "I don't dare to do so. As an outsider, I do not dare to interfere with Venerable Yang's soaring remembrance village. But in the end, Yunju is still our sect's disciple. Although this marriage might have been a matter of fate, it is not unreasonable for us to give our descendant's fiancé a trial. This is also for Yunju. If this fiancé feels that he is inadequate, then maybe he will quit on his own accord. Then we shall have a little test to find out this young noble Li's determination regarding this marriage." At this time, Taoist Bao Gui made the decision: since this marriage was a match made in heaven, we, as Yunju's elders, cannot forcefully interfere, but a little evaluation is not unreasonable for her sake. In the end, Taoist Bao Gui was still the sect master. Such decisive words could not be easily denied even by the high elders. Very well, a trial it is. Even Venerable Yang, who was a stern supporter of Lan Yunju, agreed to test Li Chia. "The sect master wants to see you." After this decision regarding the marriage was decided, Taoist Bao Gui wanted to see Li Chia, so Lan Yunju passed on the news. "It seems that your mood isn't bad. I assume that the matter of marriage has now been decided?" Li Chia asked with a wide smile while looking at Lan Yunju, "Are you that desperate to marry me?" Lan Yunju looked at him with one eye and slowly said, "Marry you? Wait until you successfully pass the trials, then talk. If you truly want this marriage, then you have to pass the trials." "What if I can't?" Li Chia asked with a smile. Lan Yunju answered, "To our sect, if you choose to give up on this engagement, nothing can be better. The sect will compensate you, and as long as your demands are reasonable, the sect will try its best to meet them. If that is the case, then I would rather give up." Li Chia rubbed his chin and said, "Would rather take the treasures than marry an old faded woman." "You!" Lan Yunju was angered to the point of vomiting blood as she glared at him and stated, "Little devil, am I only worth 1 or 2 pieces of treasure?" Li Chia's eyes shifted up and down as he scanned Lan Yunju before smiling. "So you really want to marry me that badly? I have to think about this for a second. In the end, marriage is the biggest decision of one's life, and I am not a careless person. Do you really think that I won't beat you up?" Lan Yunju gritted her teeth while holding up her fist as she stared at Li Chia with hatred. "Little girl, you need to be more gentle if you want to marry me. I like gentle women." Li Chia said with a smile, "If you become gentler, then I can think about marrying you." This is a big loss, I really have to think about it." Lan Yunju was shivering from anger. After a while, she finally managed to calm down with a deep breath. She then looked at Li Chia and said, "Are you giving up because you don't think that you can pass the trials? Of course, if you want to be a turtle, then I won't blame you. I could only lament the fact that the person chosen by the dream-wishing tree was a coward. Girl, your psychological egging is still too weak." Li Chia shook his head then spoke while touching his chin, "However, your Thousand Carp River's elders are acting all high and mighty. They actually think that I'm trying to climb up within your sect, so I want to teach them a lesson." "So you are saying that you want to take the challenge?" Lan Yunju couldn't help but happily exclaim. "Oh, you really want to marry me, huh?" Li Chia smilingly replied. Lan Yunju glared at him and angrily stated, "Stop daydreaming. Wait until you pass the examination, then you can dream all you want. Girl, the price of using me as your tool is very high. How about coming to warm my bed tonight? We can see if a faded old woman like you can actually warm the bed or not." Li Chia gently held her chin and teased. "Go die." Lan Yunju mercilessly kicked forward without a care for maintaining a proper ladylike manner. She then brought Li Chia to meet Taoist Bao Gui at the main chamber hall. You must be Li Qie. Although Taoist Bao Gui was the sect master of the Thousand Carp River, he was surprisingly friendly and kind. This was a striking difference in contrast to the group of Elder Lin with their oppressive auras. After letting Li Qie sit down, Taoist Bao Gui spoke right away. The marriage between you and Yunju was decided by the heavens. However, Yunju is also our descendant, so we cannot be careless even if it was a match made in heaven. I understand, Sect Master is saying that I can either give up or pass the trials, correct? Li Qie also didn't want to mince words, so he cut right to the chase. Of course. To give up or to stick with it, this will be your choice, no one can force you. Taoist Bao Gui elaborated, our Thousand Carp River will not force you to give up on this marriage. Is that so? Li Qie then asked with a smile, if I choose to give up on this marriage, what benefits will your sect compensate me with? Li Qie's words incited Lan Yunju's wrathful glare since they already talked about this before. At this time, Taoist Bao Gui uncovered a treasure tray on top of the table. After this tray was opened, a burst of light flashed, revealing 3 items on top. If you are willing to give up, then our Thousand Carp River shall not mistreat you. We will give you a tidal jade vessel for protection, a tortoise teleportation scroll to escape in times of danger, and also a 1,000 carp pill to help you temper your body. The Taoist went on slowly, of course, this is just the start of our sincerity. Outside of these 3 items, you can also pick another 3 as long as they are not of the Immortal Emperor level, our sect will consider and meet your request. Li Qie himself was quite surprised at the 1,000 Carp River's huge showing. It seemed that the sect truly didn't want to betroth Lan Yunju to him. Of course, he could understand their reasoning. After all, fertile water shouldn't flow to outside fields, it was easier said than done for the sect to groom a descendant. I can feel the sincerity. Li Qie glanced at Lan Yunju, who was standing to the side. She was also gazing right back at him. Although there was no exchange of words, their intents were clearly exchanged. What if I pick the trial? Li Qie glanced over the items on the tray before asking with a grin. Taoist Bao Gui looked at him and eventually nodded his head to say, if you choose to continue with this marriage, then you have to pass 2 out of 3 trials. Anything less would be considered failure. Then what is the consequence of failing? Li Qie's interest was piqued as he cheerfully asked. Taoist Bao Gui answered, although our sect won't interfere with your marriage, Lan Yunju is still our descendant, so we must assess you for her sake. If you fail and choose to give up, then you can leave. However, if you choose to stay and persevere onwards, then you can try your best to cultivate until the day of success. These conditions are not bad at all. Li Qie said with a smile, at the very least, your sect still carries the style of an immortal emperor's lineage. Your current generation does not dishonor immortal Emperor Qian Li's Dao lineage. Li Qie simply didn't care for the sect's strength. If the sect chose to be stubborn, then nothing could be better for him. Then, he could disregard the sect's future completely and directly take away the items he wanted. Of course, such prime conditions were the result of Venerable Yang as a high elder supporting Lan Yunju. Unlike the other elders, Venerable Yang actually wished to push this marriage along due to his own reasons. Chapter 407, Venerable Yang, giving up without a fight is not my style at all. Since your sect wishes to test me, then I just have to rise up to the challenge. In the end, Li Qie answered the Taoist. Taoist Bao Gui was not surprised by his answer as he nodded his head, very well, since there are 3 trials, one of them will be chosen by you to keep it fair. Okay, if I can specify a trial, then I will choose what the second trial will be. Li Qie decisively responded with ease. Good, the first trial will be a martial test starting tomorrow, do you have any objections? Taoist Bao Gui asked. Li Qie shrugged and said, I'm ready at any time. Then you can return and prepare. Tomorrow, our 1,000 Carp River will select a disciple to challenge you. You need to prepare, don't underestimate your opponent. Daoist Bao Gui was quite friendly and specifically warned him. Li Qie looked at Lan Yunju and smilingly asked, "Don't tell me you guys are sending my fiancé to fight me?" The word fiancé irritated Lan Yunju, but it also caused her to blush while she glared at Li Qie. "You don't have to worry about that. If Yunju comes out, it would not be very fair." Daoist Bao Gui smiled in response. In fact, although he was the sect master, he was also Lan Yunju's master, so of course he supported her. In his opinion, if Lan Yunju went out, then Li Qie would have no chance of winning. He had a lot of faith in his disciple since she had absolute confidence of winning against other emperors' lineage descendants. Even if she were to face the descendant of the Myriad Bones throne, he still believed that his disciple had a great chance of being the victor. But to Li Qie, he was happy to face any opponent. In fact, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he would be. They went back to the mansion after saying goodbye to the Daoist. There, they were met by Lu Baiqiu, who quietly informed them that there was a guest waiting inside. Grandpa Yang. After entering the room, Lan Yunju couldn't contain her excitement and excitedly cried out after seeing the old man seated there. There was an old man with an appearance around the age of 70. He was not very tall, but him sitting there seemed to be able to block the storm and rain from all 8 directions like an impregnable wall. This old man was a high elder from the Thousand Carp River, someone who also came from the Soaring Remembrance Village, Venerable Yang. The truth was that many great characters came from the village, including great generals and commanders from the mortal world. Some of these great characters became high elders of emperors' lineages, such as Venerable Yang. However, no matter how great these characters were, nothing could break the silence of the village. After all, this silence belonged to the serene contemplation of an immortal emperor during his old age and remained unbreakable by anything or anyone. "Grandpa paused your training," Lan Yunju said with surprise. Venerable Yang was not her actual grandfather, but he was a very respected senior in the village, so she referred to him as Grandpa. Venerable Yang happily smiled and asked, "If the divine tree found you a good husband, how can I, as your grandpa, not go and take a look?" "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Lan Yunju was quite shy, so she bashfully responded with a tint of red on her cheeks. Venerable Yang carefully judged Li Qie from top to bottom like a mother-in-law judging her son-in-law and found himself satisfied. Lan Yunju could no longer maintain her calm while being overwhelmed with embarrassment, so she readied her claws in anticipation to chase Li Qie. Within a short amount of time, the room was filled with Li Qie's teasing laughter as well as Lan Yunju's crazed voice. This caused Lu Baiqiu, who was standing right outside, to wryly smile as the two were becoming more and more like a young husband and wife. On the second day, the news regarding Li Qie's trial to become the future son-in-law quickly spread throughout the Thousand Carp River. Future son-in-law. Ugh, we can call him that after he passes the examination. Right now, he is not qualified. Countless young disciples had a crush on Lan Yunju, so Li Qie's hostile love rivals were everywhere. When the young disciples heard that Li Qie wanted to take a trial, their first thought was to hope that he would fail. Next, the information regarding the first martial trial also came out. It was a fight between Li Qie and their senior brother, Yan Long. In order to test Li Qie's martial capabilities, the Thousand Carp River sent out Yan Long, one of the strongest young disciples. This was understandable since it was already very fair that they didn't send anyone from the previous generation. And as for Yan Long being the one to take the mantle, it was unknown whether he was chosen by the elders or he volunteered himself. When the Thousand Carp disciples heard that their senior brother was about to fight, they instantly became excited. One of them exclaimed, "Not bad, senior brother can instantly teach this frog who wants to eat a swan's meat a good lesson." Very quickly, it could be said that even disciples who normally didn't get along became quite united with a single thought, and that was to kick this Li Qie out. Heh, that Li brat probably won't even be able to handle 3 moves from senior brother. How can a nobody like him be a match for senior brother? A junior sister who was a fan of Yen Long said. 3 moves. That is thinking way too highly of that brat. In my opinion, 1 move is enough. Senior brother is an amazing ancient saint. A junior brother said, if senior brother uses 1 move to defeat this brat, he will lose all confidence and won't even have the courage to participate in the next one. Nothing would be better. We have to let this brat know that not just anyone is worthy for our senior sister. In an instant, all the brothers and sisters in the Thousand Carp River banded against Wuxia. It was as if Wuxia had done something that warranted the unified hatred from everyone, since all the disciples hoped that he would lose. Early morning of the next day, the martial stage of the Thousand Carp River was filled with disciples, since they all came early to witness the fight. The elders that would act as referees came right after, then Yen Long also entered the stage. Today, Yen Long was in high spirits as the flames around his body resembled dragons capable of incinerating the sky. Today, his battle intent was at its peak. He had a conceited look on his face as if victory was assured. The truth was that Yen Long didn't think too highly of Wuxia. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a nobody like Wuxia was, it still wouldn't be enough to be his match. His arrogance was not without reason. As the senior brother of the river sect, his talents were very high and he had become an ancient saint for some years now. Chapter 408, A Kiss. If Lan Yunju was not there, then maybe Yen Long would have been the descendant of the Thousand Carp River. Of course, compared to a devilish monster like Lan Yunju, Yen Long was much weaker. Moreover, Lan Yunju's cultivation within the river sect was a mystery. The disciples only knew that she was very strong, strong to the point where she could challenge any descendant from the other emperor's lineages in the sacred netherworld. Senior brother, beat him in 3 moves. The moment Yen Long entered the stage, countless disciples loudly cheered to support him. 3 moves. Brother who, you think too highly of that brat. 1 move from senior brother is enough. A disciple immediately laughed and stated. In brief moment, an encore of laughter emanated throughout the stage. Compared to Yen Long, Wuxia's side was much weaker. There was nothing anyone could do about it, since the river sect was Yen Long's home ground, so the disciples here naturally supported him. Compared to Yen Long's huge entourage, Wuxia's arrival to the stage was rather lonely. Only Lu Baiqiu, who had always stayed by his side, and Lan Yunju accompanied him. Wuxia came strolling in under the watchful eyes of many. Meanwhile, Lan Yunju was like a graceful fairy with her delicate walking posture. Her swaying body commanded attention no matter where she went. Because of her presence, Wuxia's side became more noticeable. Today, Lu Baiqiu also specifically wore leather armor. Being dressed in full battle armor, she was quite energetic, causing her to look quite heroic while being ready to cheer for Wuxia. Today, the only outsider cheering for Wuxia was her. Of course, many were annoyed to see Lan Yunju walking together with Wuxia. In an instant, countless vengeful gazes fell upon his body. He was the enemy of everyone present. Despite Yen Long's domineering and aggressive aura, Wuxia remained carefree. After entering the stage, he started to wave at the Thousand Carp disciples, causing Lan Yunju right next to him to angrily quip, "It is only a trial, why are you messing around? It is not like they are here as your fans. This is a good place to start. I'm going to use this trial so that the sect's disciples can get to know their future son-in-law." Wuxia leisurely smiled and said. Then, he waved and shouted towards the Thousand Carp disciples, "Fellow brothers and sisters, good morning. This little brother just got here, so I hope that everyone can look out for me in the future. This time, I came here in a rush and didn't prepare any wedding sweets. Wait until after the ceremony, then this little brother shall give everyone sweets as compensation." Lan Yunju was now shaking with embarrassment. She couldn't help but clench her white as snow fists. "Stop!" A Thousand Carp disciple suddenly cried out, "Stop dreaming, you frog wanting to eat swan. You are completely correct, I am indeed a frog wanting to eat a swan. Li Qiye nonchalantly teased the 1,000 carp disciples while smiling. Don't worry, fellow brothers and sisters, wait until we are married. Then, you guys will all get your wedding sweets. According to the mortal traditions of our soaring remembrance village, we will have a feast that lasts for 15 days before our marriage. I hope all of you brothers and sisters can come to celebrate. If you keep on speaking nonsense, I'm going to beat you to death. Lan Yunju was too embarrassed and wished that she could just hide in a hole underground. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists as she threatened Li Qiye. Li Qiye glanced at her and lightly smiled. Girl, there is a price for everything. It is unknown whether our marriage will be a thing or not, but for now, I am being used as your tool. What if things turn bad and I have to leave my life behind? Can't I even tease you a little bit? If you have an issue with this, then I can just leave right now. Despite her rage, she still had to endure it as she gripped her fists tightly. After this matter ends, she was going to teach this brat a good lesson. But in the eyes of the 1,000 carp disciples, Li Qiye and Lan Yunju's banter appeared to be very intimate, so many of them became quite jealous. Especially Yan Long, his eyes became fierce as he was overwhelmed with jealousy. He wanted to smash Li Qiye into pieces at this very moment. Very well, since both sides are here, the duel can begin. An elder who was seated up high said with a serious tone. Another elder added, once a party accepts defeat, the other party must immediately stop. This is only a trial and not a life and death battle. One can immediately acquiesce once they can no longer handle it. Li, come here. After getting permission from the elders, Yan Long coldly gazed at Li Qiye and shouted, let us end such a boring fight. I shall conclude this within 3 moves. Li Qiye didn't bother to take a glimpse at Yan Long. He only looked at Lan Yunju next to him and smiled. I'm about to fight for you, shouldn't you reveal a bit of sincerity? Reveal what? Lan Yunju angrily glared at him and immediately felt that this brat had some evil intentions. Li Qiye leisurely replied with a smile, how about a lucky kiss or something of that sort? Of course, a passionate kiss on the lips would be even better. I would be very motivated and might even be able to slay emperors and evil lords. Go to hell. Lan Yunju felt her face becoming hot as she felt embarrassed and angry. However, she couldn't kick him in front of everyone. So heartless. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled, then he told Lu Baiqiu who was standing right beside him, Baiqiu, I have to step onto the stage soon, so give me a lucky kiss and wait for my triumphant return. The valiant Lu Baiqiu looked at Lan Yunju then back at Li Qiye before revealing a beautiful smile and saying, I'll wait for your triumphant return. Having said that, she softly kissed Li Qiye's forehead and gave him her blessing. Meanwhile, Lan Yunju started to sulk on the side after seeing this. Li, don't delay this. If you are afraid, then it is not too late to surrender. Yan Long became furious after seeing such a scene. He wanted to instantly kill this thing that doesn't know life from death. What's the hurry? Do you not see that I'm trying to get a lucky kiss? Li Qiye smiled and said, fated old woman, wait for my victory then warm my bed tonight, okay? You, Lan Yunju couldn't stay calm from embarrassment. However, at the time of her eventual outburst, Li Qiye suddenly came close and kissed her lips, then he decisively turned and stepped onto the battle stage. After suddenly being kissed, Lan Yunju became frozen as her mind was emptied as she watched Li Qiye enter the stage. The 1,000 carp disciples who saw this scene became quite furious. If gazes could kill, then Li Qiye would have died countless times already. Yan Long's temper exploded as he gritted his teeth and prepared his fists while he coldly said, ignorant thing, you chose to ignore a clear path to heaven while insisting on trespassing into hell without an entrance. Don't blame me for being ruthless today. Senior brother, teach him a good lesson. At this time, the 1,000 carp disciples roared, especially the male disciples who wished that they could be the one to beat Li Qiye up instead. He actually dared to shame the goddess in their hearts. Unforgivable. Yanlong was overtaken by extreme anger at this point, so he said with a cold demeanor, "Li, it is not too late to say your last words because you won't have the chance once I make a move." At this point, Yanlong wanted to kill Li Qie. This was no longer an examination, he swore to slay Li Qie within 3 moves, denying him a chance to even give up. Last words? I have never needed to say these before. Li Qie looked at Yanlong and said without a care. This arrogant attitude only fueled Yanlong's murderous intent as he responded coldly, still boasting on the verge of death. I shall slay you in 3 moves. 3 moves. Li Qie gently shook his head in response, 3 moves are too many, 1 is plenty for us to end this fight. Within 1 move, your defeat is guaranteed. Bah, how naive. Senior brother, behead him with 1 move, make us proud. Many disciples were instantly enraged as they shared the same enemy. Brat, come accept your death. Yanlong furiously took a deep breath. In just the blink of an eye, his blood energy let out a draconic roar as the flames that encircled his body turned into a gigantic dragon. His body then emitted a frightening draconic aura as this gigantic dragon devoured the raging flames. So powerful. Seeing Yanlong turning into a gigantic dragon, even Lu Baiqiu became astonished. His power could definitely challenge ancient saints from the previous generation. Elder Lin was very satisfied with his disciple after seeing the powerful draconic aura. Although it was not comparable to Lan Yunju's might, Yanlong was certainly not bad compared to the younger generation in the distant cloud. Brat, it's time to end this. Yanlong cried out as this flame dragon struck downward with a draconic claw made from fire. Under this sharp and thick claw, the entire battle stage seemed to be a piece of paper, it was as if this claw could tear the whole field asunder. Chapter 409, One triumphant move. Senior brother is amazing, he already obtained a dragon soul. A disciple exclaimed after seeing Yanlong's transformation into a giant fiery dragon. Long Yan had the bloodline of a fire serpent, so he belonged to the demon Dao. If he could make the dragon flames eventually give birth to a dragon soul, then in the future, it could evolve into a true dragon. At that time, his bloodline would undergo a real transformation to become a powerful and heaven-defying divine beast. Senior brother, beat him up. A junior brother cheered while waving their arms after seeing Yanlong on the move. Many others also encouragingly cried out for him. Right when the fiery claw was scratching downward, Li Qie suddenly shifted his body at this very second. The space around him suddenly shivered as if it was a flap of his wings. Bang! A huge explosion resounded. Everyone thought Li Qie had become mincemeat under the fire dragon's gigantic claw. However, when all of them took another look, Yanlong, with a dragon encircling him, was sent up high, staining the sky with his own blood. Boom! Another loud bang resonated as Yanlong, who was just blown away, didn't have time to regain his composure before being slammed down to the ground by someone in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more explosions rang. Before Yanlong could reach the ground from the sky, he was struck 3 more times. The force of these 3 blows accumulated on his body in a split second, crushing the gigantic fire dragon around Yanlong's body into little pieces. Rumble. Finally, a loud bang shook the entire stage as Yanlong heavily slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Inside this huge pit, Yanlong was bruised and covered in blood, he was completely immobilized. If he wasn't still breathing, others would have thought that he was dead. Meanwhile, Li Qie still stood in the same place as if he had never taken any action. Instantly, everyone's mouth was gaping, they couldn't close them for a long time. The disciples who were cheering for Yanlong earlier had unvocalized words stuck in their throat. In the end, they had to forcefully swallow them. At this time, all sounds disappeared. Even the elders of the river sect were shocked because everything happened instantaneously. In this split second, even Yen Long's powerful defense was completely useless. Their disciples most likely couldn't see Li Qia's actions, but the elders saw them. However, even they themselves only saw his afterimages. If it wasn't for their heavenly sovereign cultivation, and some were even heavenly kings, they would not be able to keep up with Li Qia's speed. This speed was too fast. Even peak sovereigns and powerful heavenly kings would not necessarily have such terrifying speed. Even Lan Yunzhu was staring at Li Qia in aghast. She knew more about Li Qia compared to others. 6 palaces and 9 stars, such an ancient saint would have a definite advantage even when facing heavenly sovereigns. In her eyes, senior brother Yen Long's defeat was assured, it was only a matter of time. However, the swiftness of his defeat shocked Lan Yunzhu. Li Qia didn't even use his 6 palaces and 9 stars, yet Yen Long had already lost. What kind of terrifying thing was this? Lan Yunzhu was a rare genius of an absurd level. She had enough faith in her cultivation that she could challenge any emperor's lineage descendant. Today, she needed a calming breath after seeing Li Qia in battle. What kind of secret technique was that? The elders of the sect were in disbelief. They were certain that Li Qia had to be cultivating an extremely unbelievable secret art. Soaring immortal physique and hell-suppressing godly physique, these 2 immortal physiques activating at the same time would have an incalculable power. And the result was right in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, Li Qia's soaring immortal physique had yet to reach minor completion. One body with 2 physiques was something the world could not fathom. Today, Li Qia utilized both physiques for the first time and found the power to be quite terrifying. Absolute speed and absolute weight. His extremely heavy body under the fastest speed became the most powerful weapon with an incredibly shocking destructive power. Longer. The frightened elder Lin quickly rushed down and found that Yen Long was still barely breathing. He then took a sigh of relief and hatefully glared at Li Qia. This brat is truly ruthless. He glared at Li Qia with a chilling expression and a flash of murderous intent. Li Qia lazily retorted without bothering to look at him, ruthless? Who was the one who said they wanted to slay me within 3 moves? Me sparing his life was already plenty merciful. Well, go down there, saving him is more important. Daoist Bao Gui opened his mouth. Li Qia has passed the first trial, so the content of the second trial will be decided by Li Qia. What will you pick? As long as you say it, the river sect will accept your challenge. My choice. Li Qia rubbed his chin and then smiled. If it is my choice, then how about catching immortal sungrasses? Whoever catches more will be the winner. Catching immortal sungrasses. Daoist Bao Gui couldn't help but to look at Li Qia and ask, do you know what catching immortal sungrasses actually entails? There is no need for sect master's reminder regarding this matter. Li Qia smiled and replied with a question of his own, who doesn't know that the yin-yang immortal sungrasses beneath the yin-yang pond are great immortal treasures of the southern distant cloud? Very well. 3 days later, the second trial will be at the yin-yang pond. Daoist Bao Gui didn't question Li Qia's request and immediately agreed. As for the rest of the 1,000 carp disciples, they could only stand there silently. Although they were quite annoyed with Li Qia, after seeing Li Qia use his own strength to defeat Yen Long, they could only acquiesce. Very well, let us go. Li Qia smiled as he spoke to Lan Yunzhu. I trust that no one can separate the 2 of us, don't you think? Li Qia's words were really prone to misunderstanding. At this moment, it seemed as if the 2 of them were stranded lovers while the 1,000 Carp River was a wicked man that was trying to break them apart with a rod. Lan Yunzhu gave him an angry look, but she didn't retort and left with him. The 1,000 Carp disciples didn't know how to describe their current feelings outside of their restrained anger. Before the battle, many of them were excited and had a winner's mentality. In their eyes, this battle was without any doubt, since their senior brother would certainly teach this ignorant brat a lesson. They didn't expect that their senior brother would be lying flat on the ground after just one move from the opponent. This was truly humiliating to the sect, but they couldn't do anything about it since Wuxia won fair and square. Even if he passed the first test, he cannot pass the second. Not everyone can go down into the depths of the yin-yang pond. In the end, an unconvinced disciple scowled. After returning to their private mansion, Lan Yunju looked at him and asked, "Going down to the yin-yang pond to catch immortal sungrasses requires 2 people, can you do it alone?" Li Qiye smiled and looked at Lu Baiqiu to the side and spoke, "If you don't want to help me, then Lu Baiqiu can go down with me." "Me?" Lu Baiqiu was taken by surprise as she shook her head. "I can't, young noble. Do you actually know the meaning behind catching immortal sungrasses below the pond?" Li Qiye answered with a faint smile, "If I didn't know, I wouldn't have chosen sungrasses catching. But young noble, you must know that the yin-yang pond is a very terrifying environment. The pond contains both extreme yin and extreme yang water, so even though they are in the same pond, these 2 types of water are completely different. Extreme yin water is the coldest liquid in this world. A touch of a drop could completely freeze one's true fate and soul, and the pond gets even colder the further one goes down," Lu Baiqiu quickly explained to Li Qiye. Extreme yang water is the hottest liquid in this world. It could easily melt steel. Even named heroes and royal nobles would not dare to touch it carelessly. She continued on, "It is not because I don't want to lend young noble a hand, it is because my cultivation is really too shallow. Once we enter the pond, I'm afraid I will only slow you down. Don't worry, it is no big deal." Li Qiye continued while being completely at ease, "If you can't, then Yunju can do it. The 2 of us can go down while you watch." "Who said I would help you?" Lan Yunju angrily glared at him and said, "You brought this upon yourself. I didn't tell you to pick such a challenge. Also, I am a disciple of the Thousand Carp River, so how can I help an outsider?" "Is that so?" Li Qiye nonchalantly looked at her and said, "Do you feel that martial brothers and sisters are closer than husband and wife? Don't forget that I am your husband. Stop spouting nonsense." Lan Yunju was both shy and angry as she stated, "There is no chance for you to be my fiancé. Wait for your next life." "Wait, no, even in your next life, there would be no chance." "Oh. Since you are saying this, should I think about giving up?" Li Qiye gently chuckled and said, "If I give up now, I think your river sect will happily hand me a few treasures. As for the matter of your marriage, you can take your time and think about it again in the future. Don't you dare." The blushing Lan Yunju had her hands placed on her waist while revealing an appearance as if she was about to explode from anger. Chapter 410, Yin-Yang Pond. "Girl, you haven't even married yet, but you are already acting like an old housewife. Do you really want to marry me that badly?" Li Qiye smiled and teased after seeing her posture with her hands on her waist. At this time, Lan Yunju finally realized her rude appearance, so she became quite embarrassed. She angrily stomped her foot and said with exasperation, "Little devil, I won't forget this." Then she immediately ran out. After she left, even Lu Baiqiu had to softly remark, "Young noble, Fairy Zhu definitely likes you." Li Qiye only smiled in response. Without saying anything, he began to contemplate while gazing towards the distance. Seeing him in such a state, Lu Baiqiu also silently took her leave and didn't bother him any longer. The yin-yang pond was located on an island deep within the Thousand Carp Lake. The pond itself was not very large, it had an area of more than 10 acres. However, its location was very special due to being at the center of the lake. It was just as mysterious and was filled with unknowns like the Thousand Carp River. Although it was not that large, one could not see the bottom. The river sect once had virtuous paragons who tried to reach the bottom, but they were unsuccessful. While standing in front of the pond, no one would be able to tell that this lake was somehow different. The water was very clear and lacked distinct qualities compared to an ordinary pond. However, once an expert opened their heavenly gaze for a closer look, they would find that the water inside the pond was clearly separated. To the right was extreme yang water while the left was extreme yin water. Extreme yang water was extremely clear, it was as if this water had boiled away all the impurities within. In contrast, extreme yin water was as dazzling as ice. A quick glance would make people confuse it with a piece of a glacier instead of flowing water. The intersection where the two types of liquid met consisted of a glue-like liquid that emitted a faint water vapor. From the looks of it, both of these types of water behaved the same as regular water, but with just the slightest bit of contact with a drop of these liquids, one would find that the extreme yin water could instantly encase someone in ice while the extreme yang water could melt their body. As such, the pond was an extremely strange place. There were some long and thin water grasses growing along the bottom of the pond. If ordinary eyes couldn't discern the extreme yin and yang waters, then they could see these grasses to distinguish the two types of water. The water grasses growing within the extreme yin water were as black as iron. With just one glance, one could feel the cold air that emanated from them. Meanwhile, the water grasses floating in the extreme yang water were as red as gold. One could sense its melting heat. What was even more wondrous was that when these two water grasses made contact at the intersection, in a split second, the two types of grasses would combine into one. With yin and yang, it would give birth to strands of laws that emitted blinding lights. These little strands of laws would then intertwine into a single unit. The moment the two types of grasses joined together, that would be when this extremely rare and precious treasure was formed, yin-yang immortal sungrass. The yin-yang immortal sungrass was quite an item since it could replace many rare herbs and serve as the main ingredient for life-prolonging pills. The deeper the grasses were, the more precious they would be. There was a rumor floating around in the Thousand Carp River stating that the immortal sungrass found at the bottom of the pond was comparable to mythical immortal medicines. On this day, the elders of the river sect all gathered next to the yin-yang pond. There was no shortage of disciples participating as witnesses. In fact, every once in a while, there would be people responsible for going into the pond to pluck immortal sungrass. Moreover, it required 2 people to complete this task. Today, Taoist Bao Gui specifically ordered for 2 protectors to compete against Li Chia. The 2 protectors were both experienced immortal sungrass pluckers and could even be referred to as masters within this domain. How about we use a day as the time limit? Whoever catches more will be the victor. Taoist Bao Gui spoke. Li Chia looked at the yin-yang pond before him and revealed a faint smile before speaking. I have no problems with this, one day it is. Young noble Li should understand that catching immortal sungrass requires 2 people. Who will your assistant be? Taoist Bao Gui asked. Her. Li Chia smilingly pointed at Lan Yunzhu right next to him and declared, we'll catch the immortal sungrass together. No. Some disciples from the river sect immediately rejected Li Chia's proposal. In fact, a few elders were also against it, especially Elder Lin. He then spoke coldly, Yunzhu is a disciple of our sect, if you want an assistant, you have to find someone else. Li Chia lazily looked at him and said, Elder Lin, it is true that Yunzhu is a disciple of your sect, but don't forget, she is also my fiancée. Lan Yunzhu became irritated but was helpless. This matter had already become the truth. Wait until you pass the trials, then you can start saying such things. Elder Lin snorted with a chilling glare. Right now, his disciple was still lying on his bed, incapacitated, so as his master, Elder Lin wanted to kill this brat at this very second. Very well, then Yunzhu can lend you a hand. Taoist Bao Gui nodded his head and spoke with a deepened tone. Sect master, this isn't right. Many protectors and elders were not happy with such a decision, so they couldn't help but voice their disagreement. Taoist Bao Gui gently motioned his hand and said, we sent out protectors, this is already quite an advantage. Although Yunju is a disciple of our sect, she is not an expert in catching immortal sungrass. Since they are engaged, it is quite reasonable for Yunju to lend him a hand. In the end, Daoist Bao Gui was still protecting Lan Yunju and was on her side. We shall start then. Daoist Bao Gui overpowered the crowd and told the two protectors along with Li Chia. The two protectors didn't say anything and immediately took action. One of them stepped into the extreme Yin water. The moment his sleeve met this Yin water, it was immediately frozen. In just a split second, each of his divine rings opened and began to block the cold energy from the Yin water as he slowly dived into the depths. As for the protector on the Yang side, his sleeve was immediately burnt to ashes by the water. Although he was an amazing heavenly sovereign, he still had to immediately summon a treasure. It poured down a cold energy like a waterfall and protected him in an airtight manner as it combated the heat of the Yang water. Once they reached a certain depth, they immediately no longer dared to descend any further since they would no longer be able to withstand it. At this particular depth, one of the protectors turned pale since he was penetrated by the cold air. At the same time, the other had to shoulder the heat as sweat drops as big as beans dripped down his skin. At this moment, they stared intensely at the water plants slowly floating up from the bottom. The moment when two strips of water grasses slowly reached the intersection, both of them held their breaths. In just flash, the two strips combined together into a yin-yang immortal sungrass, and the two protectors immediately took action. One person manipulated the extreme yin water while the other controlled the extreme yang water. The two vortexes of water suddenly became chains that tried to lock onto the immortal sungrass. Moreover, the vortex of extreme yin water tried to bind the root of the golden grass while the vortex of extreme yang water bound the black grass root. Clank! However, they lost their focus for just a moment and the yin-yang immortal sungrass immediately broke the chains, fleeing instantly. The immortal sungrass was an extremely powerful medicine. Only the extreme waters were capable of binding them. Even those who reached a divine state would still be unable to catch them without using these waters. Nevertheless, the two of them were experts. Despite their first attempt being ineffective, they were able to catch 4 yin-yang immortal sungrass right afterward. Amazing! Li Chia laughed and told the glaring Lan Yunju, "It is our turn now." Having said that, he grabbed Lan Yunju's slender hand. "What are you doing?" Holding hands in front of everyone caused Lan Yunju to be both embarrassed and angry. However, the disciples present were even more enraged as they glared at Li Chia. A few elders showed their dissatisfaction with a scowl. "Do you trust me?" Amidst her raging temper, Li Chia suddenly asked a strange question. Boom! But before she could answer, Li Chia immediately dragged her into the yin-yang pond. Moreover, they jumped into the intersection of the two water currents. The moment they jumped into the water, suddenly, it became both hot and cold at the same time. Lan Yunju channeled her merit law in order to block the extreme waters. "Dive down." Li Chia immediately pulled her down and said. Lan Yunju could only listen to Li Chia. Their speed of descent was extremely fast as they instantly disappeared into the pond. What are they trying to do? Seeing Li Chia suddenly pulling Lan Yunju down to the bottom of the pond, everyone became startled. Keep in mind that even virtuous paragons were not able to reach the bottom. Humph, foolish thing. He actually believes that he can dive down. Elder Lin snorted. Even Daoist Bao Gui grimaced and couldn't help but worry for his disciple. As the sect master, he naturally knew about the dangers of the yin-yang pond. Li Chia carried Lan Yunju along and dived down at a very fast rate. Although the two of them were very strong, they still weren't able to withstand the extreme heat and cold at a certain depth. At this point, Li Chia took out the yin-yang refining immortal mirror, and the yin-yang fishes immediately jumped out from inside. The fishes then playfully swam around them as if this was their natural habitat. Is this an immortal emperor true treasure? Lan Yunju was astonished to see the mirror. She was someone who was capable of discerning treasures very proficiently. It is not, but it is not necessarily weaker than a true treasure. Li Chia answered while holding the mirror, then he dived down even further under the protection of the yin-yang fishes. Girl, you still haven't married yet, but you are already acting like an old housewife. Do you really want to marry me that badly? Li Chia smiled and teased after seeing her posture with her hands on her waist. At this time, Lan Yunju finally realized her rude appearance, so she became quite embarrassed. She angrily stomped her foot and said with exasperation, "Little devil, I won't forget this." Then she immediately ran out. After she left, even Lu Baiqiu had to softly remark, "Young noble, Fairy Zhu definitely likes you." Chapter 411, Golden Temple. It seemed as if the yin-yang pond was bottomless. They had been diving down for an extremely long period of time, yet they were still unable to arrive at the bottom. After reaching a certain depth, even the mirror began to have trouble protecting them against the all-freezing cold and the all-melting heat. Even the blood energy of the two in their most powerful state couldn't withstand it. Under the extreme temperatures, even universal laws shattered from the coldness, and Tao techniques disintegrated. At this depth, even virtuous paragons couldn't handle it, let alone Li Chia and Lan Yunju. If they kept diving down, they would surely die. Now, your heavens will secret law. Cyclical river of fate. Li Chia shouted at Lan Yunju. After hearing his words, Lan Yunju immediately communicated with the heaven and earth. The heavens will suddenly hovered around them, channeling countless supreme Tao like the infinite reincarnation cycles. While Lan Yunju was activating her secret law, Li Chia opened his sea of memories. A mantra flew out from its depths and turned into a golden divine chain that eventually rushed out of Li Chia's forehead. Clank! The unbelievable suddenly happened. This golden divine chain struck Lan Yunju's secret law and locked the most important part of the cyclical river of fate. In the blink of an eye, Lan Yunju lost control of her secret law and the heavens will suddenly wove into a door. Buzz, the gate created by the heavens will laws suddenly sucked Li Chia and Lan Yunju inside. The discombobulated Lan Yunju found that there was no longer a yin-yang pond as they were standing at a different location. She was quite in shock as well. She started to cultivate the secret law at a young age, and it could even be considered as her Tao root, but she didn't know that it had such an effect. As soon as her mind returned, she was once again amazed at the scene that was unraveling before her eyes. Li Chia and Lan Yunju were standing under a sky filled with stars. There was a giant willow tree at this place, the biggest willow tree that Lan Yunju had ever seen. It pierced all the way into the sky as it shouldered this entire realm. Each hanging branch was like a peg of a ladder. Those who could climb to the top of the tree would eventually reach the 9 firmaments. What was even more moving was that the entire willow tree was golden, one could see its dazzling radiance from afar. One would be bathed in a golden light if they stood below the tree, and they would be able to hear the crisp and pleasing sounds of golden powder falling down that followed a musical rhythm. Extreme yin and extreme yang waters met right at the root of the tree. And right below it was a golden temple that was seemingly cast from pure gold. Its heavy doors were shut tight. Lan Yunju took a long time to calm down after looking at this scene and asked, where is this place? Below the yin-yang pond. Li Chia calmly spoke, this is the foundation of your 1,000-carp river. Li Chia sighed softly as he looked at the willow tree and the golden temple in front of him. He had finally returned after so many years. Lan Yunju took a deep breath while gazing intensely at Li Chia and exclaimed, you used me. My cyclical river of fate is the key to getting in here. There was a rumor that the biggest secret of the 1,000-carp river was hidden below the yin-yang pond, but no one had been able to come here until now. But now, Li Chia had done so. Li Chia smiled and said, the cyclical river of fate is the key. He then shook his head and continued, you are mistaken. The secret law is only a medium, even without you, I could still enter. It would only be a bit more cumbersome, that's all. Lan Yunju's heart thumped as she cautiously gazed at Li Qie. You didn't come here to catch immortal sungrass, your goal was this place from the very start. Li Qie asked with a smile, oh. Are you cautious of me? You definitely do not understand the secrets in this place. If I wanted to do anything to your sect, I would not have waited until today. I only came to take what belongs to me. Lan Yunju just stood there while gazing at Li Qie. Eventually, she took in a calming breath and asked, how do you know this place? And how do you know the method to enter? Li Qie responded with a smile, I calculated with my fingers. How could Li Qie not know about everything under the pond? In the past, he personally created this domain. Because of him, there was immortal Emperor Qianli and the Thousand Carp River. Li Qie pointed at the monstrous golden tree and said, sit down beneath the tree. Maybe you will benefit from its heavenly Tao. Lan Yunju looked at the tree and asked, what kind of divine tree is this? Li Qie answered with a smirk, an amazing divine tree. There would be no mysterious Thousand Carp River without it. If there was no ghost ancestral tree in the sacred nether world, then it might have a chance to be the number one tree. I'm going to enter now to take a few things. Li Qie then stepped towards the golden temple beneath the golden tree. Lan Yunju suddenly realized something, I don't agree to let you take those things away. Here, she deepened her tone, they should belong to the Thousand Carp River. Should belong to the Thousand Carp River. Li Qie replied with a smile, girl, do you know why the Thousand Carp Lake is such a wonderful place? A long time ago, it was just an ordinary lake, but later on, it became a wondrous land yearned for by countless people. Do you know why? The lake wasn't always like this. Lan Yunju asked in surprise. Her Thousand Carp Lake had produced many amazing treasures craved by countless people. If the lake was always such a wondrous land, then would it be your Thousand Carp River's turn to establish a sect here? Such a wondrous land would have soon been taken by the Myriad Bones Throne or the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom to build their ancestral grounds. Then why did it become such an amazing place? Was it because of our patriarch, Immortal Emperor Qianli? After speaking these words, even Lan Yunju didn't feel very confident. Li Qie mysteriously smiled as he headed inside the Golden Temple. Lan Yunju quickly followed right behind him. Li Qie turned around and smiled, if you want to stop me, then you can try to follow along, but it is impossible. He softly sighed while standing before the immense gate of the Golden Temple. Then, he reached out and knocked, I have returned. Li Qie's words had a certain harmony with the Grand Tao. Crank, at this time, the Golden Gate slowly opened, revealing the primordial chaos inside. Lan Yunju followed Li Qie right after he entered, but the moment she set one foot inside, she was repelled as if there was an invincible existence forbidding her entry. Crank, before she had time to get up, the golden door had already closed. She quickly rushed forward and pounded on the door while shouting, open the door, little devil. However, there was no reply from inside. She pondered for a moment and remembered Li Qie's earlier appearance, then she copied him by knocking on the Golden Gate. She also mimicked the particular rhythm when she said, I have returned. But the Golden Gate had zero response. However, she didn't give up and tried several times again to no avail. Little devil, you dared to trick me. Lan Yunju bitterly cried out, don't let me catch you or I'll really let you have a taste. She couldn't do anything else but sit down beneath the golden willow tree while being filled with resentment. She eventually calmed down and looked up at this golden willow tree. Meanwhile, Li Qie entered the temple that was filled with primordial chaos in its entirety. It was as if a world had not existed in this place and this was still the primal origin, the beginning of all things. When one stood in this spot and opened their heavenly gaze while carefully listening, they could faintly hear the sounds of divine beasts, including dragons, phoenixes, cheelants, and Tao Tai as if this place was their nest. Then, they could see divine pagodas along with heavenly cauldrons inside along with many other immortal treasures. Li Qie emotionally murmured while standing in this place, "Time is heartless, I didn't expect to actually return to this place." The moment these words came out, a voice came from within the primordial chaos, "It is good to see your return." Chapter 412, Immortal Emperor Qianli. At this time, a faint shadow could be found inside the primordial chaos, but it was completely shrouded by the essence so one couldn't tell whether it was male or female, it was only a blur of a shadow. If the elders of the river sect could see this shadow, they would absolutely become shocked. This shadow was exactly the same as their patriarch, Immortal Emperor Qianli. Seeing the shadow within the chaos, Li Qie couldn't help but become silent. Meanwhile, the shadow initiated the conversation, "Congratulations, you have finally regained your body. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait until this day. So much time has passed. Qianli, you are still here." Li Qie eventually sighed softly and said, "You know that you are no longer in this world." The shadow basked in primordial chaos answered, "I know." There was a very particular order to the shadow's voice, it seemed as if their tone was the sound of the Grand Tao. This also made their sex indecipherable. "I was waiting for you to come back." The shadow continued, "Although I am no longer here, my will and sentiment remain with this land." Li Qie sat down and asked with a smile, "Or maybe you are here because you do not hope to see me take those items away?" The shadow became silent for a long time before gently asking, "That year, when you and I created this miracle, what was our initial goal?" Li Qie responded, "It was to create the 1,000-carp river, and that was also why I never returned. If I wished to take them away, then I would have done so earlier. However, if your descendants are not worthy of these things, then I shall take them away." This prompted a question from the shadow, "Then do you feel like the current 1,000-carp river is worthy for you to leave them here? If the existences in this domain do not have these items, then they cannot reach the Tao." Li Qie turned quiet before eventually speaking in a low voice, "I knew you would leave a sentiment behind in this place, so I came back to see a friend." Li Qie then sighed dejectedly. "If you choose to leave them here, then it would be a great blessing for the 1,000-carp river, and a great blessing for all the existences in this domain." The shadow continued on, "This land has many things that I can't forget." Li Qie was silent for a long time before he helplessly smiled to say, "Then we can leave them here. It seems like I am unable to refuse your request. But you have done so in the past." The voice in the chaos spoke softly in a very gentle manner. After the past was brought up, Li Qie shook his head and replied, "Even though you are an immortal emperor, you should know that the immortal demon grotto is eternal. Even you will find it difficult to succeed. And even if you were able to do it, you would surely die as well. Just like before when I groomed the group of Min Ren, I didn't intend for them to die for me. The same applies to you. It is very difficult for an immortal emperor to emerge in each generation. An immortal emperor exists not only to reign supreme over the 9 worlds, but they must also protect this heaven and earth, you should be aware of this. Trading an immortal emperor for me is not something I desire. In this world, there are many wonderful things as well as tasks that we must perform. A crow is fine, an imperial teacher is also the same. To me, training someone is not for me to use them as a tool or let them die in my stead." After a while, she calmed down and asked while gazing at Li Qie, "What did you take from there? Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Qie replied while meeting her gaze, "Even if I took some items, they are only things that belong to me. However, your 1,000-carp river is lucky. Out of remembrance for your patriarch, I have left those things behind." "Really?" Lan Yunzhu stared at Li Qie with doubts as if she wanted to see if he was hiding any treasures on his body. Li Qie angrily glared at her and said, "If I wanted to take those items, then what can your sect do to me? This was just my last deed to end the fateful ties with the 1,000-carp river." He sighed softly after having said this. Lan Yunzhu was caught off guard. She felt that Li Qiye seemed to be sad, but it was not because of the treasures. Ever since she met him, she found him to be a happy and always smiling person, never had she seen him in such a sad state. However, it was just for a second. Lan Yunju was not so sure and suspected that she might have just misread it. What could make Li Qiye so sad? She was quite curious about this. Amidst her curious confusion, Li Qiye let out a long whistle and a very strange thing happened. A king's sungrass slowly flew into Li Qiye's palm, thus allowing him to easily catch it. Impossible! Lan Yunju was astounded after seeing this. She also whistled just like Li Qiye, but all the other king's sungrass ignored her. How did you do that? Lan Yunju stared at Li Qiye in astonishment and asked. Li Qiye revealed a mysterious smile and said, "It's a secret. You won't be able to find out. But of course, if we consummate our marriage tonight, then I can reconsider about cluing you in. Go die." Lan Yunju immediately blushed as she tried to kick Li Qiye. Li Qiye laughed and jumped up, then he suddenly disappeared within the willow tree. A bit later, Li Qiye landed with a hat in his hand. It was a hat made from golden willow branches that were weaved together. Each branch emitted strands that resembled golden silk universal laws, causing onlookers to feel a disturbance in their mind. Lan Yunju looked at the hat made from interwoven willow branches in Li Qiye's hand and asked, "What is that thing?" "Golden willow crest." Li Qiye answered with a smile, "Unfortunately, I won't be giving it to you since you haven't performed the duties of a fiancé." Lan Yunju snappily glared at him and retorted, "I don't care for it at all. Let us go, one Yin-Yang King's sungrass is enough to beat your protectors." Li Qiye looked at the golden temple one last time and secretly sighed in his heart. Lan Yunju looked at him and paused for a moment before speaking, "I have to report this to the sect master." In the end, Lan Yunju was still a disciple of the Thousand Carp River. This golden divine willow was too important to the sect, so she must report it to the sect master. At this time, a faint shadow could be found inside the primordial chaos, but it was completely shrouded by the essence so one couldn't tell whether it was male or female, it was only a blur of a shadow. If the elders of the river sect could see this shadow, they would absolutely become shocked. This shadow was exactly the same as their patriarch, immortal Emperor Qianli. Seeing the shadow within the chaos, Li Qiye couldn't help but become silent. Meanwhile, the shadow initiated the conversation, "Congratulations, you have finally regained your body. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait until this day. So much time has passed. Qianli, you are still here." Li Qiye eventually sighed softly and said. Chapter 413, Golden Willow Crest, Do As You Please. Li Qiye didn't care and said, "Even your ancestors might not know about it, and even if they did, your Thousand Carp River still wouldn't be able to enter. The key was not the heavens will secret law nor the cyclical river of fate, but rather Li Qiye's golden universal law. Without this law from Li Qiye's sea of memories, it would be useless even if someone knew of this secret since they wouldn't be able to enter." Lan Yunju looked at Li Qiye's absent-minded expression and quietly asked, "How do you know about the matters in this place?" Ever since he left the Golden Temple, he seemed to be preoccupied with his thoughts, so she was a bit worried for him. "I calculated with my fingers." Li Qiye answered with a smile. "Go calculate in hell." Lan Yunju gritted her teeth from anger. She had good intentions, but this little devil was completely ungrateful. Li Qiye looked at her and asked, "Do you want to stay here and flirt with me for a bit longer, or do you want to hurry back so that your master won't worry?" "Bah, you narcissist, who wants to flirt with you? Don't be so arrogant." Lan Yunju angrily retorted with beet-red cheeks. Right by the Yin-Yang pond, Taoist Bao Gui was very worried since Li Qiye and Lan Yunju had dived down for a long time and still hadn't returned. Could they actually dive down that deep? He wondered with uncertainty. His old eyes gazed at the Yin-Yang pond. Although Lan Yunju's cultivation was very formidable, as the sect master, he knew just how terrifying the pond was. And he wasn't the only one who was nervous, another elder was quite worried as well. Even if that little demon Li wished to die, he shouldn't involve others. One of them scolded, "If anything happens to Yunju, I will personally kill this brat." At this time, everyone's anger was directed at Li Qie. The disciples also felt the same as they cursed Li Qie since they were very worried about Lan Yunju. Only Lu Baiqiu alone cared for Li Qie's safety. She stood by the pond while nervously looking down at the water, silently praying for his safe return. "Sect Master, I'm afraid it is not looking good. How about we go down and take a look?" The two still hadn't come out after a long time, so an elder expressed his concern. The worried Taoist Bao Gui nodded his head in response. "We can temporarily stop this immortal sungrass catching competition and go down to take a look. It would not be good if anything happened to them." Crash! Right when the sect master's group wished to dive down, two figures soared up and landed by the pond. Both the elders and disciples were ecstatic after seeing the two figures leaving the pond. "They are out!" a person exclaimed. The constantly panicking Lu Baiqiu finally smiled after seeing Li Qie was safe and sound and standing by the bank. Taoist Bai Gui also let out a sigh of relief after seeing the two of them, then he scolded, "How rash! The Yin-Yang pond is extremely dangerous. How could you two carelessly dive down like that?" Li Qie smiled and said, "Do not worry, sect master. Just the Yin-Yang pond alone won't be able to kill us." He then took out a Yin-Yang king sungrass and smirked, "We captured a king sungrass, I wonder how many king sungrass the two protectors caught." Yin-Yang king sungrass. Taoist Bao Gui exclaimed after seeing the plant in Li Qie's hand. All the elders and protectors gathered around. Even the two competing protectors also came by to take a closer look at the king sungrass in Li Qie's hand. One of them was aghast and cried out, "It really is a king sungrass." An elder movingly said, "We haven't caught a single blade of king sungrass for 3,000 years. How did you guys catch it just now? This is unbelievable." Elder Lin's expression became very ugly and snorted after seeing the king sungrass. Li Qie's victory was assured with this king sungrass. Even if his side caught more immortal sungrass, they were still not as valuable as a single king sungrass. Who won this round? Li Qie looked at the elders and revealed a wide smile. All of the elders glanced at each other. Although they were unwilling, they still belonged to an emperor's lineage and had to admit that Li Qie won this round. Li Qie has passed the second trial. In the end, Taoist Bao Gui announced. Li Qie then calmly spoke, "Since I succeeded in 2 out of the 3 trials, there is no need for the last trial, right? But if your sect wishes to test your future son-in-law again, I'll be happy to comply. I trust that no one can separate the two of us, am I right, Yunju?" Lan Yunju knew that this little demon purposely said this, so she angrily glared at him. Despite their unhappiness, what could the elders and disciples of the river sect do? The terms were decided by them beforehand, so they couldn't change it now. Li Qie went back along with Lu Baiqiu to their housing while Lan Yunju went to report to Taoist Bao Gui. After going back to the courtyard, Li Qie called for Lu Baiqiu and gave her the golden willow crest before saying, "You have followed me for several days while fulfilling all of your duties, so I will give you this treasure crest as a reward." "What is this treasure?" Lu Baiqiu emotionally asked while looking at the golden crest. Although she didn't know what it was, its appearance that was filled with encircling silk-like universal laws was impressive enough. Li Qie answered with a smile, "This is a golden willow crest, it's woven from the most valuable branches from the golden divine willow. It is a natural creation, not something that was crafted. This particular crest can be a ghost divine merit law, but if you consider it as a weapon, then will be a weapon, if you want it to be a scripture, then it is a scripture, if you think it is a supreme manual to study, then let it be a supreme manual. This thing, is that magical?" Lu Baiqiu asked in astonishment. If Li Qia's explanation was apt, then this crest was indeed an amazing divine treasure. Li Qia nodded and said, yes. This thing could be considered the one and only of its kind in this world, and it is a creation that I shall give to you. As for the benefits and wisdom you can gain from it, it will be up to your own fortune. Remember well, you only have one chance at studying the supreme scripture within. This, Lu Baiqiu hesitated while holding the golden crest in her hand. This treasure was too valuable for her since it was worthy of being called a divine treasure. Lu Baiqiu was only a region lord of the static stream country, so she couldn't come into contact with such a thing. Take it. Li Qia smiled and said, you have earned it. I told you that I would give you a creation, and I will not break my word. Lu Baiqiu calmed down and bowed towards Li Qia, thank you, young noble. Outside of heartfelt sincerity, more wordy appreciations paled in comparison. Bottom of the Yin-Yang Pond. The secret of the Yin-Yang Pond. In another part of the Thousand Carp River, Taoist Bao Gui was quite moved after hearing Lan Yunju's report, the legendary golden divine willow. Lan Yunju looked at her master and asked, Master, what kind of divine tree is it? She saw it with her own eyes but couldn't gain any profound enlightenment. One must know that Lan Yunju had dual saint talents. She was a devilish existence in the entire sacred netherworld, not just in the distant cloud. She was not weaker than any other genius, but she couldn't fathom the mysteries below the golden willow. Taoist Bao Gui pondered for a moment before answering, the divine willow tree. I don't know the exact details about it since there are only a few written records regarding this existence. It is said that this divine tree obtained a mysterious and heavenly creation. People say that the most powerful and formidable tree in the sacred netherworld is the ghost ancestral tree, but there is also a rumor stating that the divine golden willow is right behind it. Ghost ancestral tree. Lan Yunju remembered hearing Li Qia mention such a thing. Taoist Bao Gui shook his head and said, the ghost ancestral tree is only a legend, no one really believes in its existence. Many ghost tribes in the sacred netherworld refuse to acknowledge its existence, including the ancestral domain. Eventually, people just assumed that it was only a fabricated myth. After hearing about how the ancestral domain itself refuted this legend, Lan Yunju eagerly asked, is the ghost ancestral tree that important? Taoist Bao Gui replied with gravity, this has always been a mystery. Rumor has it that the tree had something to do with the ghost race's origin. If that is indeed true, then the tree is the root of the sacred netherworld. Of course, this is all hearsay since no one has seen it before. However, the divine tree and the golden temple might have something to do with our sect's foundation. Since the Thousand Carp Lake is such a miraculous place, it must be the doing of the divine tree and the golden temple. Lan Yunju was about to say something, but she chose to remain silent instead. She didn't reveal the fact about Li Qia wanting to take a few things from the golden temple. After some hesitation, she decided to bury this matter in her heart because it might be quite disastrous to Li Qia once revealed. Do as you please. Li Qia didn't care and said, even your ancestors might not know about it. However, even if they did, your Thousand Carp River still wouldn't be able to enter. The key was not the heavens will secret law, the cyclical river of fate, but rather Li Qia's golden universal law. Without this law from Li Qia's sea of memories, it would be useless even if someone knew this secret since they wouldn't be able to enter. Lan Yunju looked at Li Qia's absent-minded expression and quietly asked, how do you know about the matters in this place? Ever since he left the Golden Temple, he seemed to be preoccupied with thoughts, so she was a bit worried for him. I calculated with my fingers. Li Qia answered with a smile. Chapter 4:14, Turmoil. Unwittingly, she had started to worry about Li Qia's safety. Taoist Bao Gui then inquired further, did Li Qia say anything else about the Golden Temple? As the sect master, he understood the gravity of this matter. Nothing else. Lan Yunju shook her head in response. There were some things that she didn't want to reveal. This is the secret of the Yin Yang Pond. Taoist Bao Gui couldn't help but murmur. Over the years, there were many tales circulating the inner circle of the river sect regarding the bottom of the Yin Yang Pond. Some believed that it was the foundation of the sect. Because of this rumor, across many generations, people tried to dive down to the very bottom. However, despite their numerous efforts, they still failed to do so. As a result, these rumors, instead, became legends for the future generations. But today, an outsider confirmed such a legend, so how could Taoist Bao Gui not become emotional? How does Li Qie know this secret? The Taoist wondered. As the sect master, he knew his own sect very well, but an outsider like Li Qie was privy to the pond's secret while it eluded him, the sect master. Perhaps even the high elders and the slumbering ancestors didn't know the secret of the pond. Thus, this matter where their great secret was within the grasp of an outsider was of the utmost priority to Taoist Bao Gui. After Lan Yunju's report, the Taoist immediately convened a secret meeting that only consisted of elders. Even the high elders who rarely showed themselves participated as well. After hearing the sect master's statement, all the elders were quite moved as they glanced at each other. There is a golden temple and a golden divine tree below the Yin Yang Pond. The rumor is true, then. A high elder took a deep breath and wondered, could this be an inheritance bequeathed by our immortal emperor patriarch? Such a secret affects the survival of our sect, we cannot let an outsider grasp it. Elder Lin, who had always been antagonistic towards Li Qie, gravely said, we should capture Li Qie and interrogate him right away. Another elder shook his head in disagreement. There is no evidence regarding this matter, so if we interrogate Li Qie, our reputation as an emperor's lineage would be greatly damaged. We should talk to Li Qie first, then decide later. This affects our sect's survival, so what is there to talk about? Elder Lin coldly continued, as long as we catch him and carefully interrogate him, there is no fear that he won't talk. Another high elder, Venerable Wang, who was Elder Lin's master, agreed, this matter is indeed of the utmost importance. We should first capture Li Qie. We don't even know about the secret of the pond, so how does Li Qie know? High Elder Yang replied in a deep tone, maybe Li Qie has a deep connection with our sect. Senior Brother Yang, how could an outsider have any ties with us? Venerable Wang sarcastically smiled and exclaimed, maybe this little demon has been secretly spying on us and discovered a way to enter the Yin Yang Pond. Spying on our methods and found a way to enter the pond? Venerable Yang glanced at him and said, if we had a method of entry, why would we even be here today? Does Junior Brother Wang know of such a method? And not just us, even our sealed ancestors might not know the secret. Are you telling me that our ancestor knew of this secret and told an outsider? Venerable Wang said with a grave tone, if we torture him, there would be no need to fear that he won't talk. At that moment, we'll find out how Li Qie knows of this secret. Venerable Yang shook his head in response, I personally do not agree with an interrogation. We can talk to Li Qie, instead. A different high elder nodded in agreement, beginning with an interrogation is too hasty, but we do need to talk with this little demon first. Taoist Bao Gui coughed to interject, senior uncles, we should set aside the matter of Li Qie for now. I feel that we should dive down and personally check the Yin Yang Pond before we take any action. That's right. After hearing this, all the elders and high elders became excited, we should go take a look. The elders took action immediately. They sealed the island and didn't allow anyone to approach. A few elders and high elders carried treasures to dive down to the depths of the Yin Yang Pond. They followed Lan Yunju's instructions in order to reach the bottom. However, no matter how they tried to use immortal Emperor Qian Li's cyclical river of fate, they could not reach the bottom, let alone see the golden tree and golden temple. After consecutive failures, the group realized that the key was not the heavens will secret law, it was Li Qie. We have to talk to that little devil. All the elders had the same thought, and that was to get Li Qie to reveal the secret no matter what. Young noble, it's not looking so good. In the afternoon, Lu Baiqiu rushed in and immediately exclaimed after seeing Li Qie. What happened? Why are you so startled? Li Qie looked at her and asked. Lu Baiqiu looked around as if she was afraid that people would eavesdrop before whispering, Young noble, there are a lot more disciples patrolling our private courtyard today. I'm afraid the river sect might have some unfavorable plans regarding us. Lu Baiqiu was a region lord, so she was meticulous and cautious. She immediately knew that something bad had happened the moment she noticed the extra disciples going back and forth. Is that so? Li Qie smiled in response. This was within his expectations. If Lan Yunju reported the matter of what was beneath the Yin Yang pond, then naturally, the Thousand Carp River would have a great reaction. Would the Thousand Carp River change their mind about the marriage arrangement? But young noble, I think Fairy Zhu quite likes you. Lu Baiqiu anxiously whispered. Li Qie lightly flicked her forehead and said, Girl, where did your mind wander off to? Li Qie then smiled and shook his head, It's nothing of that sort, this has nothing to do with that little girl. Lu Baiqiu's sense of danger was tingling, so she whispered again, But Fairy Zhu should be warning you right now, yet there is no sign of her. Don't tell me Fairy Zhu wants to cancel this marriage. Li Qie calmly responded, Don't think about it too much. The little girl has no control over this matter, for she is helpless as well regarding this issue. The secret of the pond affected the existence of the sect itself, so such a thing was outside the influence of a disciple like Lan Yunju. Even the sect master, Daoist Bao Gui, could not decide the course of action regarding this matter alone. Then what should we do? Lu Baiqiu inquired, Young noble, how about we escape under the curtain of night? Escape? Why do we have to escape? Li Qie nonchalantly stated, Don't worry, even if the sky falls down, your young noble will be here to shoulder it for you. What is there to be afraid of? Lu Baiqiu took a deep breath and resolutely nodded her head, I shall stand together with young noble. Li Qie just smiled and didn't say anything else. He then slowly closed his eyes in anticipation of the things to come. Later on, in the afternoon, the patrolling disciples around Li Qie's place only increased in number till the point where not even a drop of water could trickle through. Even the stupidest disciple in the river sect would understand that something important had happened. However, the sect remained secretive, and ordinary disciples didn't dare to ask any questions. Lu Baiqiu became increasingly nervous after seeing even more disciples around, but she calmed down after noticing how relaxed Li Qie was. Once night fell, Daoist Bao Gui finally came to see Li Qie. They couldn't go down to the bottom of the pond, so they had no other choice. They knew the key lied with Li Qie, so the sect master personally went to talk with him. The sect master sat down and Li Qie didn't mince words. Sect master came because of the issue regarding what is beneath the Yin Yang pond, correct? The sect master nodded his head while smiling and said, Young noble Li is a sensible person. If we all understand the circumstance, then we can openly talk. I'm all ears. Li Qie said with a smile. Daoist Bao Gui took a deep breath and sat in a very formal position before looking at Li Qie to say, Young noble Li, our Thousand Carp River must know the key, the secret of reaching the bottom of the pond. Please teach us the method. The method to reach the bottom? Li Qie shook his head in response, I'm sorry, but there is no way I can do that. Only I can enter that place. Daoist Bao Gui's gaze became serious as he spoke with more austerity, Young noble Li, this matter is very crucial, so I hope that you will speak with caution. Li Qie glanced at the Daoist in response, there is nothing I can do if you don't believe me. However, I do have a word of advice, don't have any ideas about going down to the bottom of the Yin Yang pond. Why? The Daoist was quite surprised at this response and asked. Li Qie lightly answered, it is not a place that you guys should enter. However, if you wish for a more understandable reason, then it is because you guys are not qualified. Li Qia's words caused the Taoist's expression to change as he gravely said, "Young noble Li, do not forget that this is the Thousand-Carp Lake of the Thousand-Carp River. There is no place within this lake that we are not allowed entry." Unknowingly, she had started to worry about Li Qia's safety. Taoist Bao Gui then inquired further, did Li Qia say anything else about the Golden Temple? As the sect master, he understood the gravity of this matter. Nothing else. Lan Yunju shook her head and answered. There were some things that she didn't want to reveal. This is the secret of the Yin-Yang Pond. Taoist Bao Gui couldn't help but murmur. Over the years, there were many tales circulating the inner circle of the river sect regarding the bottom of the Yin-Yang Pond. Some believe that it was the foundation of the sect. Chapter 4:15, Negotiation. Li Qia gently shook his head in disagreement regarding the Taoist's assertion, "You are mistaken. To be more exact, your Thousand-Carp River exists because of the Yin-Yang Pond. Your paradise depends on the pond, and it does not belong to you. Is that clear?" Taoist Bao Gui had always been biased in favor of Li Qia, but Li Qia's words had angered him. Nevertheless, he tried to remain calm in a manner befitting that of a sect master. However, he still inevitably showed some anger in his tone. Then pray tell, if the Yin-Yang Pond does not belong to the Thousand-Carp River, then who does it belong to? Me. Li Qia pointed at his nose and said, frankly speaking, the pond belongs to me alone, and only with my permission can someone else enter. Taoist Bao Gui angrily exclaimed, young noble Li, you are going too far. The Taoist had tried to protect Li Qia many times regarding this matter, but now, Li Qia's blustering and uncooperative attitude had made him furious. Li Qia lazily glanced at him and said, Sect Master, I understand your position. I also know the attitudes of the old men of your Thousand-Carp River. There are a few secrets that must be obtained by any and all means, correct? But do you know why I am still here? Taoist Bao Gui's heart quickly thumped as his eyes turned serious. As the sect master of an emperor's lineage, he had seen many storms. He was also a smart man and felt that there was something not right with Li Qia, since Li Qia clearly knew how things would develop, yet he still chose to stay here. Anyone else would have run away a long time ago if they knew that the river sect harbored unfriendly intentions towards them. However, it was the opposite for Li Qia. He was without any fear. Taoist Bao Gui then took a deep breath to maintain his calm before saying, I'm ready to listen. Li Qia let out a wide smile and spoke in a very leisurely manner, it's nothing much, I just wanted to see whether immortal Emperor Qian Li's descendants would shame him or not. The truth is that I am already showing respect towards you. However, if you choose to be unreasonable, then I think it is time for the Thousand-Carp River to go on the decline. What are you trying to say? Taoist Bao Gui's expression greatly changed as he gravely asked. Li Qia nonchalantly responded, nothing that serious. If your Thousand-Carp River has nothing worthy of my remembrance, then this land no longer deserves me looking after it. If this is the case, then the prosperity of the river sect is one less thing for me to worry about. The reason why Li Qia didn't take away the items he left behind in the Golden Temple was not only because of immortal Emperor Qianli, but also to give the river sect a chance. Although it had several elders that annoyed Li Qia, at the very least, he had a good impression of Lan Yunju, Taoist Bao Gui, and Venerable Yang. They were deserving of Li Qia's mercy. Taoist Bao Gui's countenance became quite difficult to look at as he gazed at Li Qia. If it was anyone else, they would have erupted with anger, but not him. The Taoist then said with a serious tone, young noble Li, do not forget that this is the Thousand-Carp River. We are an emperor's lineage, we have stood strong for generations and are not easily intimidated. I'm not intimidating sect master, I merely speak the truth. Yes, this is the Thousand-Carp River, and that is precisely the reason why I am the ruler of all things here. Do I make myself clear? Li Qia declared with a smile. Li Qia personally created this piece of miraculous land together with immortal Emperor Qianli. If he wished to reign over the Thousand Carp River, there were many means for him to do so. Daoist Bao Gui coldly retorted, "Our Thousand Carp River is not clay for just anyone to mold as they please." These words were not empty, since an emperor's lineage indeed had a certain sense of confidence that would remain strong against any foe. "I know, the Thousand Carp River is very powerful." Li Qiye nodded his head in agreement, "But do you know why the river sect has been prosperous till this day? Do you know why it is allowed to have such a paradise as the Thousand Carp Lake?" Li Qiye emotionlessly continued, "It is because this land is worthy of my remembrance." Just like immortal Emperor Qianli, these rivers and mountains had a history that could not be forgotten. The items in the Golden Temple were peerless. With them, Li Qiye could create a new immortal emperor lineage. However, after immortal Emperor Qianli left, Li Qiye did not take these things away. Just like immortal Emperor Qianli said, this land deserved preservation since it contained an abundance of happiness. Otherwise, Li Qiye would have taken these items away during the Black Dragon King's era. They were all things that Li Qiye took from the most dangerous places under the 9 heavens. Daoist Bao Gui was in a daze as he looked at Li Qiye without knowing what to say. He actually didn't think that Li Qiye was simply speaking nonsense, and this greatly confused him. Li Qiye was only a junior. What kind of abilities or backing did he actually have for him to oppose an emperor's lineage? No matter how powerful they were, a young man would not dare to oppose an emperor's lineage in such a grand manner. Daoist Bao Gui finally quelled the many thoughts in his mind and gravely stated, "Young nobly, I will try my best to work this out. I hope that we can reach a peaceful conclusion. However, without your cooperation, even I, as the sect master, am powerless to protect you." "I appreciate your kind sentiment." Li Qiye answered with a smile, "But if sect master forces me to cooperate, then I am also powerless." The Daoist was in a dilemma, but he did not give up despite Li Qiye's refusal. He took a deep breath and continued on, "Young nobly, in the end, this is an issue integral to our sect's survival, so we cannot afford to tread lightly. We have no other intentions. As the Thousand Carp River's disciples, we only wish to take a look to further our understanding of the sect's foundation. If you could tell us the method of entry that we currently lack, then our sect is willing to pay the price." Li Qiye laughed and said, "Oh. Now it is the carrot after the stick has failed. Do you feel that your sect has something more valuable than the golden divine willow? If I truly wanted treasures, then I would not be wasting my time with you, I would have already taken the divine tree away. Take away the golden divine willow." Daoist Bao Gui became aghast after hearing this. The divine tree was related to the Thousand Carp River's foundation, so if someone took it away, the consequences would be unimaginable. "If that is my wish, I'm sure the golden divine willow would very happily follow me." Li Qiye lightly continued, "Do you know why I left it behind? It is to give the Thousand Carp River a chance. I have explained myself very clearly, so sect master needs to be sensible now." Daoist Bao Gui silently stood there while deliberating these words. Taking away the golden divine willow? Even the river sect itself knew very little about the tree. Could Li Qiye actually take the tree away? The Daoist began to hesitate at this point, since Li Qiye did not seem like he was joking. "Sect master, I do not wish to repeat myself anymore." Li Qiye spoke apathetically, "Forget about the yin-yang pond and do as you did before. Otherwise, your Thousand Carp River would simply be seeking self-destruction." The Daoist turned silent. The river sect was an emperor's lineage, so logically speaking, it would not easily falter due to the threats of a junior. However, his intuition was telling him that involving themselves in this matter any longer would become detrimental to the sect. He was not sure of Li Qiye's true abilities, but his heart was saying that by blatantly opposing Li Qiye, the river sect will decline. There was no evidence, since he knew nothing about Li Qiye's means, he only knew that opposing Li Qiye was an unwise decision. After a good while, the Daoist stood up and eventually said with austerity, "Young nobly, I cannot decide this matter by myself. Even as the sect master, it is beyond my control. I understand. As the sect master, your wisest decision is to persuade the others and act as if nothing had happened. Only then would all of you still have this paradise that is the 1,000-carp lake as your emperor's lineage continues to prosper. Don't venture where you are not supposed to. Taoist Bao Gui gently sighed. Although he believed Li Qia's words and agreed to give up on discovering the secrets of the Yin Yang Pond, the other elders and high elders would not necessarily be convinced. Chapter 4:16, Approaching Battle. Taoist Bao Gui returned and convened a meeting at night. All the elders and high elders were present at this meeting that had a particularly solemn atmosphere. During this meeting, the Taoist clearly explained the details and his personal concerns. Elder Lin, who was the first to dislike Li Qia, sneered, "Since he does not want to cooperate, then he cannot blame us for not giving him a chance. Catch him and begin the interrogation." Another elder nodded his head and said, "Sect master, a junior like him has the nerve to act like this in our 1,000 Rivers sect as if we are nothing. If we don't give him a taste of our strength, then he'll actually think that we were only bluffing." Prior to this, a few elders who had yet to come to a conclusion did not want to use force and hoped that this could be resolved peacefully. But now, Li Qia's attitude had angered these elders. They felt that Li Qia refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The high elders were especially strict regarding this behavior. Venerable Wang said in a grave manner, "Sect master, a little junior is stomping on our heads like this. What are we waiting for? Capture him right now." Venerable Yang, on the other hand, assuaged the rest of the elders, "Let Li Qia think about it some more, give him one last chance. Let's make the deadline tomorrow." Although Venerable Yang wished to lend Li Qia a hand in this matter, he was also powerless since Li Qia's attitude had offended the entire 1,000-carp river. He did not know what Li Qia wanted to do. Did he want to oppose the entire river sect by himself? Even virtuous paragons would not be able to do so, let alone someone from the younger generation. He understood that the dream-wishing tree chose Li Qia for a reason, but his arrogant attitude left him speechless and made it impossible to protect him. "We'll do as Venerable Yang said. We'll give Li Qia one last chance, and I'll go talk to him again tomorrow." Taoist Bao Gui formally declared. He agreed to this plan. This was all that he could do. Compared to the other angry elders, Taoist Bao Gui was quite apprehensive. The other elders didn't speak to Li Qia, so they didn't share such a feeling. Apprehension from the sect's possible decline due to opposing Li Qia loomed over the Taoist's mind. But now, even he could not appease the angry elders in the sect, nor could he change the final outcome. Without the support of Venerable Yang's group by his side, the other elders would have already taken action. Only one day. In the end, under the sect master's assertion, the other elders eventually agreed to a one-day extension. They gave the Taoist one day to persuade Li Qia. Afterward, the sect would go and capture him. The group of Elder Lin wanted to get rid of Li Qia immediately since they were both anxious and annoyed due to Taoist Bao Gui's attempt at protecting him. The Taoist let out a long sigh. He managed to gain one day for Li Qia, but deep in his mind, he knew that Li Qia would absolutely not acquiesce. However, there was nothing else that he could do since he failed to convince the elders. The two sides were at an impasse where neither side was willing to back down. If it was someone else, then Taoist Bao Gui would have complete confidence in capturing them. After all, being called an emperor's lineage was not just an empty title. However, Taoist Bao Gui had no confidence against an unknown junior like Li Qia. He found the whole thing to be quite mysterious. How could the 1,000-carp disciples, and even its descendants, not enter the foundation of the sect while an outsider like Li Qia easily entered? What was the connection between Li Qia and the river sect? Li Qia even said that the golden divine willow belonged to him and that it would happily go with him. Why? These mysteries caused Taoist Bao Gui to be lost in thought. If Li Qia's words were right, then once the conflict began, what would happen to the river sect if the divine tree chose to follow him? Taoist Bao Gui shivered at the mere thought. Without the golden divine willow, the thousand-carp lake would no longer be a paradise. It would become an ordinary lake from then on, as countless medicines would perish while numerous demons won't be able to become enlightened with the Tao. Taoist Bao Gui felt that the burden on his shoulders was too heavy to bear. He could not convince the elders, so at the moment, the only way was to invite an ancestor to come into being. However, he knew that his idea alone was insufficient to convince an ancestor, let alone invite the ancestor to appear and protect Li Chia. Tonight was a sleepless night for the Taoist, an endlessly long night. On this night, Lan Yunju hurriedly rushed to Li Chia's place. She was normally a proud woman who never panicked in front of adversity, but she seemed quite alarmed at this moment. The moment she saw him, she urged, "Hurry and escape tonight." Compared to her panicked state, Li Chia was much calmer and relaxed. He looked at her and lightly inquired, "Why escape?" The worrying Lan Yunju hurriedly replied, "The elders have decided to capture you. Although the sect master bought you an extra day, if you choose not to talk, then you will be captured. Now, the elders want to capture you, especially the branch of High Elder Wang. They all want to do so as soon as possible. If it wasn't for the sect master, they would have already come." Li Chia leisurely smiled and said, "If they want to do it the hard way, then I will gladly welcome it and will happily meet them anytime. I'm a bit itchy from the lack of fighting recently. If you don't mind, I should really consider commencing a massacre." Lan Yunju glowered at him and snappily exclaimed, "Are you crazy? I know that you are very strong, but this is not the time to rely on it. Not to mention, all of our elders are heavenly sovereigns, and there is even a peak heavenly sovereign. Once a fight breaks out, even the high elders will not hesitate to join. Some of our reclusive high elders are peak heavenly kings. If they take action, it would still not be enough even if you had 10 lives. Girl, your words are mistaken. If it was a different location, then I would be a bit wary of peak heavenly kings. However, this is the Thousand-Carp River, so even if virtuous paragons came, I will continue to sit safely on my throne above the 9 heavens." Lan Yunju became so angry that she gave him a stern look before saying, "Don't be too arrogant. This is the Thousand-Carp River, an emperor's lineage. Even virtuous paragons cannot shake our sect. Do you think that you alone can do anything? Even if you have the fabled 6 palaces and 9 stars, it is still nothing to them. Do you get it?" She was quite worried for Li Chia. Otherwise, she would not have rushed here to persuade him to escape. Li Chia calmly smiled and slowly spoke, "You are right, this is the Thousand-Carp River, my territory. In this place, I am the sole ruler, do you get it now? Do you think you can fight against the elders? Humph, even if you do have the ability to oppose the elders, once you threaten our river sect, the sealed ancestors will come out and quell all resistance. You should understand the significance of a thousand-carp ancestor coming into being." Lan Yunju bitterly said. She really wanted to open Li Chia's head to see what could possibly be inside to make him as arrogant as this. Li Chia shook his head and said, "You have it backwards. I am simply staying here to give the river sect another chance. If it wasn't for your immortal Emperor Patriarch, then I would have already flipped over the river sect. Heavenly kings. Virtuous paragons. So what? As long as it is my whim, I could slay them like nothing. But for now, I do not wish to stain my hands with the blood of immortal Emperor Qian Li's descendants. Otherwise, do you really think that I would have accepted the Thousand-Carp River's trial over such an insignificant matter?" Lan Yunju stared at him as if she was staring at a freak and angrily exclaimed, "Uncle, your thick skin is unreal. You are speaking as if you knew our immortal emperor and are being considerate towards the emperor. Your words, this time, are correct." Li Chia replied with a smile, "If your immortal Emperor Qianli was still in this world, then he would have to give me a little face. Of course he would not say that he actually knew the immortal emperor." "Stop. Lan Yunju snappily said, "You really have no shame about bragging. Go look at yourself in a mirror. Our patriarch, immortal Emperor Qianli, is invincible in this world. Do you think a nobody junior like you would be given any face by the patriarch? Your ego has no bounds. Although I am a nobody, this does not mean your patriarch cannot recognize true quality, unlike you guys." Li Qiye said in a very matter-of-fact manner. "I don't care anymore. If you want to die, then die." Lan Yunju was fed up and said, "Do as you please, you egomaniac, just don't regret it when you no longer have a chance to run." Lan Yunju ruthlessly stomped her foot on the ground because this egomaniac truly infuriated her. Chapter 417, Declaration of War. So you hoped that I would flee from the Thousand Carp River overnight? Li Qiye smiled and said while looking at the angry Lan Yunju. "It is best if you start running now." Lan Yunju thought that Li Qiye had changed his mind and happily continued, "If you run right now, then you still have a chance to escape the Thousand Carp River. Once you are out of the sect, leave the distant cloud as well, go to the nether border or the Green River. It is best to avoid the areas with a lot of ghost tribes. Regardless of what you do, you will not be safe if you stay in the distant cloud region." Li Qiye looked at her and smiled, "Girl, are you trying to work together with the enemy? Are you running away or not?" Lan Yunju snapped and glared at him. "You have seen it yourself." Li Qiye waved his hand and said, "At this moment, the island is completely surrounded. There are no gaps and countless eyes are on me. Telling me to escape from your Thousand Carp River is not such an easy task." Lan Yunju took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, "I'll cover for you, no one will notice with me leading you. Once you get out of here, escaping would not be difficult. Is that so?" Li Qiye stroked his chin and revealed a pose of contemplation, "But I don't want to leave you. If I run away now, we won't see each other again." "What are you talking about at a time like this?" Lan Yunju angrily stomped her foot and exclaimed. Li Qiye looked at her with a passionate gaze and said, "Girl, how about we escape together? We will leave the Thousand Carp River and become inseparable from then on. After that, we will be as free as the birds in the sky or the fishes in the ocean." "Yuck, who would want to run off with you?" The embarrassed Lan Yunju quipped and continued on, "You can keep on dreaming. So, are you running or not? If you want to, then I will take you outside of the sect, but if not, then I'm just going to ignore you." This was quite admirable of her. This was a crime of treason. Once caught, she would be heavily punished despite being the prime descendant. Li Qiye examined her serious expression and smiled while gently patting her on the cheek to say, "Girl, how could I involve you in this mess? Don't worry, I won't run. If such a small matter forces me to run, then I am not Li Qiye. Out of respect for your feelings, I won't make it difficult for the Thousand Carp River this time. I also won't take away the golden divine willow so that the sect can continue to prosper. However, as for the blind fools, I shall not hesitate to massacre them. Do you really think you can beat the entire sect by yourself?" Lan Yunju angrily spoke. Li Qiye nodded his head in a serious fashion and declared, "Yes. I can defeat your entire sect because I am Li Qiye." Lan Yunju was completely stupefied. Because I am Li Qiye, this was the most domineering phrase she had ever heard. It was as if, amongst the 9 heavens and 10 earths across the ages, nothing would ever be able to match this remark of domination. The moment her mind returned, she angrily exclaimed, "Forget it, you can do as you please. Don't blame me when you die a miserable death here." Having said that, she quickly stormed out. Li Qiye chuckled at the sight of her exasperation. A while later, he looked up at the night curtain and gently sighed. He then murmured to himself, "Qianli, you can't blame me for this, blame your descendants instead for not knowing when to stop. I have given a lot to the Thousand Carp River by leaving behind the divine tree and the treasures. If there are those who do not listen, then maybe it is time for someone else who is more tractable to rule over this land. The next morning, Lu Baiqiu hastily rushed in and said, "Young noble, it's not looking so good." Li Qiye opened his eyes and calmly asked, "What's wrong? Is the sky falling down?" The breathless Lu Baiqiu said, "The sky is not falling down, but senior brother Yan Long is leading a large group here to capture young noble." Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Capture me? Let us go, we can let those ignorant fools have a taste of blood. Today is the day when the 1,000-carp river will change. At that point, don't blame our sect for not giving you a chance at the beginning." At this point, he revealed a cruel smile of pleasure. Yan Long had been waiting long enough for his chance to get back at Li Qiye. A fate worse than death awaited Li Qiye if he should fall into Yan Long's hands, a fate deserving of someone who tried to steal his woman. "Is that so?" Li Qiye smirked. "Is this the decision made by the sect, or is this your personal decision?" Yan Long didn't answer directly and coldly declared instead, "All 1,000-carp disciples have the responsibility to kill someone who spies on our sect and stole our heavens will secret law." Li Qiye smiled and nodded his head, "I understand, so it is a personal vendetta. But you alone are not enough to catch me." Yan Long's face became ashen because Li Qiye struck his sore spot. He then cried out, "Go, show no mercy if he resists." Having said that, his blood energy rushed forth as he took out a virtuous paragon life treasure. Boom! After a loud explosion, the experts who came with him created an inescapable net. The sky started to shake as all 4 directions were locked down. The group came prepared and were determined to capture Li Qiye at all costs. Once this net entrapped the entire area, Yan Long's virtuous paragon weapon slashed down with the suppressive might of a virtuous paragon. While being on the verge of life and death, Li Qiye slightly shifted his body. At that moment, it seemed as if time itself shivered from him, seemingly flapping his wings. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts resounded along with shrill cries. The experts that wanted to trap Li Qiye were all instantly blown away as their blood painted the blue sky red. Boom! Li Qiye's body was the most powerful weapon. Each of his attacks carried the force of a divine mountain, so even a virtuous paragon weapon was knocked away. Boom! Before Yan Long knew what was going on, he had already been blown away, spewing out blood as his bones broke. Before he got the chance to realize what was going on, his neck felt a grip that pushed him up high. Li Qiye had Yan Long by the throat in midair. "Someone like you wants to capture me?" Li Qiye smirked at Yan Long and demanded, "Tell the ones who are ordering you to come out, or else I'll crush you." "Little beast, let him go." Elder Lin roared and unleashed a sky-shattering fist towards Li Qiye, one without any mercy. "So you hoped that I would flee from the 1,000-carp river overnight?" Li Qiye smiled and said while looking at the angry Lan Yunju. "It is best if you start running now." Lan Yunju thought that Li Qiye had changed his mind and happily continued, "If you run right now, then you still have a chance to escape the 1,000-carp river. Once you are out of the sect, leave the distant cloud as well, go to the nether border or the Green River. It is best to avoid the areas with a lot of ghost tribes. Regardless of what you do, you will not be safe if you stay in the distant cloud region." Li Qiye looked at her and smiled, "Girl, are you trying to work together with the enemy?" Chapter 418, Patriarch Spirit. Without a doubt, Yan Long was just a lackey meant to provoke Li Qiye. Then, the rest would capture him under the charge of resisting arrest. However, Elder Lin didn't expect for their plan to result in instant failure. Scram! Li Qiye was too lazy to look at Elder Lin twice, so he showed his 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. A myriad of hands appeared right behind him as 2 of them wielded the 9 words True Bow. Buzz! The string was drawn and the word soldier flew out. The word gathered the strength of the heaven and earth and eventually collided with Elder Lin. Boom! Even the iron fist of a heavenly sovereign would turn into a gory spectacle when up against this mighty, number one bow in this world. The arrow pierced through Elder Lin's fist for his flesh was insufficient in the face of this power, causing him to cry out in pain. Li Qiye smirked and said, "Your master is too late, he won't be able to save you." With that, his fingers tightened. Yanlong felt his death approaching and screamed, "No," however, it was already too late. His neck shattered as all breathing ceased. "God damn you, you little bastard." An extremely angry voice appeared. The owner of this voice rushed towards Li Qiye. Venerable Wang, who was Yanlong's grandmaster, came with a slashing blade. This was a high elder, so his blade carried an unstoppable momentum. The spectating disciples shivered and turned pale from the power of such a blade. Buzz, the 9 words true bow shot out another arrow. This time, it was the word fighter, a defensive arrow. The arrival of this arrow brought forth countless realms. It seemed as if layers of light were opening before Li Qiye like giant shields to protect him. After a deafening boom, the divine blade that could be considered invincible shattered all of these realms. It furiously slammed Li Qiye into the courtyard and destroyed the mansion. Lu Baiqiu became deathly pale, but she couldn't help at all. She didn't have the ability to interfere in a fight of this magnitude. Crash! Li Qiye burst out from the debris. Many figures descended from the sky to quickly surround Li Qiye. The 1,000 carp elders and even some high elders were here. They sealed off all the directions so Li Qiye had no chance to escape. Elder Lin's eyes were about to split from anger as he revealed a vicious smile. "Fellow elders, look, this brute killed our disciple. Capture him so that the world won't laugh at our 1,000 carp river." Venerable Wang was also here, hovering emotionlessly as he stared at Li Qiye. He then commanded, "Arrest him and cripple his cultivation, then we can take our time interrogating him." All the spectating disciples held their breaths after seeing this scene. The elders and even some high elders had appeared. Li Qiye's death was assured. Taoist Bao Gui came running and shockingly exclaimed after seeing the current situation, "Venerable Wang, what is going on?" He struggled to convince Venerable Yang's group to go and invite their ancestor. He didn't think that something like this would happen during his short absence. This little beast killed Yanlong, this is completely unforgivable. Thus, we elders appeared to protect our 1,000 carp river's honor. Taoist Bao Gui's expression changed since he immediately understood what had happened. Some people couldn't wait to begin. Taoist Bao Gui then gravely declared, "Venerable Wang, the one-day grace period has yet to end." Venerable Wang glanced at the sect master and coldly replied, "Sect master, do not be mistaken. This outsider has killed our disciple, so what else is there to talk about? Capture this animal and cripple him." All of the elders were on Venerable Wang's side. "Big brother, we cannot delay this any longer." Taoist Bao Gui realized that the group of Venerable Wang wanted to overpower his authority right when Elder Yang, who supported him, was not around. He noticed the formation that trapped Li Qiye and could only sigh. This was already outside of his power, so he could only stand by and watch the end of this storm. Venerable Wang looked down on Li Qiye and chillingly said, "Go." Li Qiye, who was completely surrounded, was still very calm and asked, "Do you really think I am just meat on a chopping block?" Having this many elders contribute to the barricade proved that they were not underestimating him at all. "Junior, if you cooperate with us right now, then it will be a lot less painful. Otherwise, you will discover a fate worse than death." "Is that so?" Li Qiye said with a smile, "It seems that I still have to kill today. What a shame, I will have to disappoint immortal Emperor Qianli." Li Qiye held the elusive heavenly vase while looking at all the elders with narrowed eyes. At this moment, he would not show any mercy and would kill all these elders decisively. "Junior, stand down." Elder Lin was the first to take action. A divine saber slashed across the sky with a surging murderous intent. It was so cold that, in its presence, one would feel as if they were entrapped in an icy prison. Li Qia's gaze shot out a cold glint as his desire to kill also increased. Poof! Time suddenly trembled. A rain of blood had already started to fall before the divine blade could reach Li Qia. In fact, the blood did not belong to Li Qia, it came from Elder Lin. The sudden change frightened the other elders as those who were about to attack immediately stopped. In this split second, the 1,000-carp lake shot out waves of immortal lights that seemed as if they were made from golden silk. These immortal lights traveled all the way to the sky and even the universe, alarming the entire world. A divine tree emerged from the yin-yang pond. This divine tree made from gold suddenly shot to the sky and covered the entire lake. All of the disciples were dumbfounded as they looked up to see this incredible, towering tree. Back down. At this time, a voice came along. This voice seemed to be able to travel across eternity. It was as if it came from ancient times. The sudden appearance of this voice took the elders by surprise as they all looked at each other. Venerable Wang, with a sunken expression, turned around to look towards the voice's direction and yelled out, "Who?" Whoosh! A finger shot out and struck Venerable Wang, sending him down to the ground like a deflated ball. Under just one finger, his entire cultivation was sealed. Before the other elders managed to calm down, Venerable Wang was seized by a gigantic hand and thrown into the reflection cliff, the prison of the 1,000-carp lake. This sudden change of events startled the group of Taoist Baogui as well. Venerable Wang was already a heavenly king, yet he was completely powerless as his cultivation was sealed and then immediately thrown into the prison. A figure appeared right below the golden divine willow, and it declared, "Reflect on your mistakes." The moment this figure appeared, the 6 Tao and 8 Desolaces seemed so far away while the 9 heavens and 10 earths became insignificant. This figure loomed above all like the ruler of this entire world and myriad Tao. An invincible emperor aura covered the entire lake. All of the disciples prostrated on the ground for they were truly convinced by this unparalleled aura. A supreme immortal emperor, all were trivial before such an existence. Even virtuous paragons were nothing in the face of such might. An immortal emperor could sweep through all the stars in the sky and all the existing worlds with just a motion of their palm. They could end the 6 Tao and the reincarnation cycle itself. This was an immortal emperor, an existence that had shouldered the heavens' will. What happened? At this moment, amazing existences throughout all 4 great domains trembled at the sudden appearance of the Emperor Aura. Immortal Emperor. Taoist Baogui prostrated on the ground as tears flowed from his eyes. He could not contain his excitement. Imperial Patriarch's spirit is here. Forgive your unfilial children. Many sect members were all prostrating on the ground in astonishment. Some had tears in their eyes because never in their wildest dreams would they imagine immortal Emperor Qian Li's spirit showing up before them. Grand Master. Deep in the 1,000-carp lake, an ancient coffin rushed out from the bottom. A frightening yet decrepit old man climbed out and piously prostrated on the ground. Sacred ancestor has come into being. At this time, an awakened ancestor of the river sect was extremely moved. As for the high elders, they were at a loss for words. The person buried beneath the 1,000-carp river was the grand disciple of immortal Emperor Qianli. The sect's high elders had once heard about an extremely frightening existence sealed beneath the lake, but they had never seen him. Even the slumbering ancestors were no exceptions. Today, the sacred ancestor's divine light emanated from beneath the lake since he himself climbed out of his blood era stone to greet his Grandmaster. Grandmaster, I have failed you by failing to guide them properly. The sacred ancestor prostrated before immortal Emperor Qianli and professed his failure. Below the golden divine willow, immortal Emperor Qianli's shadow had an indecipherable profoundness and remained forever mysterious. The aura emitted from the emperor's body forced even virtuous paragons into submission. Today, after seeing the spirit of their patriarch, the disciples of the river sect finally understood the true significance of an immortal emperor and what true invincibility really was. Without any doubt, Yen Long was just a lackey meant to provoke Li Qie. Then, the rest would capture him under the charge of resisting arrest. However, Elder Lin didn't expect for their plan to result in instant failure. Scram! Li Qie was too lazy to look at Elder Lin twice, so he showed his 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. A myriad of hands appeared right behind him as 2 of them wielded the 9 words True Bow. Buzz! The string was drawn as the word soldier flew out. The word gathered the strength of the heaven and earth that eventually collided with Elder Lin. Chapter 419, Day turned into night. Meanwhile, the elders and ancestors of the river sect lost control of their emotions. They didn't know that their patriarch left behind a lingering sentiment back at the ancestral ground. At this moment, they understood that their patriarch's spirit had always been protecting the 1,000-carp river. This forever mysterious figure under the golden divine willow looked straight at Li Qie. As their gazes met, Li Qie could only gently sigh. Starting from today, Li Qie is the guardian of our 1,000-carp river, his words are my decree. This voice suddenly turned into an eternal mantra, a universal law that would last for an eternity, something that could not be changed by anyone. Li Qie could only wryly smile while looking at the immortal emperor. In the end, he still had to play the role of a wet nurse just like back when the sect was first established. He couldn't say no to immortal Emperor Qianli. Being the guardian of the river sect was not something he wanted to do. However, regardless of his feelings, he couldn't say no, so he could only lament his own fate. In the end, you still couldn't help it and had to come out to save the 1,000-carp river. Li Qie murmured to himself. We humbly accept Grandmaster's decree. The sacred ancestor bowed all the way down to the ground. Flowers started to bloom after the declaration of the Emperor's eternal decree. The sacred ancestor respectfully held the newly formed universal law decree with both of his hands and accepted it. All the elders and even the ancestors were piously prostrating to immortal Emperor Qian Li's supreme decree, we humbly accept Patriarch's decree. After the filial display, the golden divine willow slowly disappeared along with the shadow beneath it. The 1,000-carp lake became tranquil once more. Outside of the supreme decree in the sacred ancestor's hand, it was as if nothing had ever happened. The sacred ancestor himself personally prepared a grand ceremony to welcome Li Qie into the 1,000-carp river's main ground. Welcome, our guardian. Li Qie was very helpless. Under the reception of the elders, Li Qie was like a puppet being dragged into the sect's main ground. This was completely different from his expectations. He wanted to kill until the river sect knew better, but immortal Emperor Qian Li's intent came out to save their descendants. Eventually, after the sacred ancestor welcomed Li Qie to the guardian's seat, the ceremony finally ended. He then specifically talked to the group of elders and ancestors once more before he sealed himself underground. At this time, the entire sect was extremely respectful towards Li Qie. No one dared to slight him. The Patriarch's decree was the highest authority in the 1,000-carp river, so everyone treated it with piety. Lu Baiqiu was in disbelief due to this development. From the appearance of the emperor to them proclaiming Li Qie as the sect's guardian, everything was like a dream to her. What a great honor this was! No genius would even dare to imagine it. Others would be jubilated with such an honor, but Li Qie could only helplessly smile. The title of guardian might sound grand, but in the end, it was just the role of a wet nurse. Li Qie was tired of taking on such a role, especially since this was his second time being the guardian for the 1,000-carp river. In the distant past, right when the river sect had just been formed, everything was just beginning. Li Qie hid behind the scenes and was the sect's wet nurse until immortal Emperor Qian Li shouldered the heaven's will. Then, he finally left the river sect after completing his duties. After so many years, he had become the guardian once again despite his unwillingness, but he couldn't say no to immortal Emperor Qian Li. He secretly lamented to himself, I'll just consider this the last time. After becoming the guardian, he didn't want to see anyone. This position was incomparably grand, but he became extremely annoyed just by thinking about it. Daoist Bao Gui was also very respectful and asked for his opinion on everything. To this, Li Chia simply said, "Sect Master, I am the guardian, not a wet nurse. The river sect can just function as before, you don't need to come ask for my opinion." After Li Chia's request, the Daoist stopped asking questions, finally relieving Li Chia of one of his worries. After several days of being the guardian, Lan Yunju came and asked him, "How did you do it?" She was quite astonished since this was an unbelievable miracle to her. Oh, how shocking it was to see the spirit of an immortal emperor. In the past, countless geniuses from the river sect were not worthy of such a thing, but now, the emperor personally came to see an outsider and even bestowed a supreme decree to make him the guardian. Li Chia glared at Lan Yunju and responded with annoyance, "Because I am the ruler of this domain." Lan Yunju pondered for a moment and thought about the things Li Chia had said. He had once said something along these lines before, but she assumed that he was only being boisterous. But now, the recent events had changed her mind. "Did you really want to destroy my 1,000-carp river?" She felt afraid after recalling his words. Before, she didn't think that Li Chia alone could go against the entire sect, but now she understood that the matter was much more grave than what she imagined. "Don't worry, an adorable person like you would naturally be fine." However, there were a few that needed to be re-educated. Li Chia laughed then shook his head to say, "Bah, who is adorable?" Lan Yunju angrily glared at him. Bang, 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 bang. Around this time, the earth started to shake as the sacred nether world changed. Li Chia rushed out in shock while Lan Yunju and Lu Baiqiu followed right behind him. They looked up to the sky in astonishment. However, they were not alone, all of the inhabitants of the sacred nether world were also alarmed. The sky was peaceful during the day, but now it suddenly turned dark. The entire sacred nether world was encroached by darkness. Even ancestors, legendary masters, and eternal existences were freaked out. Countless invincible characters emerged from their blood-era stones. Even these experts could not see through the sky and understand what was covering the entire sacred nether world. This darkness scared everyone since some believed that it was the end of the world. It didn't last for a very long time, about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. The darkness disappeared and the sky returned to its original shade of blue as if nothing had happened. What is going on here?" Lu Baiqiu stuttered in fear. This was the most terrifying thing she had ever experienced in her life. The entire sacred nether world had been shrouded by a dark curtain. Although it was very brief, it was still enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Li Chia kept on looking at the sky without saying a word. It was as if he wanted to see through it. The always nonchalant Li Chia had a dignified expression at this time. After a while, Lan Yunju asked, "What actually happened just now?" Recalling the scene from earlier scared her. She opened her heavenly gaze but still couldn't see through the sky, let alone what enveloped the sacred nether world. Li Chia took in a deep breath and told Lan Yunju, "Go, order people to see if the lost mythical island is still there." Lan Yunju immediately did so. The 1,000-carp river had been watching the island, but they didn't want to carelessly enter it before clearly knowing the situation. Very quickly, some disciples came back with news. Lan Yunju reported, "The lost mythical island is no longer there." When the darkness covered the sky, many people were still out at sea, including ancestors of some great powers. However, they didn't see how the island disappeared. Once the darkness dissipated, the island was no longer there. Li Chia started to bite his lips in silence after hearing this, many thoughts were rampaging through his head. In the sacred nether world, there were only 2 or 3 possibilities that could explain why the lost island disappeared in an instant. Li Chia took in a deep breath and told Lan Yunju, "I must make a trip to the prime ominous grave." Lan Yunju exclaimed in shock, "The prime ominous grave? This is a legendary location from the ancient past, somewhere that no one had been able to enter besides immortal emperors. Li Qiye slowly replied with narrowed eyes, "I know, but I'll find a way." Lan Yunzhu was taken aback and asked, "Does it have something to do with the lost mythical island?" The prime ominous grave had always been an unsolved mystery in the sacred netherworld. "It is not clear." Li Qiye shook his head to say, "It might not be a bad thing if it had something to do with the grave. Whether the lost island is at the grave or not, I will have to go in and see for myself." Chapter 420. On the road once more. This new development happened too suddenly and differed from Li Qiye's expectations. Originally, he wanted to go to the island after the mist consumed enough blood. Li Qiye had plenty of methods. As long as he could get on the island, he would have been able to take whatever he wanted. But now, the lost mythical island had disappeared, or rather, was moved by someone. This completely derailed his plans, requiring him to contemplate on how to proceed. Lan Yunzhu took in a deep breath and declared, "I'll go with you. At least that way, you will have a helper." "No." Li Qiye responded with a shake of his head, "You and the sect masters group have to get ready. Maybe I will have a use for you guys. The most important thing is to prepare for the worst-case scenario." "What is this worst-case scenario?" Lan Yunzhu inquired with some surprise. With a serious expression, Li Qiye stared far into the distance and slowly replied, "The heavens is in turmoil, an era of carnage may be impending." "The heavens is in turmoil?" Lan Yunzhu repeated in shocked. In the present times, the sacred netherworld was in peace and no power was capable of breaking the stability that was formed by several emperors' lineages. "Whether chaos will come or not," Li Qiye continued with a grin, "a chaotic heaven might not necessarily be a bad thing. When I slaughter the heavens, a few crafty things should come out." So why was this grave called the Prime Ominous Grave? No one really knew, but some believed that it was a land of the dead. It was one of the 12 forbidden burials. Just like the other ones, it was filled with danger. No one could leave with their life once they entered. Despite its notoriety, countless people throughout history still tried to get in. Everyone believed that those who could leave alive would gain an amazing creation. One particular rumor stated that there were true immortals buried here. One could obtain an amazing creation if they obtained their bones. There was a reason for these rumors. Immortal Emperor Du had entered the burial when he was young and managed to come back alive. Because of this experience, he hid for 5 generations of immortal emperors. Ultimately, at a very old age, he shouldered the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor. People claimed that he had obtained something great from the grave, something like an immortal scripture, so that was why he could cultivate through 5 generations of emperors and eventually become an emperor himself. His tales were told throughout the ages. He did not live the longest after becoming an emperor, but since the moment of his birth till the date of his disappearance, he was definitely the oldest one. He managed to last through 5 generations of emperors and became a miracle across the ages. Because of this miracle, there were many different tales of the events between the emperor and the Prime Ominous Grave. However, all of these versions had one thing in common, and that was that the young emperor left the Prime Ominous Grave alive. Because of this commonality, there was a rumor stating that immortal Emperor Du obtained the greatest creation in the grave, a method for everlasting life. This resulted in countless generations of cultivators coming to excavate the grave in order to enter. In fact, some immortal emperors had managed to enter the Prime Ominous Grave, such as Immortal Emperor Yin Yang, Immortal Emperor Fan Chen, and Immortal Emperor Ming Du. Chapter 421, Necropolis. Li Qiye reminisced a bit as he stood on top of a high mountain while gazing at this monstrous obelisk that towered into the sky. He needed a key to enter the Prime Ominous Grave. His gaze then shifted towards a different direction amidst the rolling mountain ranges beyond the grave. There was quite a scene right outside, one that had wondrous natural landforms. It was a vast area and was referred to by others as the City of Ghosts. One would find collapsed walls that spanned for millions of miles around this stretch of mountains and rivers. It was an ancient yet broken city with the words, Necropolis, engraved above its gate. Necropolis was famous in the nether border and even the entire sacred nether world. However, many people like to call it the City of Ghosts instead. It was the largest city right outside the grave. Those who stood atop these walls and looked towards the far distance would find rivers and mountains everywhere, along with closely packed structures. Some pavilions and temples were built with clay to form a town while other buildings towered above the mountain ranges. There were also inhabitants along the riverbanks and valleys. It was easy to see that this place was prospering with life. The city was completely lit up and the streets were filled with shouting vendors. However, if outsiders were to think of Necropolis as a peaceful city where all races congregated, then they would be completely mistaken. All of these inhabitants that resembled cultivators were not alive, they were ghosts. Talking about ghosts in the sacred nether world was absurd because it was a world filled with ghost tribes since this was their homeland. External races would view the ghost tribes as ghosts. However, the truth was that the ghost tribes were not actually ghosts, they were existences with flesh and blood just like the human race. They were just a different ethnicity. However, Necropolis inhabitants did not have flesh or blood. They were things without life, simple sentiments. If there were actually ghosts in this world, then the inhabitants of this city would be them. Necropolis was more of a country rather than just a city. The geography right outside the grave was extremely abundant with countless ghosts as its citizens. No one knew when Necropolis was established, but it had existed for a very long time. The ghosts here looked just like those outside, they took on the form of humans, demons, ghost tribes, cultivators, and citizens. They even had their own Dao lineages. The residents here seemed no different from those outside, but they just had no trace of life. They were only never dissipating sentiments. They did not know that they were dead and went on living in a similar fashion to those outside. Necropolis was always vibrant with excitement regardless of whether it was day or night, as if it was just a mortal city, it was nothing like a city of the dead. However, one would be frightened to death if they knew that all of the street vendors, the young children that were learning how to speak, and the cultivators passing on their Dao system were all people who had died and turned into sentiments. No one knew why there were so many sentiments that lived at this location, and no one knew why it was so difficult for them to move on. In short, Necropolis was a mysterious land of the dead. Some people who were on the verge of death would choose to die at Necropolis because this was a different way of life. Of course, these sentiments that continued to live at Necropolis had nothing to do with real people since they would lose their memories of their past life. A dead person in Necropolis would turn into a trail of sentiment that continued to live in the city, but this sentiment no longer resembled their original self, it didn't have the memories nor any marks, it was a completely different being. People, or rather ghosts, that lived in the city never left. They would stay here until the day they disappear. Everyone knew that the inhabitants that lived in this city were not ghosts but merely sentiments. Despite this, many cultivators still came here in order to live on after they died. Of course, there were also different reasons why other cultivators chose to come. There were numerous treasures here, such as divine weapons, rare king medicines, and ancient scroll manuals. Second, it hid something craved by all, the key to open the prime ominous grave. Third, it also had a treasure mountain that could allow others to obtain immortality. Because of these reasons, many came to Necropolis. However, whether it was the treasures inside Necropolis or the prime ominous grave, very few managed to see them. As for the legendary treasure mountain, even fewer had seen it. Many young people came to risk their lives for these treasures, but people haven't heard of many successful cases. Some did find some treasures, but they were very far from mythical weapons. Of course, the key to the prime ominous grave was found. Because of this, the grave was opened several times, leaving behind the tales of immortal Emperor Du that people never seemed to get tired of. It was unknown whether the emperor was the one who found the key, or if it was someone else who successfully went into the grave. Nevertheless, immortal Emperor Du was the one who obtained the creation. It didn't matter whether he went in with someone else or not. Only one thing was confirmed by future generations, that there were several generations when the key was found to open the grave. Thus began the hunt for the key at Necropolis. Wuxia gently sighed while looking at the city in the distance. It indeed contained the key, but obtaining the key was not easy. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people leaving empty-handed for millions of years. At this moment, Wuxia was facing a problem. If the lost mythical island didn't enter the grave, then there was no reason for him to find the key. After thinking about it for a bit, he left this place. He needed to gather information to confirm the island's whereabouts before finding the key. Around 10,000 miles away from Necropolis was another citadel, an ancient city named Crossing City. Now this was a place where the other races gathered. But of course, this was the eastern nether border, so there were more ghost tribes here. It was not strange at all. Outside of the southern distant cloud, all the other locations were territories that belonged to the ghost tribes because they were the primary inhabitants of this world. Since Wuxia was human, he maintained a very low profile after entering Crossing City since he only wanted to hear about the news from the prime ominous grave. The majority of the cultivators here were members of the ghost race. Keep in mind that the ghost race contained many different branches. Some of them carried a deep nether aura, but not all of them. Some branches were very bright, such as the Sun Ghost Tribe. Its members exuded a sun's ray like the sun itself, so, from their external appearance, it would be difficult to classify them as part of the ghost race. The only unifying characteristic of all of these different ghost tribes was that their blood was of a purple color. In the past several days, Wuxia inquired about the prime ominous grave with no success. It was because the grave would not change unless it was opened. It would remain the same in an unchanging manner. Wuxia was quite disappointed with his lack of information. Could it be that the lost mythical island was not inside the prime ominous grave? Wuxia thought of a different possibility. However, if the island was not inside the grave, then that would not be good news. Right when he was about to give up due to disappointment, one day, he went inside a diner to listen to conversations and was just in time for a particular message. Chapter 422, Snow Shadow Tribe. Wuxia was in a diner inside Crossing City. Next to him was a table with more than 10 people. There were men and women both young and old. This time, maybe we will find the legendary mountain at Necropolis. Then, our Snow Shadow Ghost Tribe will rise. A young man excitedly laughed and declared. There was a shared characteristic amongst this group, and that was that all of their hair was as white as snow. The strangest thing was that when sunlight shone on their bodies, even their shadows would come out as white. A white shadow would creep anyone out, but in the sacred nether world where ghost tribes congregated, this was not strange at all. It was apparent that this table consisted of members of the same tribe, a tribe named the Snow Shadow Tribe. Just like their name, their shadows were white. It was a minor tribe in Crossing City, one with very meager power. Legends state that they were once powerful, but as for how powerful they actually were, the current tribe did not know since it was too long ago. The youths in the group were very excited when they talked about Necropolis. They all wanted to give it a try. Another young man said, Necropolis is a treasure ground that immortal emperors regularly visited. We are going to make a fortune this time. However, an elder at the same table poured cold water over their excitement. He was quite old, but his eyes were as clear as the stars in the sky. He shook his head to say, "Don't get your hopes up. We will just go and take a look, so don't dream about too many treasures. Hundreds of thousands of people visit Necropolis every year, but they don't even find regular treasures, let alone mythical ones. We are only going in order to broaden your horizons. Elder Ji, don't ruin our excitement like this." The speaker was a muscular young man who optimistically smiled and said, "Elder Ji, maybe I, Peng Zhuang, will find the legendary mountain. I will change and become an immortal emperor, then this will become my generation. Someone who looks like a ruffian like you wants to become an immortal emperor. Elder Ji did not shy from bringing down the youth's optimism and continued, don't dream about the treasure mountain. This is a legend that no one has seen before, let alone a little brat like you. The youth named Peng Zhuang only smiled in response. Despite the elder's words, it did not diminish his excitement. He and another youth continued to enthusiastically speak about the prime ominous grave. At first, Li Qie didn't pay them any attention. Every day, people all over the sacred nether world traveled to Necropolis with the same dream as Peng Zhuang. They all wanted to find the legendary treasure mountain inside the city. But now, the youths were talking about the things that happened a few days ago at Necropolis. This was the moment when the sacred nether world was plunged into darkness. I heard that a fiend had come into being. The youth's conversation became increasingly ludicrous as they started to talk about all kinds of things. It wasn't a fiend, I heard that the heavens will had died. Ever since the Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens will, it was on the verge of death. Yesterday, when the sky became dark, it was because the heavens died. Pfft, what are you talking about? Where is this heaven? I feel that the arrival of a fiend is more accurate. The group of them debated. All of you are wrong. The muscular young man named Peng Zhuang mysteriously said, in my opinion, an invincible existence came out from the prime ominous grave. During the darkness, I saw a monstrous hand stretch out from the grave. Oh big talk Peng, you are lying again. A youth at the same table laughed and shook his head, what monstrous hand? We were standing at the same spot that day, none of us saw a monstrous hand. Moreover, the grave had not been opened for tens of thousands of years, so how could there be a hand? It is true. Peng Zhuang busily replied, amidst that darkness, I saw a huge hand reaching out from the grave. Li Qie's expression changed, this was exactly the news he was looking for. If Peng Zhuang spoke the truth, then Li Qie's conjecture was not wrong. Peng Zhuang, don't speak nonsense. Suddenly, a clear yet slightly imposing voice came out. It was a woman who sat at the same table, she was around the age of 30. Her mature charm was like a ripe peach that was ready to be picked at any moment. The 30-year-old woman carried a plump and mature flavor, her white hair gave her an even more dignified aura. Her smoking hot figure was accented by her soft and tall bosom, and her slender waist could easily be held within a single hand. She was quite charming despite not reaching the kingdom-toppling level. During her moments where her dignity showed, she exuded the aura of a noble. This mature woman brightened the eyes of others with a seductive and ripe aura, causing the hearts of others to beat faster. Peng Zhuang immediately shut up after the woman spoke as he cheekily said, Chief, I was just kidding. The woman didn't say anything else, but she had a noble yet intimidating aura. The youths quickly changed the topic and talked about something else. Li Qie, who was eavesdropping to the side, knew that he had found the right people. Now, all that he needed to do was to find out whether Peng Zhuang told the truth or not. Li Qie stood up and clasped his hands together while smiling to greet the table, salutation, fellow Taoists. As the proverb says, no one would hit a smiling face. Li Qie was quite polite, so the Snow Shadow tribe also greeted him back. It was not a big tribe so they were not arrogant at all. Li Qie said with a smile, this junior is Li Qie from the southern distant cloud. I came to the eastern nether border to broaden my horizons with a vacation. The mythical necropolis is filled with mysteries, so when I heard fellow Taoists talk about it, I just want to ask a few questions about how to get there. Li Qie was both polite and courteous like a well-behaved and proper young man. You're just in time, we are also going to Necropolis. Peng Zhuang was a frank and simple person, so he quickly said, how about we go together? Another companion will make it livelier. Peng Zhuang, the tribal chief warned with a serious tone. However, Li Qie quickly took charge before the chief could react. He clasped his hands towards her. This junior will shamelessly ask to go with your group. I just came to the nether border and do not know my way around. I gratefully hope for your patronage in the future. This human with an unknown origin that suddenly wanted to join her team caused her to become overly sensitive. This junior's name is Li Chia. What are Daoist brothers' names? Li Chia was very friendly and enthusiastically asked. Peng Shuang was a straightforward person, so after seeing Li Chia's polite friendliness, he quickly called him brother right afterward as if they had known each other for a long time. The other youths were also not cautious of Li Chia. In the end, they were only a small tribe, so making more friends was not a bad thing. Elder Ji didn't state his opinion. Only the chief alone was cautious, but she didn't reveal any dissatisfaction towards Li Chia. After getting familiar with the young ones, Li Chia learned the names of the older crowd. The chief's name was Churom Wanshue. Although it was only a minor one, it was still a tribe after all. Churom Wanshue proved her formidable strength by being the chief at the age of 30. She was either the number 1 or number 2 expert in her tribe. Despite being a relatively young female chief, the disciples in her tribe adored her. She also gained the acceptance from the previous generation since they believed that she would reach peak heavenly king in the future. In just a short moment, Li Chia became quite close to Peng Shuang's group. After the meal, the group marched towards Necropolis while Li Chia tagged along with them with his thick skin. The youths enjoyed Li Chia's company, but Churom Wanshue remained vigilant. Nevertheless, she didn't chase him away and agreed to him tagging along. Once they were outside of Necropolis, the youths became quite excited. Peng Shuang hysterically shouted, "Ha! Peng Shuang is here. The treasure mountain is mine." Li Chia laughed and pointed at the towering prime ominous grave in the distance. People say that there are even more treasures in the prime ominous grave. There is even a method for immortality. Peng Shuang relentlessly claimed, "Wait until I find the key. Then, we'll definitely go there. I'm afraid it will be very hard." Li Chia shook his head to say, "I heard that no one had opened it for a very long time now. For tens of thousands of years, there had been no changes to the grave." "Who said so?" Peng Shuang remained unconvinced and continued, "I clearly saw a change when darkness covered the sky. Right at that instant, I saw the biggest hand I've ever seen coming out of the grave." "Liar Peng Shuang." One of the other companions shook his head and said with laughter, "We were all together, so how come we didn't see it?" Chapter 423, Companion. After hearing his companion, Peng Shuang quickly retorted and swore, "I really saw it. It's true, why would I lie to you guys? There really was a giant hand stretching out from the prime ominous grave." "Really?" Li Chia was secretly happy. He came just for this news. He put on a curious expression and asked, "What did that giant hand look like? Was it scary? Was it a ghost's hand or something else?" "It wasn't a ghost's hand." Peng Shuang shook his head and elaborated, "I felt that the hand was very weird. After the darkness disappeared, I also saw it going back into the grave. A hand suddenly stretching outward." Li Chia was like an inquisitive little kid listening to a tale. Maybe it was trying to grab something. "Did you see what it caught?" Peng Shuang thought about it for a moment and replied, "Now that you mention it, I can faintly recall that it was holding something." "Peng Shuang, stop your driveling." Churom Wanshue said in a serious manner, "Prepare a few things, we'll arrive at Necropolis in just a moment." Peng Shuang wryly smiled while checking over his own items. Li Chia secretly sighed. It seemed that Churom Wanshue was still very cautious of him. Li Chia then suddenly felt a glare settle on him. He looked up and saw a pair of sparkling eyes. Li Chia smiled and clasped his hands together towards Churom Wanshue. "This is this junior's first time to Necropolis, so I hope Chief will teach me a thing or two." Churom Wanshue looked at him and then lightly replied, "Just be careful and don't cause any trouble." This was a phrase with multiple meanings. It was as if she wanted to both gauge and warn him. Li Qie pretended to only understand the literal meaning, so he courteously gestured, "Then I give my thanks, chief." At this moment, Li Qie was 80 or 90% certain that the lost island had something to do with the grave. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak with Peng Zhuang in private at this time. He was no longer in a rush with this new revelation. What he needed to do now was to find the key to open the prime ominous grave. After Qirong Wanxue and the 6 young disciples were prepared, Elder Ji said, "Chief, we will stay here to support you guys. If anything happens, just fire off the signal and we will go to pick you up." Qirong Wanxue nodded in agreement and said in a serious tone, "Very well, Elder Ji, please be careful as well." To many people, Necropolis was a land filled with temptations, but only young people were able to enter. Of course, middle-aged and elderly cultivators could go in as well, as long as they had no fear of death. There was a dark and inscrutable energy in Necropolis. The blood energy of young people was vigorous like a rising sun, so they were capable of dispelling this dark energy at Necropolis. A huge bustling town should have an abundance of blood energy like the ocean, surging and inexhaustible, capable of gestating even the heaven and earth. However, their eyes only saw a necropolis filled with a dark energy. In addition to this, the pedestrians did not have any blood energy at all. Some of the merchants on the sidewalks were only illusions. How could first-timers not be alarmed at seeing such a huge city without blood energy? This was a city of the dead. How can they look so similar to real people? A disciple exclaimed in astonishment. The inhabitants here looked exactly like real people, outside of not having any blood energy. Both the strong and the weak can be found in Necropolis. Strong sentiments are no different than ordinary cultivators, outside of not having any blood energy. On the other hand, weak sentiments would immediately be seen through by heavenly gazes, like those illusions. Peng Zhuang pointed at an approaching group of young men in the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there, those ghosts have blood energy." Qirong Wanxue responded in a serious tone, "Don't be rude, they are just like you, cultivators from the outside." Peng Zhuang embarrassingly smiled and withdrew his finger. He didn't dare to act wantonly. In fact, many young cultivators came to Necropolis every day. Some came for fun, some came for the legendary treasures, and some came for the key to the prime ominous grave. The chief brought the group across a street as a street vendor called out, "Selling stone talismans here, a talisman from an ancient tribe, come and buy, quick." Peng Zhuang liked a particular stone talisman and walked forward to ask, "How much for this stone talisman?" The merchant saw a customer so he enthusiastically smiled, "Cheap, it's very cheap, only 6 fish." A young disciple heard the price and curiously asked, "6 fish? What are these 6 fish?" Qirong Wanxue shook her head and explained to them, that the fish he's referring to are young night fish. The currency in Necropolis is not refined jade, but young night fish. After hearing this, Peng Zhuang dejectedly gave up since he didn't have any young night fish. After hearing his companion, Peng Zhuang quickly retorted and swore, "I really saw it. It is true, why would I lie to you guys? There really was a giant hand stretching out from the prime ominous grave." "Really?" Li Qie was secretly happy, he came just for this news. He put on a curious expression and asked, "What did that giant hand look like? Was it scary? Was it a ghost's hand or something else?" "It wasn't a ghost's hand." Peng Zhuang shook his head and elaborated, "I felt that the hand was very weird. After the darkness disappeared, I also saw it going back into the grave." Chapter 424, City of Ghosts. Another disciple asked, "Chief, where are we going now?" Qirong Wanxue answered, "We are going to Night Sea. That is the only place where we can catch young night fish. We are only passing by this place." We have to hurry." Peng Zhuang was excited to hear this and wished that he could fly there instantly. This was not Qirong Wanxue's first time to Necropolis, so she was not in a rush to get to Night Sea. She purposely took her time so that the group of Peng Zhuang could see more things and broaden their horizons. On a particular street, they found a young man showcasing some merchandise with refined jade as the currency. Peng Zhuang came and asked, "Doesn't your necropolis use young nightfish to trade? Why are you using refined jades? What are you selling? Let me see." Having said that, he excitedly looked at the items displayed on the stand. His overly excessive enthusiasm was met by the young man's angry glare and an evicting shout, "I am not a ghost, I am a human, wait no, I am a member of the ghost race." His strong response startled Peng Zhuang. He quickly opened his heavenly gaze and found that the person was truly not a ghost. Peng Zhuang awkwardly apologized immediately, "Ah, my bad, I thought that you were a ghost, wait, no, a sentiment." Having said that, he sped off right away. Li Qie, who had been keeping silent within the group, smirked because Peng Zhuang's group really knew too little about Necropolis. However, this was not their fault, the Snow Shadow tribe was only a minor one. Ordinary disciples within the tribe never got the chance to go to Necropolis, so their lack of knowledge was understandable. Chiron Wanshue reminded them, "There are many outsiders who come here to trade. There are not only ghosts here, but also many young cultivators. Make sure to use your heavenly gaze when looking at people from now on." For the second theory, it was said that after he obtained a great fortune, he was able to return to life and finally escaped Night Sea and Necropolis to become an invincible emperor. But of course, regardless of whether he came from the underworld river or Night Sea, they were just unproven rumors. In addition, even immortal Emperor Mingdu's lineage, the Nether-Crossing Swamp, denied these claims. Future generations later on believed that immortal Emperor Mingdu came from the ghost race. This was widely acknowledged by people from the same generation as him. Chiron Wanshue led the group of Li Qie to find fairies, but they were always late and had their ferry taken by others. Chiron Wanshue pondered for a moment before looking at Li Qie to say, "Fellow Taoist Li, please watch over them, I will go and find a ferry." Compared to an energetic youth like Peng Zhuang, the well-behaved Li Qie was more trustworthy, so Chiron Wanshue temporarily left him in charge. "Don't worry, we will wait here until you return." Li Qie answered with a smile. This was his chance since he wanted to ask Peng Zhuang some more things regarding the prime ominous grave. Chiron Wanshue looked at Li Qie then cautioned the group of Peng Zhuang before quickly leaving to find a ferry. After she left, Li Qie immediately asked Peng Zhuang, "Brother Peng, what do you think the gigantic hand that night was?" Another disciple said with a smile, "Brother Li seems to be really interested in this matter." They had no ill feelings towards Li Qie, and to the contrary, quite liked him. Li Qie calmly smiled and replied, "That day, when the night suddenly came, it really frightened me to death, so I am very interested in hearing about the gigantic hand from Brother Peng." The 5 disciples became excited and quickly discussed, "I nearly lost my mind too. I heard right after that the chief and the elders all went to the ancestral ground since they thought it was a huge deal. Right when the sky turned dark, I really did see a gigantic hand. Although it was fleeting, I am sure that it wasn't due to my blurred vision or anything." In fact, very few believed Peng Zhuang since he was the only one who saw it. At that time, he was coincidentally looking towards the prime ominous grave. Li Qie asked with great interest, "What kind of gigantic hand was it?" Peng Zhuang thought about it carefully before answering, How should I put this? It was a really huge hand. It seemed as if it was its own separate heaven and earth. It was like the stars in the sky or another world entirely. It had stars, a moon, and a sun. It was as if this gigantic hand replaced our own sky. Chapter 429, explaining. Li Qie calmly sat at the bow of the boat and smiled at Chiron Wanshue, who sat down beside him. In terms of beauty and allure, Chiron Wanshue was far from Chen Baojiao's level. However, Chen Baojiao didn't have the mature charm or the dignified elegance of Chiron Wanxue. Chen Baojiao was a calamitous and kingdom-toppling beauty, a supreme enchantress that took away the souls of others with a single glance. Chiron Wanxue was also movingly beautiful, especially her mature charm, no different from a ripe peach that causes hearts to beat faster. People will love her more and more the more they're exposed to her. Does Chief Chiron have something to say? Li Qiye looked at her amorous features and calmly asked. Chiron Wanshue's heart was filled with emotions as she looked at this man who, despite being so much younger than her, seemed so mystical. Li Qiye was very ordinary when it came to his face and aura. However, as one interacted with him more, they would find him to be full of mysteries. He would make others feel like they were being sucked in as if he was an inescapable black hole. What is young noble Li's goal for coming to Necropolis this time? Chiron Wanxue pondered for a moment before asking the question that had been haunting her. Chiron Wanxue hoped to have a real talk with Li Qiye if they were to continue to stay together at Necropolis since they knew nothing about him. Li Qiye didn't answer her question but asked one instead, what is Chief Chiron's goal at Necropolis? She stared at him while he met her gaze, right into her clear and bright eyes. They gazed at each other for a bit, and Chiron Wanxue was the first to turn away. She then took a deep breath and thought for a bit before resolutely saying, if we are on the same side, then we need to work together. If you wish to know, then I'll tell you. This time, I came to Necropolis to find something that my tribe had lost. Since she wanted a sincere conversation with Li Qiye, she revealed the truth after contemplating for a bit. So that is the case. Li Qiye smiled and replied. He understood her concerns, so he went on to say, I don't mind telling you, I came this time in order to find a certain something. What are you searching for? Chiron Wanxue inquired further. Li Qiye didn't answer. He stared at her amorous snow-white face and asked, Chief Chiron, what item did your tribe lose? Chiron Wanxue became silent. This matter was of grave importance to the tribe, so she couldn't carelessly tell an outsider. Li Qiye smirked at the sight of her careful contemplation. He then asked, we won't talk about this issue anymore, we can talk about the sudden eclipse instead. On that day, did you see anything strange? Li Qiye found out a lot of things from Peng Zhuang, but he was now asking Chiron Wanxue to confirm it. The reason was very simple. Whenever Peng Zhuang talked about the gigantic hand from the prime ominous grave, Chiron Wanxue would yell at him to stop. This made Li Qiye believe that she knew a thing or two about it. Chiron Wanxue turned around to look at the young group of 6. They were sitting at the other end with their backs turned towards Li Qiye and didn't seem to be paying attention to them. So young noble Li came because of this matter. Chiron Wanxue had speculated this possibility early on since Li Qiye had shown interest in this matter from the very start. Li Qiye did not hide anything and smiled, you can put it that way. I trust that you know a thing or two, so can you tell me? Chiron Wanxue pondered for a bit while looking at Li Qiye who was calmly waiting for an answer. She then took a deep breath and nodded her head in agreement. Right afterward, she recalled, the monstrous hand that Peng Zhuang talked about. It was indeed there. On the day of the eclipse, I was absorbing worldly energy while looking towards the prime ominous grave. She paused here for a moment. And then? Li Qiye was not too anxious since he was quite sure about what had happened. Chiron Wanxue took a calming breath and eventually continued on, right when the sky was no longer dark, I saw, the prime ominous grave open. Peng Zhuang was not certain of this matter for he was completely horrified after seeing the gigantic hand, but Chiron Wanxue was staring at the grave the entire time. When the eclipse was over, Chiron Wanxue was astonished at the grave's opening since it seemed impossible. The grave had not been opened for a long time, and she had heard that a key was required. Her ancestor had not heard of anyone obtaining this particular key. This was the reason why she found the whole thing quite strange. This whole thing contained secrets unbeknownst to her. Each time Peng Zhuang brought it up, she quickly silenced it since she didn't want to bring about any trouble to the Snow Shadow tribe. After listening to her recollection, Li Qiye smiled and said, "So that was the case." Now, he was completely certain of the events that transpired. This meant that he absolutely had to obtain the key to enter the grave. Chirong Wanxue glanced in his direction and asked, "Since I have revealed the things young noble wanted to know, can you tell me one thing?" "Please go ahead." Li Qiye calmly said, "I'll happily reveal what I know to Chief Chirong." She then asked, "How did you know the locations of where the young nightfish would appear?" "Their harvest was too shocking. There was once a descendant from an emperor's lineage who brought along a supreme treasure to Nightsea, but this person's harvest throughout an entire year was not comparable to the amount Li Qiye obtained in just a month." This matter had been hanging on Chirong Wanshue's mind. Li Qiye smiled and said, "So Chief Chirong didn't believe me. I spoke the truth. My intuition had been very sensitive since a young age, especially when I stay in the same place for a long time. It is a natural gift from birth." Chirong Wanxue angrily glared at him since she had been tricked. She didn't believe his nonsense at all. If these fish in Nightsea could be caught by intuition, then they would have become extinct already. Li Qiye only smirked in response to Chirong Wanshue's red and beautiful angry glare. He couldn't tell this secret to someone else. He spent countless efforts at Necropolis. In the past millions of years, at least half of the amount of times the grave had been opened contained traces of the Dar. Chirong Wanxue commanded the group. She also took out a drop of her own. The group of Peng Zhuang followed suit. Cultivators greatly valued their longevity blood, but Peng Zhuang's group was very young, so they could accumulate even more in the future, unlike older cultivators. At a certain age, they would find that their blood energy would weaken and their longevity blood would dry up. One must pay the handler to go out to Nightsea with a ferry. The payment was in neither refined jades nor young nightfish, but was longevity blood instead. After everyone gave a drop to the handler, he opened his mouth and swallowed them. The group of youths shivered at the sight. They then understood why the handlers seemed different from the ghosts back at Necropolis, the ones without any blood energy. So it turned out that these handlers drank the longevity blood of cultivators. No wonder they had a faint blood energy on their bodies. After accepting the blood, the handler allowed for the group of Chirong Wanxue to get on the boat. The moment the group boarded, a different group that consisted of both men and women came from afar. They arrived at the beach in just the blink of an eye. Their blood energy was quite vast, so it was apparent that they were all experts. The one leading them was a young man that wore a draconic robe as his body exuded a faint moonlight, causing him to seem dazzlingly handsome. Moreover, his vitality was quite majestic. He was surely a great master. The young man appeared to be quite happy to see Chirong Wanxue. "Miss Chirong, long time no see." He then clasped his hands together and smiled. "Is Miss Chirong also going out to sea?" "What a coincidence, so are we. How about we share a boat?" Chirong Wanxue looked at him and shook her head. "Prince of Yin Moon, our small boat can only take 7 or 8 people. Prince should find a bigger boat instead." However, the Yin Moon Prince did not give up. He looked at Li Qiye and said with a smile, "Fellow human friend, I am in a rush to go out to sea to catch some nightfish. How about you let me have your spot? I will pay you." Li Qiye looked at the Yin Moon Prince then Chirong Wanxue, and while as nonchalant and relaxed as ever, he shook his head in denial. "Sorry, I am also in a rush to go out to sea." The answer annoyed the prince, but he didn't immediately show his anger. "Goodbye, Prince of Yin Moon, we will go before you." Chirong Wanxue didn't want to linger any longer and told the handler to start rowing. The Yin Moon Prince was not happy, but he had to clasp his hands together to say goodbye. The handler seated at the back gently rowed as the boat slowly shook back and forth into Nightsea. Li Qiye, who was sitting next to Peng Zhuang, then glanced at Chirong Wanxue who was seated at the bow and asked, "Who was that group earlier?" He is the prince of the Yin Moon tribe. This tribe is considered a second-rate sect in the nether border, quite formidable. Peng Zhuang took a glimpse at the chief seated at the front and whispered, "The Yin Moon Prince fancies our chief and has always been trying to court her." Chapter 426, Night Sea. Before Peng Zhuang could finish, Jerome Wanxue turned around so he quickly shut his mouth in fear. Li Qiye smiled and met her gaze. This deadlock went on for a while, but Jerome Wanxue didn't say anything. The boat slowly entered Night Sea. Jerome Wanxue had come here before, so she was fine, but the youths were quite creeped out. Although there was nothing particularly scary about Night Sea besides its dark water, those on the boats going out to sea had the feeling as if they were descending into an unknown abyss. The jet-black water seemed to be able to swallow all things, causing people's hair to stand on end. It was true that Night Sea was a very dangerous place. Even heavenly kings and virtuous paragons would die a miserable death without a ferry in this sea. This sea was like a ferocious beast that could swallow all people, even their bones would not be spared. A virtuous paragon capable of obtaining the god title would still not be able to escape this fate if they forcefully tried to enter Night Sea. There was a rumor stating that only immortal emperors could force their way into Night Sea, but there was no way to verify it. Peng Zhuang was quite alarmed as he sat on the boat above Night Sea. If Jerome Wanxue didn't say anything, the young ones wouldn't dare to step outside the boat at all. After all, if they fell, death would be the only outcome. Li Qiye looked at this sea that was seemingly like a world of darkness and murmured, "Night Sea." Li Qiye knew that this sea hid many secrets just like Necropolis. In fact, there was one in particular that was unknown to all others, a very important one. After they went further into Night Sea, the handler gave each person a net. This fishing net was very special. It was made from an unknown material and seemed like it was woven from light. There was no weight to it when held in one's hand. This was a fishing net designed to catch young nightfish and was given to people by the handlers. However, the strange part was that the handlers themselves never caught these fish, and no one knew the reason why. The group casted their nets for 2 days, but no one managed to catch any young nightfish. Jerome Wanxue continuously changed the boat's direction and location to no avail. After 3 days without any results, Peng Zhuang became a bit dejected, not a single young nightfish. "Don't tell me all the fish in this sea have been caught already." The impatient fella had this urge to jump down into the sea himself. Compared to the 6 youths, Jerome Wanxue was much calmer. She shook her head and said, "Catching young nightfish isn't easy. It is the common currency in Necropolis, so if you can catch them any time you want, then you will be able to get many things in the city. A lot of people fish for several months before getting any harvest. If you lose your patience now, then you won't get anything at Necropolis." She wished to train them, so she was not in a rush at all despite not catching any fish. After 3 days passed, not a single fish was caught, but Li Qiye's group was not the only group suffering this lamentable fate. They met many groups recently. They were all young men from all over the world, riding these ferries in order to catch young nightfish. Jerome Wanxue coincidentally encountered several familiar ghost sects and ghost members and said hello. From their conversations, they found out that several people who came here for a month only managed to catch 3 to 5 fish at best. After hearing about the lackluster results from others, Peng Zhuang's group of 6 felt a lot better. Since others took a month to catch around 5 fish, it was not surprising for them to not catch any in just a few days. On the 8th day, Li Qiye's group met a particularly powerful sect. They rented an extremely big ferry that carried many young men who had surging blood energies. The divine flames on their bodies made them even more unapproachable. These youths seemed to be the children of a divine race, and they each had an oppressive aura. The person who sat at the bow was the most amazing. The flames that danced on his body turned into divine rings right behind him. The rings made him seem as if he was protected by gods. Jerome Wanxue emotionally spoke after seeing this huge boat. even the Divine Spark country is here. The Divine Spark Prince came in person as well. She then told the handler to row the boat around them. Walking the long way was not Lucia's style, so he asked with a smile, "Why are we avoiding them?" Peng Shuang looked at him curiously and asked, "Brother Li came from the Thousand Carp River, but you don't know about the Divine Spark country?" "What about the Divine Spark country?" Lucia smiled and asked without a care. Peng Shuang tapped his forehead and replied, "Brother Li, your information is too outdated. The Divine Spark country is one of the most powerful lineages in your southern distant cloud. Although they are not an emperor's lineage, they are still a first-rate great power and only a bit weaker than an emperor's lineage." Another disciple added, "Yep, I heard that they are a divine race. They call themselves descendants of a true god." Li Qie was not surprised at all as he smirked, "Is that so?" He paid no mind to even emperor's lineages, so a great power like the Divine Spark country naturally couldn't enter his sight. Not only that. The only female disciple spoke, "I heard that the Divine Spark Princess is a famous and beautiful goddess of your southern distant cloud. She is getting married to Sir Dizwa. A lineage with 3 emperors, right?" The 6 felt their minds sway, they felt that Li Qie was too slow. Peng Shuang shouted, "Brother, this is one sect, 3 emperors. Do you know how powerful Sir Dizwa is? People say that even heavenly sovereigns from the previous generations have to treat him with reverence." "I see." Li Qie dully replied. It was not him looking down on others, one sect, 3 emperors was a very normal thing in his opinion. The female disciple spoke, "The Divine Spark Princess, the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden is Sir Dizwa's fiancée. I heard that after the news of the engagement, the fame of the Divine Spark country rose like a ship meeting the waves. The person who sat at the bow earlier was the Divine Spark Prince, the little brother of the Phoenix Maiden." Chirong Wanxue asserted from the front, "The Divine Spark country is a major power, so it is better for people like us to avoid them." It was reasonable for Chirong Wanxue to show caution due to the nature of her small tribe that was completely incomparable to a great power like the Divine Spark country. The country could lift a finger and easily destroy their tribe, so she naturally would avoid such a monstrous existence. "I get it now." Li Qie revealed an enlightened appearance and nodded his head with a smile. Chirong Wanxue warned them, "If the southern distant clouds people are here as well, then Necropolis will become very lively in the upcoming times. We have to be extra careful and not cause trouble." As the chief of a small tribe living between great powers, she and her Snow Shadow tribe had to be very careful. Li Qie's group had been out on night sea for 10 days and finally got some results. Li Qie and Chirong Wanshue's nets were empty, so the last disciple who was reining in his net initially didn't have too much hope, but a bright light emanated inside his retrieved net. Everyone came to take a look and found that inside this net was a little fish the size of a thumb, emitting some sunlight. It seemed to be carved from fire jade as a flame burned strongly on its body. "Young night fish." Chirong Wanshua smiled after seeing this little fish. It was a beautiful smile that resembled a blooming peony flower. "Young night fish." The disciple who caught it was extremely excited, especially since he was the first to catch one. "We finally got something." The 6 young ones jumped up and down happily. Catching a fish motivated the young ones, so they assumed that a great harvest was sure to follow. However, they didn't catch any other fish for the next 2 days. Chirong Wanshue remained calm while the 6 became more impatient. Before Peng Zhuang could finish, Chirong Wanshue turned around, so he quickly shut his mouth in fear. Li Qie smiled and met her gaze. This deadlock went on for a while, but Chirong Wanshue didn't say anything. The boat slowly entered Night Sea. Chirong Wanshue had come here before, so she was fine, but the youths were quite creeped out. Although there was nothing particularly scary about Night Sea outside of its dark water, those on the boats going out to sea had the feeling as if they were descending into an unknown abyss. The jet-black water seemed to be able to swallow all things, causing people's hair to stand on end. Chapter 427, Catching Nightfish in Night Sea. The group of Peng Zhuang started to lament after failing to catch anything for 2 days. Peng Zhuang said, "It is so difficult to catch these fish. If this goes on, then I'm afraid we won't catch more than 2 fish in an entire month." Even though as long as they kept on paying with their longevity blood, they could keep renting the ferry, the young ones became more restless as the days passed by. Li Qiye went to find Chiron Wanxue. He looked at this mature and alluring woman and asked with a smile, "Is it alright if I guide the way today?" Although Chiron Wanxue was patient, Li Qiye didn't have time to play around with them on Night Sea. There were many things he needed to do that required a large amount of nightfish. Chiron Wanxue watched him for a while, then nodded her head. "Very well, you can give it a try." After she agreed, Li Qiye told the handler who was sitting at the back of the boat, "We'll go over there." The handler quietly rowed the boat towards the direction Li Qiye pointed to. It was as if the handler was invisible. He never said anything and only dealt with controlling the ferry, never participating in anything else. As the small boat rocked back and forth, Li Qiye was secretly measuring Night Sea. He needed to calculate the time and the trajectory of the boat. In the last millions of years, this was not his first time catching nightfish, so he knew more than the group of Chiron Wanxue. After riding the waves for half a day, Li Qiye said in a serious manner, "Stop right here." The handler stopped the boat as it paused on this pitch-black sea. Li Qiye held his breath while staring at the sea's surface. His solemn attitude also affected Chiron Wanxue as she did the same thing along with the group of youths. However, they didn't see anything. Night Sea was very mysterious, so even heavenly gazes couldn't see through the dark water to assess the situation below, no matter how powerful the person was. Time continued to flow. Suddenly, Li Qiye's pupils narrowed as he gravely shouted, "Now! Drop the nets!" Then, he immediately flung his net down into Night Sea. Chiron Wanxue and the group of 6 also did the same. One disciple intended to pull his net up right away, but he was stopped by Li Qiye's serious tone, "Don't move." The group didn't dare to move and just stared at the sea like Li Qiye, but they didn't see anything. After a while, Li Qiye finally shouted, "Pull up your nets, now." He then pulled his own net up. Whoosh! The moment he pulled up his net, a blinding sunlight came forth, forcing everyone to close their eyes. There was a young nightfish inside the net, struggling to break free, but it was no use. Li Qiye quickly took the fish out of the net and threw it into a jar that was prepared beforehand so that it wouldn't escape. Whoosh! The group of Chiron Wanxue also pulled up their nets and the same blinding sunlight appeared once more. The light caused the group to be shocked and speechless. The jaws of the younger crowd were wide open for a very long time. Just a single release of their nets resulted in more young nightfish than what others gained in an entire month. Chiron Wanxue was the fastest to react as she told the young ones, "Quickly, catch the fish." She then took out a jar to place her fish inside. The young ones regained their sanity and quickly placed their fish into their jars as well. They were quite jubilant as the great harvest from a single round left them in disbelief. The moment Peng Zhuang's group finally finished storing the fish away, another fairy happily pointed out Li Qiye's successful catch, "There are fish over there." The people of Peng Zhuang's group were no strangers to this fairy, it was their old enemies, the Black Cloud young lord and the other disciples. "Release the nets." The young lord noticed Li Qiye's catch, so he immediately ordered for the disciples on board to cast their nets into the sea as well. All of the disciples did so and then pulled up their nets, but they didn't catch anything. Seeing the empty nets, the young lord angrily stomped his foot and exclaimed, "Too late. Huh, little black ghost, you guys are too late." Peng Zhuang was quite happy to see the lack of results on the other side, the fish already ran away last night. The young lord didn't believe in magic, so he shouted again, "Release the nets." They wanted to catch a large amount of fish like how Li Qiye's party did earlier, but every time they cast their nets, it ended with 0 results. Earlier, the young lord saw, with his own eyes, how the group of Peng Zhuang managed to catch young nightfish right at this place. However, his continuous attempts all ended in failure. Li Qie was too lazy to look at the Black Cloud tribe, so he said, "Let us go." With his great understanding of Night Sea, he knew that the moment he stopped that school of fish, there wouldn't be more coming for a long time. The handler once again rode under Li Qie's directions. Peng Zhuang happily waved goodbye to the Black Cloud young lord before leaving and shouted, "Little black ghost, you guys can take your time, your uncle is leaving now." The young lord shivered with anger as his eyes failed to hide his rage. He could only watch Peng Zhuang's group leave. Li Qie told the handler to go to a certain area in the sea before stopping. He then told the group, "We'll spend the night here and cast our nets around midnight." He then sat down and closed his eyes to rest right afterward. The young ones looked at each other with excitement as they gathered together. Peng Zhuang asked, "I caught 10 young nightfish, what about you guys?" A disciple counted his fish and happily exclaimed, 15. Some people took a month to catch 3 to 5 while a single cast of their nets resulted in several dozen fish, so how could they not be incredibly excited? The only female disciple in the group was the most joyous since she had the best catch, "I got 18. The 6 talked for a while in elation. Peng Zhuang then said, "Man, Brother Li is our lucky star. We got a really big harvest this time. Huh, Brother Li is truly amazing." Another one added, Yep, although we didn't catch anything in the last 10 days, we got so much this time. This is a month's worth for other people." They felt so lucky after the great harvest that resulted from Li Qie's guidance. Only Qiuron Wanxue was silent as she watched Li Qie meditate. She definitely did not believe that this rich harvest came from luck alone. She had come to Night Sea several times before, but she had never heard of anyone catching several dozen fish in a single round. This harvest was too unreasonably great. Moreover, the location was not chosen by chance since Li Qie clearly chose it deliberately. Could it be that Li Qie knew where the fish were within Night Sea? Having thought to this point, she felt that it was an impossible matter. It was said that the young nightfish were very unpredictable and no one could know where they would appear. Even virtuous paragons could not calculate the time or location of the fish. However, if that was the case, then how did Li Qie pick such a location? Qiuron Wanxue was quite perplexed. She became even more cautious of Li Qie. The group of Peng Zhuang was careless since they were young, but she clearly noticed that Li Qie purposely followed them. Along the way, Li Qie was quite polite and obedient. She felt that he was a bit problematic, but he never did anything to them, so she slowly became at ease. Although this release of their nets caused her doubts to resurface, she couldn't see through him at all. She only knew that his name was Li Qie and that he came from the southern distant cloud, nothing else. During midnight, Li Qie, who had been meditating, suddenly stood up and ordered the group, "Get ready." The group of youths who were meditating woke up and picked up their nets with excitement. Li Qie looked at the sky's shade then towards another direction before telling everyone, "We have to be fast this time, just a bit late and we'll lose our chance." The young ones memorized his words as they gripped their nets tightly. Li Qie stared at the sea without saying anything else. The young ones held their breaths and copied his gaze. Qiuron Wanxue was also quite nervous as she looked out towards the sea. Minutes began to pass by and, in just the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Li Qie remained immobile like a wooden statue, staring at Night Sea. Chapter 428, Abundant Harvest. Before anyone noticed, 2 hours had gone by and Li Qie still didn't move, he just stared at the sea. Throughout this time, they didn't do anything, so the group of Peng Zhuang became impatient. Peng Zhuang wanted to ask Li Qie, but Qiuron Wanxue shook her head at them, signaling for them to not disturb him. The 6 calmed down and held their breaths while looking at the sea's surface. At this time, Li Qie then shouted, "Release the nets." Li Qiye released his net at the speed of lightning. Churong Wanshue and the six didn't dare to hesitate, they released their nets with their fastest speed. However, the nets had only went down for a moment before Li Qiye shouted again, "Pull them up, fast." Then, Li Qiye dragged up his own net. Whoosh! The seven also pulled their nets up and found themselves dumbfounded. A light as bright as the sun illuminated the surroundings, turning the sea's night into day. It was as if a sun was rising up from their nets. Their hands were heavy since there were so many fish the size of a finger jumping around, wanting to escape from their confines. They had never seen so many fish like this was enough to scare someone to death. Even Churong Wanshue was aghast until Li Qiye's voice rang in her ears, "Catch them, quick." Her body shook once, then she hurriedly caught the fish. The six young ones also calmed down and busily caught their own fish. Their hands were shivering with excitement while they attempted to store them. As the chief, Churong Wanshue could be said to be the most composed, but right now, her cheeks were red with excitement. In her eyes, this was simply incredible. After putting their fish away, one disciple began to count and then shouted out, "Oh heavens, I have a total of 86. The only female disciple jumped up and exclaimed, I have 107. She then kissed Li Qiye on the cheek and happily declared, "Brotherly, you are too amazing." Li Qiye smilingly shook his head and said, "You are molesting me." The embarrassed female disciple let go of Li Qiye, but she was still very excited. "A kiss is nothing." Peng Shuang smiled and declared, "If Brotherly wants me to kiss you, I'll be very happy to do so." The other disciples laughed and began to line up as if they were all going to kiss Li Qiye. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "No thanks to men, but girls can come for a kiss. How about Chief Churong? Will you give me a kiss?" "I don't mind." The six young ones were not as bold as Li Qiye, so they didn't dare to say anything. They turned around to face a different direction, pretending that they didn't hear anything. Churong Wanshue's cheeks were red when she quickly shook her head in response, "No thanks." She was a bit mad on the inside. Li Qiye, who had been very well behaved so far, suddenly dared to tease her at this moment. This little brat is now too bold. "Never mind, you chose to give up on this chance." Li Qiye smirked and said. Li Qiye's teasing agitated Churong Wanshue quite a bit. Keep in mind that she was a respected chief in the Snow Shadow tribe, so how could she not become angry after being teased by a little brat? Meanwhile, the young group of six were lost in excitement. Peng Shuang couldn't help but ask, "Brotherly, how did you know this place had young nightfish to catch? It is too unbelievable." "Intuition, it is only intuition." Li Qiye smiled and said, "I don't know why, but after staying in Night Sea for 10 days, I suddenly have this feeling that I could sense the fish in the sea." After hearing this response, the group of six half believed him. Really? Why did they not have such an intuition? Li Qiye smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you guys? I have been very sensitive from a young age, so if I stayed at any place for a while, I would begin to sense a few things." "Oh, so it is natural." The six felt that this explanation was trustworthy. Otherwise, how would one explain Li Qiye's perception of the young nightfish? Compared to the younger six, Churong Wanshue didn't trust Li Qiye so easily. In the end, a chief was a chief, so she had much more knowledge. She didn't believe his excuse of it being his intuition and felt that he had hidden secrets. She found it strange that Li Qiye would know the exact time and location of the young nightfish. She stared at him, hoping to find some clues, but there were none no matter how hard she tried. Li Qiye looked at the moving sea and said, "We'll go now." The handler then followed Li Qiye's directions as they disappeared further in Night Sea. The following days, Li Qiye kept on changing the location, and they obtained great harvests each time. It was as if nothing in this mysterious sea could escape his sight. The group of six was immersed in excitement, they felt that Li Qia's intuition was too magical. It was a shame that it was a natural characteristic, otherwise, they would really want to have it. In contrast to the young ones, the rich harvests each day caused Chiron Wanshue to become even more suspicious. She knew that it was something other than intuition, but she couldn't pinpoint it at all. Outside of excitement and disbelief at the quantity of young night fish, she became even more vigilant. She wondered what type of person Li Qie was. Why did he want to go with the Snow Shadow tribe? Since Li Qie could catch so many fish by himself, there was no reason for him to go with them. With this ability of being able to guess where the fish will appear, he would be quite a welcomed guest at any emperor's lineage. However, he ultimately chose to go with them, so Chiron Wanshue speculated for a long time about the reason why he decided to follow them. In theory, there was nothing worthwhile at the Snow Shadow tribe for Li Qie. It was only a minor tribe, they didn't have supreme treasures nor apex merit laws. If he channeled his skills to work for a great power or an emperor's lineage, he would surely have better returns. This was the other big question in her mind, next to Li Qie's fish-predicting ability. If it is this easy to catch young night fish, why don't necropolis inhabitants catch them themselves? Chiron Wanshue answered in a serious manner, these fish are not this easy to catch. It is all due to young noble Li, understand? Despite her many questions and doubts, Li Qie had brought a lot of benefits to them, so she would remember this kindness in her heart. Ah, I was just casually wondering. Peng Shuang quickly said, Brother Li, how about you come to our Snow Shadow tribe? Although we don't have any human members, I'm sure that the chief and the elders will welcome you with open arms. Chiron Wanshue said in a serious tone, Peng Shuang, don't babble nonsense. Despite being only 30, Chiron Wanshue was the chief and she had great prestige in the tribe. Peng Shuang didn't dare to continue the topic after the interjection, so he quickly shut up after cheekily sticking out his tongue. The only female disciple curiously asked, if Night Sea is within Necropolis, how come the ghosts there don't catch them? Li Qie only smiled and didn't answer the question. Instead, he then looked at Chiron Wanshue. Chiron Wanshue shook her head to say, I don't know the specifics. A legend says that the sentiments in Necropolis cannot come to this place. They are not actual ghosts or living beings, they are only things without a body. If they come to Night Sea, then they would disappear right away. Peng Shuang looked at the handler at the back and said, no wonder why the handlers have a body. After their stay together, the Snow Shadow tribe understood that these handlers were different from the ghosts back in Necropolis. The ghosts didn't have a body while the handlers did. Under Li Qie's lead, the group had quite a frightening harvest after catching fish for a whole month. Today, Li Qie looked at the sky and declared, tomorrow will be our last round. Then, we'll leave Night Sea. Okay. The group of 6 excitedly replied. They had a lot of fish, so they were ready to go back to shore to trade with Necropolis inhabitants. Maybe they could even trade for some amazing treasures. Unlike the happy youths, the calm chief, Chiron Wanshue, looked at Li Qie who was sitting peacefully at the bow. She then sat down next to him. The 6 youths saw the chief sit next to Li Qie, so they winked at each other and turned away, pretending to be deaf and mute. Chapter 429, explaining. Li Qie calmly sat at the bow of the boat and smiled at Chiron Wanshue, who sat down beside him. In terms of beauty and allure, Chiron Wanshue was far from Chen Baojiao's level. However, Chen Baojiao didn't have the mature charm or the dignified elegance of Chiron Wanshue. Chen Baojiao was a calamitous and kingdom-toppling beauty, a supreme enchantress that took away the souls of others with a single glance. Chiron Wanshue was also movingly beautiful, especially her mature charm, no different from a ripe peach that causes hearts to beat faster. People will love her more and more the more they're exposed to her. Does Chief Chiron have something to say? Li Qie looked at her amorous features and calmly asked. Chiron Wanshue's heart was filled with emotions as she looked at this man who, despite being so much younger than her, seemed so mystical. Li Qiye was very ordinary when it came to his face and aura. However, as one interacted with him more, they would find him to be full of mysteries. He would make others feel like they were being sucked in as if he was an inescapable black hole. What is young noble Li's goal for coming to Necropolis this time? Chiron Wanshue pondered for a moment before asking the question that had been haunting her. Chiron Wanshue hoped to have a real talk with Li Qiye if they were to continue to stay together at Necropolis since they knew nothing about him. Li Qiye didn't answer her question but asked one instead, what is Chief Chiron's goal at Necropolis? She stared at him while he met her gaze, right into her clear and bright eyes. They gazed at each other for a bit, and Chiron Wanshue was the first to turn away. She then took a deep breath and thought for a bit before resolutely saying, if we are on the same side, then we need to work together. If you wish to know, then I'll tell you. This time, I came to Necropolis to find something that my tribe had lost. Since she wanted a sincere conversation with Li Qiye, she revealed the truth after contemplating for a bit. So that is the case. Li Qiye smiled and replied. He understood her concerns, so he went on to say, I don't mind telling you, I came this time in order to find a certain something. What are you searching for? Chiron Wanshue inquired further. Li Qiye didn't answer. He stared at her amorous snow-white face and asked, Chief Chiron, what item did your tribe lose? Chiron Wanshue became silent. This matter was of grave importance to the tribe, so she couldn't carelessly tell an outsider. Li Qiye smirked at the sight of her careful contemplation. He then asked, we won't talk about this issue anymore, we can talk about the sudden eclipse instead. On that day, did you see anything strange? Li Qiye found out a lot of things from Peng Zhuang, but he was now asking Chiron Wanshue to confirm it. The reason was very simple. Whenever Peng Zhuang talked about the gigantic hand from the prime ominous grave, Chiron Wanshue would yell at him to stop. This made Li Qiye believe that she knew a thing or two about it. Chiron Wanshue turned around to look at the young group of 6. They were sitting at the other end with their backs turned towards Li Qiye and didn't seem to be paying attention to them. So young noble Li came because of this matter. Chiron Wanshue had speculated this possibility early on since Li Qiye had shown interest in this matter from the very start. Li Qiye did not hide anything and smiled, you can put it that way. I trust that you know a thing or two, so can you tell me? Chiron Wanshue pondered for a bit while looking at Li Qiye who was calmly waiting for an answer. She then took a deep breath and nodded her head in agreement. Right afterward, she recalled, the monstrous hand that Peng Zhuang talked about. It was indeed there. On the day of the eclipse, I was absorbing worldly energy while looking towards the prime ominous grave. She paused here for a moment. And then? Li Qiye was not too anxious since he was quite sure about what had happened. Chiron Wanshue took a calming breath and eventually continued on, right when the sky was no longer dark, I saw the prime ominous grave open. Peng Zhuang was not certain of this matter for he was completely horrified after seeing the gigantic hand, but Chiron Wanshue was staring at the grave the entire time. When the eclipse was over, Chiron Wanshue was astonished at the grave's opening since it seemed impossible. The grave had not been opened for a long time, and she had heard that a key was required. Her ancestor had not heard of anyone obtaining this particular key. This was the reason why she found the whole thing quite strange, this whole thing contained secrets unbeknownst to her. Each time Peng Zhuang brought it up, she quickly silenced it since she didn't want to bring about any trouble to the Snow Shadow tribe. After listening to her recollection, Li Qiye smiled and said, so that was the case. Now, he was completely certain of the events that transpired. This meant that he absolutely had to obtain the key to enter the grave. Chiron Wanshue glanced in his direction and asked, since I have revealed the things young noble wanted to know, can you tell me one thing? Please go ahead. Li Qiye calmly said, I'll happily reveal what I know to Chief Chiron. She then asked, how did you know the locations of where the young nightfish would appear? Their harvest was too shocking. There was once a descendant from an emperor's lineage who brought along a supreme treasure to Nightsea, but this person's harvest throughout an entire year was not comparable to the amount Li Qie obtained in just a month. This matter had been hanging on Chirong Wanshue's mind. Li Qie smiled and said, "So Chief Chirong didn't believe me. I spoke the truth. My intuition had been very sensitive since a young age, especially when I stay in the same place for a long time. It is a natural gift from birth." Chirong Wanshue angrily glared at him since she had been tricked. She didn't believe his nonsense at all. If these fish in Nightsea could be caught by intuition, then they would have become extinct already. Li Qie only smirked in response to Chirong Wanshue's red and beautiful angry glare. He couldn't tell this secret to someone else. He spent countless efforts at Necropolis. In the past millions of years, at least half of the amount of times the grave had been opened contained traces of the Dark Crow, Li Qie. It was not easy to find the prime ominous grave's key since one needed to deal with Necropolis inhabitants. Although dealing with them was easy since one only needed sufficient young nightfish to trade for the things they desired, the most essential requirement was finding the right person, no, the right ghost. Li Qie had opened the grave several times. Sometimes he was alone, sometimes he had companions, however, each time required a huge amount of young nightfish. Because of these fish, Li Qie had studied Nightsea for a long time. He had even stayed at Necropolis for a generation. It could be said that currently, no one in this world understood Nightsea and Necropolis better than Li Qie. Chirong Wanshue said in exasperation, "Young noble Li, even if you don't wish to speak the truth, you don't need to come up with such an excuse to fool me." As the chief, she had always been shrewd and careful, but this time, being tricked by Li Qie had done quite a number on her. "Oh, it seems that I have hurt Chief Chirong's feelings." Li Qie startlingly exclaimed, "If that is so, then I should try to compensate to further amend our relationship. It is my fault for not noticing your affection earlier." "You." Chirong Wanshue's tender breasts swayed up and down like a powerful wave as she glared at Li Qie. She couldn't help but grip her fists. This little demon was too arrogant. He even dared to tease her. This was too much. Before, she felt that this little demon was very well behaved. But now, it was clear that it was all an act. He was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Qie was carefree as always and was unafraid of her fury. He looked straight into her eyes while putting on an innocent appearance. Li Qie's pretentiously pitiful appearance made Chirong Wanshue helpless since it stopped her from acting out. While they were speaking, Peng Zhuang and the other youths were whispering to each other about the two. Peng Zhuang softly muttered, "Heh, I feel that Brother Li and our chief are quite a match." "No way." The female disciple tilted her head and replied, "Brother Li is about our age, but our chief is a bit older. The old saying goes, age is not a barrier." Peng Zhuang mischievously went on, "I feel that our chief holds Brother Li in high regard, do you guys not see it?" She had been lost in thought while looking at him. Li Qie calmly sat at the bow of the boat and smiled at Chirong Wanshue, who sat down beside him. In terms of beauty and allure, Chirong Wanshue was far from Chen Baojiao's level. However, Chen Baojiao didn't have the mature charm or the dignified elegance of Chirong Wanshue. Chen Baojiao was a calamitous and kingdom-toppling beauty, a supreme enchantress that took away the souls of others with a single glance. Chirong Wanshue was also movingly beautiful, especially her mature charm that was no different from a ripe peach. It would cause the hearts of others to beat faster and faster. People would love her more and more from further exposure. "Does Chief Chirong have something to say?" Li Qie looked at her amorous features and calmly asked. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.